Closer than it appears, trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here, yeah. the nation for my title. Do what I must for survival. By any means, yeah, I know. I can't stop, I won't fold. Might bend the rules just to break the mold. Hella high water, calm and compose. Life will get messy, but I reach the goal. Climb the totem pole, be the protocol. Yes, I had it in me after all. After plenty falls and a lot of false things I can't control. My intentions come from years of rejections. Learn many a lesson, I'm progressing. Turning burdens to blessings, turning burdens to blessings. I'm in it for the long run. I'm a problem to my problems. Fighting through the tears, fighting in my fears. See my past in the mirror. Closer than it appears. Trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here. Yeah, get a spotlight and it feels right. Never been scared to take it to new heights. I always dare to dream and dare to see the chance to be a better me and everything. The possibilities are endless. Odds against this tremendous. Check this, I just check fear off my checklist. You must have forgot, boy, I'm relentless.
Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question. What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
Ready for you.
Let's get on our feet. We are wasting no time.
You can't believe it. That'll be it. Beans again.
Oh man! I do not believe what we are seeing. The newcomer, can he be the hero? Hey, take me.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Ghosty going big. Ghosty spits on him.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa!
There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing. And that will be the game. It is over.
Point as well. They're going to go for this at the same time. Scrapz going to find him. It goes down to a 3 versus 3. HyDra looking for the player. Standing finds the second. A huge second form as well. Gets away with his life. Going for the plant. Temp looking for the player on the flank. Like ship to the night. That player has got away. Cleanex now for a 1 versus 3. The Legion have found a miracle when they need it the most. But Cleanex is all that stands in front of them. And down he falls. And the Legion take down Ultra in an outrageously great series. What a time to be alive. God bless Call of Duty.
You missed the broadcast yesterday. You missed the ridiculous showing from Vegas. They take down Toronto Ultra. Standy gets his revenge over his former team. This is just how it always goes here in the Call of Duty universe.
It is how it always goes. The revengey always gets revenge.
Nameless, yesterday's big day, though, was all for the subs. We looked at the numbers. We had subs popping off galore. Almost every single team had a representative dropping the bombs. Who impressed you most on day one of our final qualifier?
I'll tell you who impressed me most, and it was the Vaznov. That gun is absolutely insane. We had these guys going for kill records and hard points. aBeZy, 38 and 12 in that opening hard point. Standy having the series of his life, and Huke, the nuke, once again popping off. You could see the standings. The subs are taking it.
Afro and Cleanex also ridiculous numbers, but their teams didn't get the win, and now you can see they're in trouble heading into Major number 4. Ultra guaranteed the losers bracket after winning our last Major, and Røkkr, well, they're holding on with the 2-2 record, but the road isn't easier from here on out. Today, though, we've got 4 games on our Super Saturday, and it's going to be a fun one as everyone's trying to lock up a top 8 spot. One team who's already done it for the first time in franchise history is Las Vegas Legion, Allie. They're locked into our winners bracket.
I know, they were worried about some of the other teams, but little did they know that they would lock themselves up a 3-1 start to our Stage 4 qualifiers. They didn't need to worry about anybody else because they were good enough on their own. Now with the addition of Standy, they've started to win some of these respawns. They almost broke the Control losing record. They tied it in 10 in a row, but they didn't let it happen against the Toronto Ultra on that Expo. So maybe a map that they can add to their pool, but Vegas Legion looking strong.
This was such a great series, Nameless. It went all the way that Game 5, Round 11. What did you see from the Legion?
Well, I mean, I just saw some better control, I will say. Expo looks like they put in a lot of practice there, and it came to fruition. I saw Standy pop off, but mainly these search and destroys and how excellent they have been in the last 2 series. I mean, you're talking about TJ, who's been incredible all year long, but then you bring in Standy into this team, who is now leading the team in First Bloods, taking that pressure off of TJ, who has like a 1.85 in search and destroy. Standy was going crazy every time you needed him, down to the 1v2, to the round 11 where he needed a 2-piece. These guys are on point in that game mode.
We talked to Standy after the match about the preparation coming in. The kid is leading the team in and out of game.
This past week, I just been like on everyone's ass on our team and like really trying to motivate everyone and like really like put some belief into everyone. And like, I think I was just trying to like let everyone on the team know that like, hey, like we can really do this shit. Like we can really like beat these guys. We can make this champs run, excuse my language. But that's like was my main goal, just making sure we go hard in practice every day and like kind of like solidifying the belief in each other.
If you love some historic esports personalities, Kerrigan is known for telling his team, I believe. Standy helping his team find belief here in Call of Duty. And these numbers will have any fan believing that Legion are actually a threat for this Major IV title.
And this was nothing new, right? When we first saw Standy put into his roster, it was that Fortress Hardpoint where he immediately made a stance in the league. And now, coming in yesterday against the Toronto Ultra, it was a 1v2 with the defuse that started the momentum to close out the series.
Now you're 3-1, you're playing for 4-1, and there's just one team left in your way, and it's one of the few squads beneath you on the leaderboard, Nameless.
Now listen, right? Like Vegas Legion, they should go 4-1. They're the clear favorite in this series.
Yes.
But sometimes they play to their competition. We know the looming threat that Mutineers has been and the upset potential that they have. They have guys like Capsule who on his best day can go toe-to-toe with some of the best SMGs in the league. They have Fellow. We're always talking about his snapper, how good he can be. Brax sometimes takes over series. And the big part of this for Florida Mutineers is they have nothing to lose.
Right.
You don't have your star player. Havoc's on the bench taking a mental health break. Vico has come back in. He's just trying to go out there, play, and have some fun. And you're seemingly out of the race for champs. So this is a trap game. If I've ever seen it for the Vegas Legion, Florida Mutineers are no team to sleep on.
This team went against the Atlanta FaZe. They took them to a Game 5. I think that's when they first jumped up on everyone's radar, and they did it with Havoc on the squad. Can they do it without him today? Do they need to go to another Game 5 to beat a squad like Legion?
They need to not go to that Game 5. That's the biggest issue right now, is that Vegas Legion is just way too good at search and destroy right now. If Florida has any opportunity, it's going to be in that Game 3 control.
Vegas is already locked into our winners bracket, as is our second matchup. We have OpTic Texas taking on Boston Breach, and both these teams are looking good for the winners bracket. OpTic guaranteed to be there with a 4-0 record. Boston Breach trying to solidify their position. Let's start with OpTic Texas, though, because they have an opportunity to make history here in 2023. We haven't had a team go a perfect 5-0 in the qualifiers. We haven't seen it since Stage 3 of Vanguard, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, and these guys look like they're poised to do it, right?
Yeah.
They're going up against the Boston Breach. Boston has just made a roster change, and before we get into that, let's just talk about OpTic's dominance. I said it yesterday in post, I'll repeat it once again. The subs have been so unbelievable that it feels like Dashy has become a role player. That's how good they've been. Now, when you need Dashy to pop off, he will. Like, don't get it twisted. This is just to point out how good these guys have been. It's the best sub duo in the game currently. The search and destroy is on point. The control, they rallied a 3-round comeback, making the adjustments that they needed to make. Round 11, they clutched up, and the hard point is unscathed throughout this stage. This team has been absolutely dominant, and going up against Boston, it should be a victory.
And I think it's about time we said it. OpTic Texas looks like the best team in the game right now. I mean, 4-0 in this split, looking to go 5-0. It's not going to be easy. It is against the Boston Breach. They're 1-1 versus that team during Major 3. They got sent to elimination bracket because of Boston, and then got their revenge later on to make it to finals. So definitely some history between these two teams, and Boston isn't a team to sneeze at. I never thought I would say this, but they're looking kind of like a search and destroy team right now since the addition of Beans and Kremp.
Every time I think of Boston versus OpTic, I think of Scump versus Methods, a Game 5 on the line. But today, we might not get there. If they are able to cause some problems here for OpTic Texas, where do they get the job done, Nameless?
I mean, I think you have to go toe-to-toe in the respawns, because with Boston Breach, right, you're 1-1 against them. Beans popped off in the search and destroy. But when you face them later on, you struggle, especially in those respawns. What happened to Boston after the Major? They made a roster change. They brought in Kremp to replace Vivid. They're hoping that that gives them the oomph that they need to win a championship. So by all means, I mean, you could look at this roster change and be like, they did this to beat OpTic. That's how I'm looking at this roster change. And from that first performance, he's got to set in a little bit. He did start off very bad in that first hardpoint versus London. So this will be a telltale sign of where Boston is at headed into Major 4.
First time seeing this lineup with Beans and Kremp going up against OpTic Texas. So, Allie, how do you feel this team matches up now against an OpTic squad that we just said is probably the best in the game at the moment?
I'm going to be honest. I don't feel like it matches up well for them. I am heavily favoring OpTic Texas in the series, but we'll break it down a little bit more later.
All right, Boston is going to be playing against OpTic in our third match of the day. A fourth battle, though, is going to be a great one at 7 o'clock. Atlanta FaZe takes on Seattle Surge, and this one could go the distance once again. Atlanta, 3 Game 5s already. They're not afraid to go the distance. They had to get a round 11 yesterday, but their opponents haven't been allowing it to go that far. Let's talk about Surge first here. Predator, he's been on everyone's radar. Sib up in his game, but no one has been playing better than Lamar. Accuracy, the most improved player of the stage.
Listen, man, mashallah, Bibi during Ramadan, he has been frying. I mean, in the Search and Destroys, they've needed somebody to really start to do a little bit more, and it's been accuracy. He's been picking up a lot of the first bloods. And even when we saw the matchup at the Major, like, the Searchers were bangers for Seattle versus Atlanta FaZe, so I don't think they're worried there, and they're comfortable taking FaZe to their best maps, CeeLo and aBeZy. So you're feeling good in that. And then in terms of the respawns, it's not really even that comparable. They've been way better than Atlanta FaZe when you think of the hardpoint and the control, especially with Lamar bringing new life into the squad. So I think Seattle, they're looking for revenge. They're in a very good spot to do it. And I know they're looking at that match they had at the Major, like everyone is. They should have won. Simp, Deddy, hip-fired Pred, so they're coming in for their revenge.
We're going to see how this one plays out. It could go the distance, and if you remember the last one, this one happened on land. 1.4 for Cellium was the difference maker, but look how close this series was, Allie, especially with that control.
Very close, especially for a majority of the players on Atlanta FaZe to be going negative. I mean, Cellium had to drop MVP numbers to pull out this win in a Game 5 round 11 fashion, and touching on Atlanta FaZe, right now they have been struggling in that hard point, right? Like, they've been winning these series through the controls. It's been that game number 3 that's kind of been saving them. That's why they've been pushing to a lot of Game 5s here during Stage 4. And they're 5-10 in series that they lose the control. So if they lose that control, it gets a team like Seattle, Toronto, OpTic, they're more favorable to lose the series.
Nameless, what's going on with Atlanta? You start up 2-0 over Røkkr. Sure. You have aBeZy dropping 38-12 in Game 1. And then you let this slide to a Game 5 where you go down big at the start of it.
Yeah, I mean, well, you lose that Expo. A couple clutch situations. They just couldn't get out of it, the big gunfights. Minnesota honestly did a really good job. It was more so Minnesota playing very well. When you look at that hardpoint in that Mercado, though, just a ton of mistakes. I mean, early on into the game, just the tendency to hit scrap when you don't need to, spawn them at new. The game spirals out of control, and then you have to keep your guns hot the entire time, and also your rotations. It has not been great for Atlanta FaZe when it comes to these hardpoints. They cannot lock them down. And now when you're more human than ever in control, you're losing these series. So for Atlanta FaZe, they need to figure it out. They need to figure it out fast.
I have a feeling chat's going to make up a lot of channel points in today's matchup. That's coming up at 7 o'clock. Remember, we have 4 matches coming your way today. It all starts with our 3 o'clock battle. London Royal Ravens, currently with 1 win. Can they sneak into the top 8? They have to take on the Subliners. When we come back, it is the final 2 days of our Major IV Qualifiers live here in Columbus, Ohio.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back.
One of the band, a few more points, and this will be it.
Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Ooh, it's getting good.
The Call of Duty League is proud to be Emmy nominated for Outstanding Esports Championship coverage for its 2022 Championship Final in Los Angeles, California. Welcome back, you beautiful people. You are watching the Emmy-nominated Call of Duty League. Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. Congratulations, by the way, you two. Alley, in her first year of work, gets nominated for an Emmy. I've been doing this for 15 years. 0 noms, Alley.
Thanks.
It was a good day.
It's pretty awesome stuff. Let's talk about this matchup, though, because if you're a New York Subliner fan, you're expecting a quick day. Your squad has been on top since the beginning of Raleigh. They won that event. Then they've had their ups and downs, but we've never removed them from the top-tier conversation. The Subliners looking pretty solid today. They come in with a winning record. What have we seen from this team so far? Their biggest win, arguably, that round 11 over Atlanta FaZe.
I think the biggest discrepancy right now between the New York that we saw that won a major and right now is the fact that their hardpoint isn't as solidified as it used to be. They used to be the best hardpoint team in the game. During the split, they've been pretty average by far, and versus that series in Texas, we saw a pretty uncharacteristic showing out of KiSMET, a .74 overall, where when they're winning these series, it's usually KiSMET that's kind of been that X factor. You know what you're going to get out of HyDra. Priestahh and Skyz have been pretty consistent across the board, so I think that's going to be my player to watch in this series.
Looking at KiSMET, he was the hero in that Game 5 against FaZe. Looking at their record, their only losses to Texas. How did they look against OpTic, and what are you expecting from the Subliners today?
I mean, I'm expecting them to bounce back. They're going up against the London Royal Ravens, right? So this is a series that they absolutely should win. And, you know, to add some context to the hard point, they were 22-12 through the first 2 stages. They're 6-10 from stage 3 until now. Their hold and rotation percentages have gone down, so clearly they're working out some things there. But, you know, this is a team that is dangerous. They can take over at any moment, and going up against London, this should be a solidified win.
There's a look at the Bulldogs. Subliners getting ready to go, and of course, on the other side of this stage, they are playing against our 12th seed. But if you're a London Royal Raven fan, you may have some tattoo-worthy news. You got your 6th win of this stage, or in this stage, the 6th win of the season, of course, Allie. It could be 7 with another upset. Can you catch Subliners sleeping here?
It could be 7, but I mean, we're talking about the 5th seed versus the 12th seed, and London, I mean, again, they don't really have a game mode that they can net under their belt right now. They're still one of the worst teams in control, even though they won one versus the FaZe season, who was also terrible at control. And on the flip side of things, like their search and destroy has been incredibly average across the board as well, heavily leaning on the fact that either aBeZy or Nastie is getting that first blood. So when it comes to London Royal Ravens, I think there's opportunity for an upset. I think we saw a little bit more out of Yuli, and I really like the conversation that we had with them after their series, where he was like, you know, I'm very cool. That's something that I bring to the team, is I'm cool, calm, and collected regardless of my performance. Right. So I'm going to need him to keep that level head heading into the series.
As much as I want to say great things about the Royal Ravens, I think you nailed it there with incredibly average. Perfect description for a team who needs to shine today. Let's take a look at the maps and modes. And Nameless, tell me, where are the potential pitfalls here for Subliners, or do they have an easy run across the 5 maps?
I mean, I think HyDra Hardpoint has been a map that London Royal Ravens have liked a lot throughout the season. We've seen some Fortress SDs where aSim has taken over. The control is going to be very tough for London. I mean, you're going into hotel. New York should lock that up.
New York's going to lock up this series. What do you got for me, Nameless? 3-0, 3-1, 3-2?
I'm going 3-0.
Allie?
New York 3-1.
London Royal Ravens are getting into the winner's bracket somehow. Miles, Chance, tell me how it happens.
It's about to find out, Chris, right here, right now. Thank you so much, Emmy-nominated colleagues, and hello, Emmy-nominated viewers. Let's party, boys and girls. This is going to be a good one. Chance, it's not all doom and gloom for the Ravens, though. We had a little conversation before this matchup started that recent form and recent performers and recent numbers favor the Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, like doom and gloom long term, because the run to get to champs, it would be like a spectacle if London could pull it off. But like in the short term, in terms of being like able to play at the level of your competition, London have a lot of potential, I think. Like, you heard Nameless talking about how New York at the start of the year, hard point record completely absurd. As of late, like 6-10 throughout or sent stage 3. London Royal Ravens in the same time period have a better hard point record. I mean, London even, like, you know how scary OpTic has looked lately. They took OpTic to the limit. So like, this is a team that has a lot of potential. We are starting on a map where London, respectable record on. Obviously they haven't played it a ton, but to have anything in a #1 category on that rotation percentage, you'll take any good you can get for London. And I agree, the opportunity absolutely here to pull off an upset.
Chris wants to know how the Ravens make it to the winners bracket. Let's find out, boys and girls. aBeZy hardpoint right off the rip, kills all over the shop. We'll see if Yuli can keep that cool head, keep that cool demeanor in and out of game. He helped them out tons against that Vegas season. That was fantastic. Here we go, the winner of the hardpoint, KiSMET, the man of the moment. He's been a wonderful addition to the squad here are the Subliners this season. And so far, it's all Ravens in the feed chance.
I mean, that is a beautiful start for Ravens. They've got the P2 control. They're starting to spawn a few players out, and more importantly, on a P1. This is as good as it gets for really locking down time. Skyz is finally able to chip away at the players actually collecting the hill time, but I think London will take it. 18 seconds isn't too shabby, and obviously being set up long-term for this new hill, pretty much as good as it gets for Ravens.
So far, fantastic. Nice P1, P2 now. Looking for that time. Ravens well and truly set up for this one. Skyz on the back line here. Can Scrapz find a few out of it? There's Priestahh. That's #1 over to Skyz. This will be #2. Takes care of business. Hold still strong now for the Ravens, and that's the hard point open for business.
Oh, and I love that from Scrapz too, because those are aggressive kills he's able to get. So instead of being on the back truck, he can be that guy. And look at how far pushed up Ravens are. Seem the cutoff man slowing him down. That's step #1. Nastie's the next guy you have to get past. He's holding the cross. That was a beautiful setup out of London. Scrapz helped set it up. His teammates went and knocked it down. And Asim is back in your face, putting so much pressure on the map. London, honestly, they've been uncontested at the hill. This has been coasting. Easy time to collect on P2.
Got a full 60 on P2. Great work out on Nastie's on a 4 spree. Here comes Asim. 1 found. Heard a footstep or 2. There's... Oh no! He ended the spree. 9-1 from Nastie. Asim, the only man that could slow him down. Time ticking. Ravens looking for another hard point chain, but there we go. New York. They may have broken the chain right then and there. Can they hold on to the top side of the map?
Yeah, and this is Operation take full advantage off of that team kill that comes through, because that could have been a dire situation if you got to worry about Asim and Nastie on that road over to the top AC. But you're taking care of business. You get your snake spot up, gunny up, ready to go. Priestahh, a 1-7 start. This is his position to turn things around. And now for London, stuck over in that PD spawn. It is a hike and a half to even attempt to get through to new.
Yeah, we saw what the Ravens #1 in rotation percentage. When it came to the breaks, it was like 5th. So we'll see how that goes. Can they get the break here? HyDra roaming the open areas of aBeZy now. Wins a big one against Scrapz, keeping the hard point, taking in favor of his boys. Nice work again. 3 in the feed, looking for the clean 4th. No, Nastie's going to be there for the Ravens when they need it the most. Rotations, though, name of the game. They're all over it. London, they're on the new, and looks like HyDra on a 4 spree now. The boys are starting to heat up.
And they've been allowed to hit their comfort zone as well, right? Because that is a full 60, completely uncontested on that old time. HyDra, he's had dead silence active for 1.5 minutes at this point, and he can just coast along as New York looking to, again, take advantage of a single small mistake that London make, and obviously they are right back in this game.
HyDra still has Daddy, so we're going to do this real quiet. Like, here he comes towards the hard point. HyDra, 6 spree, teammates finding the kills, and there we go.
Daddy's finished, back to full volume. Your boys cooking. Priestahh, on the other hand, though, 3 in 10 chance. His team have nearly pulled their way back, as it's now 7 in a row for HyDra.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, he's on the 7th spree. He has just flipped the map on its head. They're really not even shooting back at this point, and how good things for London they were early on. Now it's what? You're calling out HyDra in a hallway. He's basically guaranteed to get at least 1. You're going to be desperate just to trade this man out as, well, maybe he can even go for a Røkkr, or Yuli can sniff him out. The awareness is on point in London. It looks like they've gotten through to the hill. Granted, only for the final 15 seconds, but you'll take what you can get.
Here we go, KiSMET wraps back. Can't get the kill on Asim. That's a nice 10 seconds gained there by the Ravens. See if they can hold on that.
They're still trying to claw themselves back into the lead. Subliners, what a turnaround from them. It was a slow start the first 3. Can Nastie keep the hard point alive and kick it? Nope, HyDra, good timing. Right onto that one. Got to watch out for the trophy, though. Ravens, well utilized there towards the point, but we're not going to see too much more out of it. Can Matty Marshall get towards this hard point now? Just over 100 points we go for the Subliners chance, and London's rotations, they have been slowed.
He needs to make something happen, though, and that's the perfect start. Little drop shot coming through, but he's been very patient, waiting for his teammates. And, I mean, Scrapz does his job. He takes down 2 players, but it's the final sort of gunfight in towards the hill. Uli's going to challenge with only 31 HP, so easy trades there. And, again, it is just the tale of 2 different games. As soon as Subliners got in control, they just simply have not looked back. They've basically been on a 100-point-to-nothing run since the AC Hill.
Yep, it's not been looking great for the Ravens since then, but we're looking towards another break. Nastie now with a sub in hand. Forward he goes, takes care of HyDra next start. There's going to be a trophy there. Can Kiz get involved? Keeping the hard point in the hands of the Subliners. Nastie keeps this play kicking. Can't get the third. Priestahh there. Again, it's a Vaz, Nev, Citral hard point there by Kitchen. But back over towards middle as the first set of hard points are complete, and New York Subliners starting to walk away with it.
You also have New York sort of in all the power positions, right? Skyz is going to be on the AC unit. He can jump on the catwalk. You've got KiSMET that's going to be around the top bathroom area. So you need the kills before you can get the time. But Priestahh and Skyz got taken care of, and that's 3 in the feed right there for London. So they're back towards P1. This was honestly their bread and butter at the start, and they had a little bit of clearance. But obviously P1, very difficult to collect that time, even when you take care of the power positions. Guys like Priestahh right back in the mix.
Yeah, right back in it. Priestahh, that top paper position, the power spot here by P1. Yuli now roaming the halls, can't get Priestahh as well. So that makes that hard point a little bit more open. Ravens will be able to soak at least 20 out of this before Priestahh gets back in a position. Nastie, though, backside of the hard point. 19 and 10 from him, slaying out. Ravens, this is a nice bit of wind in their sails they sorely need. The last P2 was seemingly perfect. Can they repeat it?
Oh, that is unfortunate timing. KiSMET's going to be the guy trying to make the play to make sure they can't repeat that success. And, well, you got KiSMET at least attempting to block spawns. You got HyDra calling in the crews to, hey, just landed on top gas. So they're going to be looking for Yuli long term. And you still have KiSMET behind enemy lines. Patient to make the play, but he does get traded. But the success is there, at least for him to set up his teammates. You still have New York with the pressure on the point.
It's sneaky HyDra. Cuts out Nastie from the back. That's great work. Yuli's up next. HyDra. Still keeping this hard point safe and open for the boys. Not a lot of time gained here for the New York Subliners, but they're fine with that for now. Again, the Ravens, they are firmly on the back foot here. We're looking at a 50-point game. As the Subliners now starting to really walk away with things. Rotation's looking good as well. Let's go for a quick listen in. New York Subliners.
I got one in. Yo, can you just block gas right now?
Yeah, I'm going. We're blocking gas. Take his front.
Yeah, block gas.
We're missing one more. We're moving one more, guys.
Two orange.
Is one weak?
No. One's up down and one's up top. He might be
lying. Give me time. I can pinch it. AC snaking. Yep.
I'm trying PD. Hold.
Yeah. What's AC? Nice. I got him. I'm blocking. P1. Orange again. P1 on me. I'm watching. I have a trophy. No, they have a trophy. I gotta get out of here, bro. They're gonna need me. I'm waiting for nades.
One's orange, guys. You're 2 S1 and top PD, guys. I'm
S1, deep S1, guys. Yeah, S1 crossing B1, absolutely.
Nice.
Oh my god. No,
nice. One more top dead. He might be P1, look, he might have jumped out.
I'm looking at S1 power. I'm pushing S1, guys. Yeah, he's low PD. Yo, what's S2? DP2. Watch S1. I'm T-shotting S1 cross. They're gonna jump out PD. They're gonna dive off top PD. It's gonna be DP2 going pure P1. Nothing front. One more. I'm watching.
Yo, gas and P1.
Somebody.
Yo, the gas point, guy. Gas point.
Yeah, one's top PD. I need you across the time. Wait, I don't know if I hit
one shot top PD with no one. This one is out.
I'm getting around right.
Watch orange only.
I'm watching orange. Ladder on me. Ladder dead. Deep S1. Weak. Trolling. One shot.
Top PD.
Other guys. I got top PD. Yeah, I'm already top Paco. Drop down. Don't jump up. Yo, they're gonna spawn out, bro. We're not blocking gas. We're spawning out. Yeah, I'm working the back here.
Yeah, this. That's one weak.
That's one right top. Other guys back PD. 2S1. There's 2S1.
Well, here we go. The last bastion of hope here for the Ravens here on Embassy, and they've got it locked down so far. Got to watch out for this sneaky Priestahh. The rest of the Subliners making their way forward, but chance this game got out of hand real quick.
Yeah, that AC Hill is going to be the thing of nightmares for London fans, but now on PD, I mean, the hold so far has been good. Priestahh has been waiting on the timing to coordinate with his teammates. You got number 3, Skyz in the back, but you've had 0 pressure on the hill until HyDra is going to make his approach. Dude has 28 kills and only had to take down 1. His teammates were there waiting in the wings, but they got the break they needed. HyDra right now, all class. There's number 30.
He is absolutely soaring. The final 20 seconds here in the game, and you could get it all done here. HyDra, we'll see him over towards next respawn Priestahh. But for now, the Ravens, it's a late break. They're in, but this is the game right here, right now. HyDra on a 4, 13-17 overall. The squad is set up in kitchen. It is a mere moments away. London, the break's got to be so sweet, lads, because you got seconds before you lose.
Yeah, and well, the first part of the sweetness is having to cross in that moment. Yuli, the only one able to make it through, and well, Yuli is 11 kills. He's about to have to chow HyDra in a bad spot. Doesn't even have the opportunity to make it there. New York Subliners completely and utterly locking it down on aBeZy.
What a turnaround. The first 3 points weren't great. After that, it was all New York, New York. There we go. Map 1 closed out. The Ravens, strong showing. A couple of sweet individual plays, but not really enough to keep that momentum going. New York Subliners, they take the lead. We're on our first series of this super duper Saturday.
Yeah, and that game quite literally just comes down to the AC hill for me. I mean, London did everything perfect. Right off the jump, solid rotation over towards P2. Even had a solid opportunity on rotating over towards that AC hill. And obviously, it's just unfortunate for a team kill Nastie. I think Nastie was left 1 HP for the gunfight. But as soon as they ended up losing that rotation to that hill, they got full 60'd. The second go around on the AC hill, they got full 60'd, and it was HyDra that just like climbs up the ladder and just zaps 3 players down for the old 3-piece. I mean, HyDra, 30 kills, 27 of them were non-traded, so he was simply able to do whatever he wanted.
He really was the phantom there on aBeZy, flowing around those corridors. No one could slow him down. Nice 8 spree out of him as well. No doubt we'll be seeing plenty of him here in the highlights, but not a terrible start there for this New York Subliners. Back to the form of old. We haven't seen them really looking super strong since Major 1 chance, and that feels like a lifetime ago, and I bet it does for the fans as well. Here we go, the highlights, or as we like to call it, the HyDra lights. Yes, I will be here all weekend.
I was going to make that exact joke. I'm so upset.
Disgusting, man. He really was unbelievable, dude. Like, once he starts getting things going, it's difficult to track a play like that down, difficult to deal with this sort of pure heat. And then KiSMET as well on the feed. Here's the zappers. Lovely stuff out of HyDra.
That's the one for me of like 3 players that are all stuck around the AC unit and no one watches the ladder. Like, there are 3 ways to actually get towards the hill. There are 3 players. Someone just has to watch the ladder. Like, that's not rocket science. It's not complicated. And I know for London, they had like almost the exact same issue when they were playing against Vegas on HyDra of just having the hill, the P3-1 on HyDra, and no one watched the water hop up. And Standy literally just jumps up and zaps 3 players and single-handedly breaks it. So London, again, they have situations where they're playing the map well, and then they just make some like horrifically bad mistake in a moment like that. And again, if you're making a mistake against a player like HyDra, he's gonna 3-piece you and only use 12 bullets to do it. So yeah, no sweat there for him. He will have all of the confidence in the world going into map 2.
Wonderful stat lines there coming through from the Subliners. We'll see if they keep that going through to map number 2. But aBeZy, it got out of hand, it got out of grasp from the Ravens there, and they simply could not claw their way back in. We'll see if they can't find some success on the search and destroy moments away. And we got a bit of a hotel control also there, smack bang in the middle. Hotel to close out the series as well if you have to get there. But now for chance for that fortress. How we lean in towards this one, brother?
I mean, the instinct sort of tells me that Fortress just by default feels like HyDra's playground, and considering he dropped 30 in map 1, I would be pretty fearful if I was London going into map 2, but at the same time, London had a decent bit of success on this map. Maybe a little bit less so than New York, but again, the potential is there. They just have to avoid those moments of like not watching 1 of 3 ways to get into a point and getting pieced up by HyDra. Things like that.
Sounds so simple. It sounds so easy, but we'll find out if it really is in the game. But again, London, they've had a wonderful run in search and destroy. Asim, again, the man to watch, hasn't had those sort of big double-digit kills where he's setting his own sort of records, his PBs. We'll see if he can't have one here. He does look very relaxed and chill there in the cam, bottom right-hand side. We'll see if he can't bring that special something here to this fortress on aBeZy. Ravens need to bounce back. New York Subliners looking to go up 2 to nada. I've always loved how small HyDra looks in these cameras. His is so much further away from everyone else.
Or he is really small. Those are the 2 options, you know?
Tiny, pint size. We know what they say about small, statured Call of Duty players. Typically, the KDs are huge.
And I still maintain that is quite literally just because of like, you know, the nerves in your fingers. It's just a shorter route to your brain to like send that. So your reaction time is just slightly faster. So that's why the cracked out SMGs, ordinarily, shorter players. That's just how it works. And think Priestahh maybe trying to hit the old regain, maybe take a quick bathroom break, grab some water. Not that he was needed to have a particularly strong performance, but I know certainly in the kills column, a bit of a slow one, or he's back already. Priestahh, literal speed demon.
Lightning fast there from the Subliners. You're going to need that lightning speed here on aBeZy too. It's a teeny weeny map. It's a fast one. Some call it Bocage V2. I personally think that's aBeZy, but there we go. Fist bumps are out. The Ravens coach there on the side. It would have been Dom. Last moments through. Here we go. Map number 2. aBeZy Fortress Search and Destroy. The record's not superb for either side chance, and relatively even in both the first bloods and the round wins. This should be a nail biter.
Well, I would say, honestly, for London, that would probably be the first sort of avenue of attack, those first bloods. 41% is a little bit lackluster, certainly towards the bottom of the league there. And considering they had a round win percentage that sort of outperforms that, I think they found themselves in situations where they have to clutch with a little bit of success behind it. And obviously, some pop-off potential. aCDM, I know, is a fiend when it comes up to all the jump-up spots, or maybe just a straight-up hit down low. Skyz and HyDra, they are ready for this chow.
Howdy. Well, he gets one out of it. Great work from aCDM. Trades complete. 3v3 over to Scrapz now, feeling the pressure on the outside here by the A Street. Backs up. Safe spot to be in. Yuli still with the back door covered there, so the Ravens are still playing this as thick and as thin as they possibly can. Got to get that bomb recovered, though. The Subliners be moving. Man advantage Ravens.
Oh, Nastie, very aggressive as well. So he's got a decent bit of information for his teammates. The A bomb site wide open for a bomb plant. It's all about Yuli being able to get there and HyDra playing it patient.
Ooh.
Wrong gun for the job, though. Nastie already in position. And Priestahh left alive in a 1 versus 3. But bomb down, and he's got a trophy. This is almost hopeless.
Good luck. Have fun, P-Dog. The Ravens are looking to neuter him in the first round. 30 seconds and ticking. He's hit the back. He's doing it loud, and he's too loud. Nastie gets on the board. So do the Ravens. Snip, snip.
And that's some great coordination, I'd say. You know, if comms are going to be an issue for those moments where either, you know, Standy or last game where it's HyDra getting the 3 pieces like that, normally that's like a comms breakdown. This time it seemed like the comms for Ravens completely on point. Scrapz is calling out, hey, they're double challenging P1. They're going to be aggressive on it. You had Yuli up top just above them to catch KiSMET trying to make the play. So Subliners were making, I'd say, the correct play, or at least the one that they had designed. But Yuli just there with Scrapz making the reads and making sure they don't let anything too crazy happen. So efficient first round.
Yeah, good first round. Choosing the other foot now. Ravens. Very similar look from what we saw at the Subliners here. These aggressive hits on the inside of Fortress, but no one's going to be home this time around. Priestahh with the outside street coverage. Nastie and aCDM. They're able to literally dive into this fight and hopefully get the trades together. That truck does explode, though. Priestahh's got to be careful. I don't think he saw the feet of Nastie as he crossed. He did not. This could get awkward, but we'll see. Dead silence popped. He's making a move. Backline. Oh, this is awkward indeed. Stay alive, Priestahh. Pressure now from the Ravens. All 4 arrows marching forward.
Oh, and this is the question about HyDra. Do you check the corner? Nobody ever does. Free kill right there, but that is for the trade because Scrapz got the first blood in London. They're playing aggressive. They're trying to chow, and Skyz, well, no fear in his heart, ready for it. This will be a nasty attempt for the 1v3, but good news for him. Gets a freebie sort of kill, and he has dead silence, so a lot more potential for a clutch this round, or Priestahh will just gun you to bed and not even let the setup take place. So 2 offensive rounds, everybody taking care of business, everybody watching the flanks and on point with it. All tied up here on the aBeZy front.
I will say, Nastie, he was 3-0 before that. He's feeling himself if he's taking battles like that against Priestahh. He's like, yeah, I'm going to chow this. I know it's a 1v2 now or 1v3. I'm absolutely going to go for it. Skyz, though, good work from him there in that round. HyDra with the nice corners. aBeZy Fortress, too many nooks and crannies to worry about on those upstairs positions, but you need that Fortress control, especially if you're going towards that A-bomb site, and that is where we are going. Trophies are down, nades are out. Throw them, boys, if you got them. Priestahh watches at least one there. Saw the cross. Here comes the incoming fire. Skyz might be able to get out here and help out. He does. Nice work from aCDM, though. That bomb did not get planted. He stays alive.
Yeah, that was the idea, though, right? Go for the quick plant. Subliners are having absolutely none of it, but now that Chow comes through, aBeZy try to square up for it, but it is effective trades. Again, Scrapz has been pretty on point the past 2 rounds, finding the picks when he needs them, and now you get the bomb down. And Subliners, they're going to be flooding through P1. Scrapz, good luck with this one. Got to be on point.
I think he saw at least one. He might not have seen the 2 of them, but here comes the pressure. Subliners are soaring forward. They're absolutely flying, let their lives depend on it. Priestahh cut down on the back line. Nastie wins a big one. Skyz now from up top, just peeking out. Can he catch anyone here? Yuli, head down, son. You are the insurance policy. Great coverage. Onto the bomb site, though. Who's that? It's KiSMET with Deddy. He's crept forward. There's one traded out immediately. The play is not quite dead yet. Skyz could make something happen. He's a little noisy. Can he rip Yuli? No. Ravens, another round.
I love that setup, too, out of London. We got to start stealing something like that for ranks. Such a tight back pocket. You're, like, double it up on both, like, palm trees. And even Yuli playing, like, the deepest corner of the map. It's kind of perfect. Like, if you know the flanks coming through, you play turtle so you can double or triple challenge every single gunfight that's coming your way, and obviously that is 3 players in position ready to check the bomb if they need it. I know a tight setup like that could be potentially devastating if you got like stuns and nades landing on your forehead, but it was late in the round. That was simply not a problem in London. I mean, that's some homework being done. Love the setup, hate that stun.
Well, the London Tetsudo, or the Testudo, I forget. It's like a turtle in Roman, isn't it, mate? There you go.
Yeah.
You know the Roman tortoise. Anyway, Google it, kids. Subliners now making their way onto the A-bomb site. They got a lot of numbers here, but the Ravens, they are stacked up, locked and loaded to pounce. The 2-man top maps, top 6. Look at this setup. I'm seeing nothing but booty right now on the Ravens. They are packing.
I'm about to start swinging chase. You even got information on every single cross. There's a trophy there, though, and aBeZy, again, he loves the hop-ups. HyDra, though, certainly going to do his homework there to take him down, and Scrapz has been a pretty good menace in terms of getting picks, but it's still a man disadvantage. It is still that bomb planted. Someone's got to make the play. Nastie giving it to a college try, but yep, too good of a corner. HyDra wins in the round.
He had Deddy as well. That's an unfortunate dagger. Scrapz now tagged up. 1v3. Subliners pounce. No sweat off their brow. They take care of business there and keep things rolling. Love that from HyDra. The boy, he's got some of the best corners in the game. I'm calling it now.
I don't hate that at all. I can live with that. And HyDra, again, effectively wins New York the round. I know they baited out a lot of attacks waiting for the trophies to come through initially, but as soon as you take care of aBeZy trying to go for the Windows hop-up, if you can get the bomb planted, you just know guns are forward. They're coming through open. They're coming through closed. They're not complicated gunfights, so Subliners, another simple round on the attack.
Squared up 2-2. HyDra eats a stun for breakfast, and we're in. Damage dealt. Scrapz first blood. It's a hot one. Yuli's there as well. Oh, Nastie in the feed. Can everyone get their kill? No. Manny Marshall drops. Skyz now 1v3. Pressure is now on that frag. Does land fantastically. What a bounce right there. Yuli's tagged up. Spots an ankle out. We're in. Nice snaps out of Skyz, but not enough. The Ravens. What a blistering round.
That was another good read on offense. Again, sort of simple there from London. I think they had, again, Scrapz, by the way, every single round able to find a pick. But I think he was about top rails. You had KiSMET being aggressive on the site, but I think he was basically the setup man to be bait for HyDra. Because HyDra, if he was able to get the flank off, could have had a free double kill shooting some players in the back if London did not have as tight of a setup as they did, ready for every single trade to come through. So again, Ravens homework completely on point, all the tight setups rolling through, and that is why they've had success in their 3 rounds.
By 1, and it's bizarre to see aBeZy 1 and 5. He's usually the Terminator in the search and destroys here for the Ravens. Over to Yuli now. Hasn't quite got dead silence. That trophy does connect though. Skyz now, guns up, ready to roll. We're going to dip on out, plant that bomb, and evacuate the area. They're going to give up the site, let the Ravens sneak on in, think they've got something here. And Yuli is playing this so slow and sneakily chance. He might be able to get 1 or 2 before the play really starts. Okay,
well, Scrapz is going to kick it off. But yeah, you got plays going on all over the place. But do you want to hop it? Do you want to make moves? Do you want to just double up on the gunfight in the back? Skyz is a pixel in taking these players down. Impossible to kill, and Snake's on point. You got 15 seconds left to hop this bomb.
Gotta fly at him. Oh, tags up. The trades are there. Can Priestahh find it as well? Scrapz is going to 1v1 now. Not enough time, though. Well played from the Subliners. As Skyz, man, slithering on that back truck, a very, very difficult kill. Asim came so close, he was just unable to get that last bullet in before being traded out. Subliners just about steal the round.
And I think if I'm London, you know, honestly, it's super tough because I think the first round where they tried to like stop the bomb plant from going down, Skyz was on the site and he picked up a two-piece of players coming through open. That's how he got the kill. Okay, not a pistol. Skyz is cheeky. Yeah, you can't let the bomb go down anymore if Skyz is going to be doing stuff like that.
No, that is... That is not okay. Well played, those Skyz. Man finds an exploit, dude.
For me, that's a brand new spot, and I'm going to have to check it. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if Skyz could just see the red dot through, like, the truck and just knows. So there's no guesswork about the wall bang. Oh. I need to double check, but it just wouldn't shock me.
Diamonds are forever. 3 to 3 in the round count. 44 overall. Slow here from the Subliners. Ravens, as close as you like towards that bomb site. We got Deadies ready to roll across the side. Nice work out of Asim. What a first blood. F's given 0. Gets a kill, gets out.
Yeah, doing that dance, getting all the information, and still getting set up and playing for bigs. London, they want to rotate this out towards B. This is a bold call. KiSMET's making noise up top, but they're making even more. Skyz on the cross has to get a second if they want to have open this one. Or maybe a flank from Priestahh as you rotate the bomb back towards A. And now you get a 2v2.
It's quite a complicated setup right now from the Ravens. And simple as it goes from the Subliners. Less than 30 now. Scrapz 1v2. Deady about to come to a close. Unless he can kill Skyz. Not enough time. Doesn't turn it back on. Pistol. P-Knock. Yo! Son of a two-piece. Matty Marshall's roaring.
Let's go, bro. Let's go, mate. We're going to win this. Honestly, massive round right there because this would have been the one for London to throw away. Like, London did all the hard work, and then they just get caught by Priestahh down low. Dude, put in such a bad spot. But Matty Marshall, the bailout player.
Wow.
And London now have the advantage. They won the big swing round. This could be momentum going their way, but that is only step one. You still need to make sure you can stop New York strat. They have been hyper successful of getting this bomb down at A. You got to find a way to stop it.
Scrapz, he's feeling good after that one. 11-4. They give his boys the 1 round advantage. Guns up now, ready to get in towards A once again. The snipes now from HyDra. Doesn't do it too often. When we see it, it's usually a lot of fun. Can they translate this into a round win?
This is Nate's attacks coming out. Oh, there you go. HyDra is getting tagged. Is there enough for a follow-up? It's not the case. London, they're making the play call. It is a triple, maybe quad wrap through P1. KiSMET, you got to have the sound EQ on for this one. Yeah, he knows they're coming.
He heard something. Oh, he heard even more. HyDra finds one. Yuli can't get away with his life. Big damage, though. Nastie gets into the fray. Stops KiSMET on the flank over the Skyz. Pressure now on as Priestahh finds his kill. 3v2. Raven starting to bleed out. Over to HyDra again. Can't land the shot. Scrapz has changed position. Yuli dances with the devil once again. This time it takes 2 to tango, and it's Scrapz and Yuli. They've got to go big. Clock still ticking. Pressure is on. The play is not dead yet. The Ravens, they are still flapping. Now down to Scrapz, and it should be done here. There we go. Subliners, they pull out the snipe. And chance what? They're 2-9 when HyDra snipes. Better make it 3-9. Giggity.
Yeah, it's just... I mean, HyDra snipe, HyDra no snipe. The shots... Oh, that is tragic. Oh, I don't even know if he actually connected through the collat. Yuli didn't look like he'd lost health, but either way, that was close. Also, that is just another round on offense where, like, it's almost simple for Subliners. They've had a few different ways they've done it, but they're just effective at getting the bomb down at A. London have thrown the kitchen sink at trying to stop it. They've tried to bully out through open. They get 2-piece by Skyz. They actually work this site, and then you have Skyz in the back doing things like that. They've tried triple flanks. They've tried it all. They keep getting shut down, and now you got players like KiSMET in your base causing all sorts of problems. Him and HyDra out and about.
HyDra's dead. He's still active. He's roaming. The brakes have been pumped so hard. It's number 6. It's Nastie looking out for him. He's on that prowl. Got that A street covered for now. Will he hold it for long enough? Yuli, crack that door and you might be in trouble. Shots are done. HyDra knows something's abound.
We can certainly hear this player jumping around. Oh, yeah. This is it.
That is it. Done and dusted. Trades there, though. Complete. 2v2. 40 plus seconds remaining.
They're just so loud, though. And Skyz has the cross if they want to try to go to B. If they go back towards A, I mean, they're ready to set up for the pinch. And yeah, Skyz is reading this potentially the entire way. Nothing's crossed yet. You got to know the bomb's going to be going down at A.
Yeah, he didn't hear a thing, though. Both the Ravens players dead. He's now going to be finished. Scrapz might be able to get something nasty. Big win. KiSMET taken care of over to Skyz. And they can hear all of it. Not a single soul now playing with dead. He has to move. Good quick reposition. Love this. On the bomb. I'm not sure this is going to get checked.
Oh, my God.
Skyz might have done it. No.
Thank God.
Timing. Played by the Ravens. Map point.
Yeah, that's a desperation play like there for Skyz, because obviously they're just going to be throwing shoulders, check the bomb and whatnot. That was very close to finding the opening and the timing. So Skyz a dangerous player in these clutch sort of situations. Will make the high IQ play, but London there to shut it down. And they got the double trials coming through to make sure you take care of HyDra. And obviously Nastie, not only does he get the trade for Yuli on HyDra, wins the big one-on-one versus KiSMET up top. So Nastie certainly making plays. We are back to square one, where I think New York have been, perfect on their offensive rounds. They've done a few different tweaks here and there, but London have given them nothing to stop this A plant. That is square one. You gotta find a way.
Word from Stats, every round has been an offensive W.
Yeah, there you go.
Here we go. Subliners. We're looking at a round 11 if the stats don't lie. The Ravens have infiltrated the top side of the fortress. They are in. It is so quiet here on Al-Bagra. You can hear the seagulls. Bomb being planted down at A. It's a big old stun check. It's not going to land. Priestahh might be able to eat two. No! Big wins out of Yuli and the boys. Here comes the pressure. And it all goes now. HyDra cut down and a hail of gunfire. Yuli finds his second on the round.
I mean, hey, this is it. You got two players running around. KiSMET, he has found himself a beautiful corner, but he still has to get two, but you get traded out. It all comes down to Skyz. London can get this done on Bagger. You know he's in the back. You just need to trade him. No bolts connected for the 1v1, but a seam shuts him down. London Royal Ravens tie the series up.
There we go. Not to be fooled twice by the same spot. The Ravens learn. They get the bomb done. And that is it. 6-4. They take the search. And they're all gone. See you, mates. They're already hitting the brakes.
Sunlight. Yeah, wake up a little bit, you know?
We tie the series up 1-1 after that fantastic search and destroy. The Subliners come out swinging on an aBeZy, but there we go. Hotel's coming up next. Chance, what a fun bagger that was.
Absolutely. And again, London, I appreciate the fact that they are trying different things every single round to at least effectively retake the A site. And it might have taken them 5 tries at it, but they got it done in the final round. It's another sort of swarm through the P1 side of the map. This time, not necessarily all the way around, but I mean, efficient stuff. All the setups from London Royal Ravens, you can clearly see that they have been putting the work in. The tight setups, the coordination is there, completely on point with the teamwork. I'd say it's a few maybe communication breakdowns they had on the aBeZy, but when it comes to S&D, able to take care of business. The first blood's on point. Scrapz was a pick machine, and obviously that was the big swing round. That was the moment for the Scrapz 1v2 where he's able to shut it down, able to prop his team up just enough to get the win.
Yeah, crazy plays out of him. 11-6 from him, 11-7 from Skyz. They were the big ARs. Going wild here in this series. But there we go. Map 2 done. Hotel control coming up next. We will be seeing a HyDra hardpoint no matter what, so get your swimmers ready for that one, boys and girls. And if we have to go the distance, that hotel control. But for now, we will take a quick commercial break. On the other side of this, we're playing control. Don't go too far. This is the Call of Duty League. And after this one, someone goes up in the series. Through it.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28 only on Prime Video.
For a moment, ladies and gents, we got our Hummer extract mode. This is our big play from that embassy chance. It was that wild three-piece from HyDra.
And that is as easy as it could possibly get, man. Just a zapper. It's like reminiscent to me of like the sort of Dashy style where it's you just know the exact number of bullets it takes to kill, shoots that many, and just walks away. HyDra, yeah, when he's on point, one of the best POVs in the game.
Absolutely. HyDra got the boys home there on our GMC extract mode play. Lovely stuff out of him. One of the major turning points there in the embassy. While embassy was a distant memory, we go out of Bagra. The Ravens win that one. Now we descend on hotel for a control game. This one's going to be a good one. Chance again. As far as the matchup goes, recent form for the Ravens looking pretty solid. New York Subliners again, a little bit up and down. They haven't quite really reached the highs of Major 1. What are we thinking about this matchup now?
Well, I know on Hotel specifically, London, it has been like an all-year thing where their stats on the map are actually pretty good, except for their record. Their record is horrible in round fives. They're like 0-6, 0-7, but like they're a capable team on offense. They're not the best on defense, but still respectable. It has been just a clutch sort of factor
all year for this team. And I'd say for the series we have at hand, like, Scrapz has been fine. Nastie has also been the exact same way. So I think the ARs can go toe-to-toe with the Subliners. I'm fearful for Yuli when he's going against HyDra, though, because I know HyDra, that one, dropped a 30 bomb. Yuli had 1,400 damage and 10 kills. So SMG disparity potentially on the horizon. HyDra would be the man to turn up.
We'll find out. So far, it's a Simp. Gets himself 2 out of that. Nastie as well, up close and personal there with attack. No easy feat. There's a lot of pressure now. Thanks to the spawns over towards A for the Subliners. No one's really able to make it out just yet. We will get into that restaurant, and they should get on that point. Nastie, though, he keeps winning these fights, makes it a lot easier for the boys.
Yeah, still a relatively strong start on defense, though, for London, playing aggressive as well. Yuli truly hitting the full send, and obviously Nastie a little bit slower on the double chow coming through, so easy read for New York right there, and, well, lives all tied up, and Subliners now with only 1 body on the point, actually able to play much more aggressive. If they ever have an opportunity to oscillate over toward B, you see KiSMET, he's thinking about it, toying with the idea.
Slowly but surely. A's gone, though. It's going to be 2:05 on the clock, 25 lives apiece. Chandelier room is absolutely watertight right now for the Ravens. No one's getting in that way. They've backed on up, playing noise now over towards B. Here comes Priestahh. Yuli's got to go big here. He's doing this alone. Backs up, finds himself 1 good stuff. He's on a B now, but this shouldn't last too much longer. The Ravens should be able to get this player off. It's Priestahh, and he's dodging, diving, and weaving. Yuli finds another good hold. The Ravens still in control.
And that is a beautiful moment for Yuli as well. Again, I think a little bit of pressure on him, but he gets the big 2 in that moment, keeps things nice and stable, and there's no funny business as you have players like Scrapz already pushed out the back bedroom. So it is the setup that London want long term. They're going to have success, but short term, HyDra going to be a problem. Double flank is coming through.
Oh, here it comes. HyDra finds himself another one. It seems up next. Priestahh at the main desk. It's a power position in its own right. Big tags, though. Is the team going to check this? Yeah, he is. Good work. Takes care of HyDra. Now, a bit of a stack over towards the point. Subliners, they lose the man alive there on the point. The clock's still ticking away. Priestahh wins another one there from the desk. That's big. Life count still up by 1 for the Ravens, but the pressure is not over yet. You're on B now for the Subliners. Segment done.
Yeah, this might be enough just to sort of get them the round. Priestahh in too good of a position. Now you're going to have to flood through mid, but KiSMET and Skyz already staring at it, but they're left by themselves. It's only 1 more tick that has to come through, and yeah, KiSMET had to abandon his teammate. The swarm is in. Asim getting 2 from up top. Nearly makes it a 3rd. HyDra's reaction time just a little bit too clean, but London, they survive for a little bit longer.
Absolutely insane work. Just about a minute to go. The Subliners are still very much chewing at this one. They're not going to let it go yet. KiSMET trying to hold down this player in likes. Yuli wins it. Trades are there, though. Just buying time for the squad. Buying away those lives as well. 9-14. Subliners running out of time.
Oh, Sim's taking the round 2. He is going to be on a deep flank, taking his time. He spots both of these players out towards Hot Tub. Just to set him up for the old 2-piece if he can get it. You see the help through the middle of the map, and Asim right now facilitating and keeping things stable. Priestahh, the most aggressive player on the map, but yeah, good luck with this one. It's a vast at a close range, so Nastie there to shut it down, and this is looking like a round for London. 22 seconds to go. Last-ditch effort here for Subliners.
5 lives remaining for Subliners. Now nothing remaining. In they go. Nastie catches another one on top bed. Big kills. That should be it. The final 10. Priestahh cut down. That's going to be the round. Wonderful work there from the London Royal Ravens. Subliners early capture at A didn't amount to a whole lot. 2 minutes and 5. Well defended by the Ravens. They're first on the board.
And that's an impressive round to get as well, because as soon as Priestahh gets on the desk, they clear out everybody like a clean 4 dead. Everybody spawning up, but I think Subliners were only able to get 2 players ever on the point, so the stack wasn't the quickest. That gave enough time for players like Asim to flank through bedroom, and I think the first go around, Asim picked up 2 big kills. He did the same thing, like, 45 seconds later in the round, going on a massive flank through kitchen, and again, just chopping you down. So yeah, 13 kills in a single round. That's pretty good.
Asim absolutely frying. Here we go. A couple more here in kitchen for him. KiSMET's around the corner. Timing's not going to be there for him as KiSMET and Priestahh get their kills. Ravens, they're being pressured heavily towards the A side there. They take care of that player in kitchen, so the flank is safe. It's a 3-man hit over towards A. They're managing to get through with their lives as well. Asim gets another. The stack on A is already here.
And Yuli's in an interesting spot too, because he can actually be the cutoff man to feed intel. So efficient trades over on the A zone. Yuli there you see in the feed, able to take one before he falls, but that's just to slow the subliners down, who have effectively already chalked up the A zone. I mean, that was a 3-man swarm to make sure they funnel through B to keep things nice and secure. But I suppose if you go slow enough, subliners the opportunity to try to vie for map positioning. You can see doing a good job of trading things, but no, it is the true trunk. No one's fighting over towards A. Subliners, they're happy to defend B for the next 2 minutes.
2:02 game clock. Here we go. The approach now over towards that B zone. Quite loud right now. HyDra's going to get this kill. Luli, unless he snaps, Yuli's got to do something ridiculous to get this one. You checked it. You checked it. Your spidey senses are definitely tingling, man. You know something's up. Here we go. HyDra gets it.
You're right, man. HyDra, best corners in the game. Yuli checked every single corner except the one that HyDra was actually in. So that is just truly unfortunate. But Asim still long-term opportunity to make the play. You see KiSMET is very worried about the flank. The problem for Asim, every single one of his teammates just died. And while he's forced to make the play, KiSMET wins it. And you are back to square one. So there's 2 minutes and 2 seconds on the clock London had to work with. Well, it is 40 seconds gone. They've basically made no progress.
We're going to get some progress done here. 3 of them have made it into bedroom. Priestahh and KiSMET, they're in the wrong part of bed, but they might be able to get into the fight in a moment. Priestahh not silent, though, at all. Timing pays off, though. Takes care of the feet of Yuli. As he manages to get his one upstairs. So now it's a 2v2 in the bedroom side of the map. HyDra wins his from the zone. The slow and steady war of attrition by the bedroom side. Scrapz, though. Oh, he's starting to break the wheel. 50 seconds to go. You've got 3 members of the Ravens up, Skyz. Oh, dear. He's in a sweet spot. Does get the kill. Over another point we go. KiSMET with a pitch. Catches out Yuli. Will he get the trade? Does not. Scrapz stays alive. Your pressure is still there for the Ravens, but the numbers are there for the subliners.
Well, they're getting more kills, and now you actually have complete bedroom control. HyDra hasn't actually been able to push up and make a cross, so it's just the gunny from the front. HyDra is going to get traded. KiSMET able to make it through, but I think London might be heads up on it, or maybe not. KiSMET gets a single kill shooting a player in the flank, so time is now running out. KiSMET is now behind enemy lines. A lot of problems London have to solve.
Quick wrap back. Might be able to catch a player out. 15 seconds. Here we go. Ravens still not really making a move. They're waiting for the perfect set of kills. Daddy's done now for KiSMET. Find a corner, any corner. Dive into the fight. That's a big one. Final 5. No one's there. I don't even think Nastie's got time to get there. He got the kill, but I don't think he's going to be able to get in the zone. He does, but the cleanups are there. And despite a Ravens player being in the zone, the round is done. Subliners win the D.
Yeah, just too difficult. Subliners on point. Again, as soon as they chalked up the A zone, they had 2 or 3 players pushed up into couches, pushed up into bedroom, and there was maybe one window of opportunity where London were able to clear out their base, have those 50-50 gunfights up front. But again, KiSMET, as soon as he was able to get in bedroom a few moments after, it's just incredibly difficult to win those rounds. So Subliners bounce back, take care of business, found themselves some nice corners, and honestly just did a better job of dealing with the scene that round.
Here we go. Rounds up now for the Subliners offense. HyDra deals with the seam. The first blood's all his, man. You got players on towards A, and now you got the pressure in towards lobby as well. Seam back at it. Will you be able to go toe-to-toe again? Love this wide hit. Beautiful read from Asim. Immaculate play. Over towards A we go, though. The Subliners, they are in. Skyz, the one man on the capture. Oh, taken care of. They do get the segment, I believe, so that's a win regardless for New York.
Also a little bit dangerous. KiSMET on a 5 spree, looking for that cruise. Granted, cruises, again, like a 17% success rate, but doesn't hurt to have situationally, so he's playing a corner, waiting for this next kill to fall into his lap, and Asim thought about the donation, but heads-up gameplay right there for Asim. Hyper-aware.
So well played. Kiz with the hops, but... Well, Asim, look at this. I think he can see the back. He can, but not enough for the kill. Oh, my God.
Man.
What a chow from KiSMET. He wanted that cruise bad. Life is done, though, and so is A.
Asim's also everywhere. That was a 1v1 little battle right there where Asim is hitting him from 3 different spots. So tricky man to deal with. And now for Subliners, again, taking things slow to deal with Asim, who is now top bed. And Asim doesn't have too much help in this moment. So this is the opportunity for Subliners. They've gotten players in position, but that's a tough start. Yuli gets the first blood. You try to jump on a player to look for Asim. Scrapz is there for the coverage, and it looks like London will continue to be stable as time goes on.
Bedroom side of the map is so noisy right now. No one has Deddy. KiSMET's got the gun up, ready to go, but I see may have snuck down here silently, just based on the coverage of that concussion, but we'll see if he can sneak out a couple of kills. Yup, he can. There's at least one. Backs on up. He will be traded out, but over towards the lobby side of the map, Nastie, living up to the name, snaking his way forward, finding those kills, as does Scrapz. You've got a safe-looking B zone once again as the Ravens defensively looking strong.
Yeah, just try to be that facilitator. And by the way, when Scrapz is in this position, Asim has done this a few times, going on the flank. So this is a lot of Subliners players that he's going to be behind. There's number 1. Number 2 can't finish it, and that could be it for the Subliners. They just got all the kills, almost everybody off spawn. It's only Scrapz here behind enemy lines, but look at KiSMET. He is reading the doors.
Oh, he's all over it. Wait a minute. Yeah, there it is. It's actually HyDra from behind, but KiSMET, he and Priestahh on the stack. Second segment's on his way out. Big nays are there. Priestahh's trophy arrives a little too late. Yuli there with a gunfight. Ravens catch him out once again. 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate trophy. That is a big moment for Yuli to get that 2-piece. And wow, yeah, that is HyDra, though. That is a snap and a half. But it looks like it's going to be a deep spawn out. Only 40 seconds left on the clock, and you are not in the spot you want to be. Subliners are going to have to orchestrate this one. They're going to have to do it at lightning speed.
Well, the 3 of them making their way through mid. They might be the ones. Skyz has drawn a lot of aggression. Yuli read and dealt with. On to the point we now go from HyDra. Can Scrapz get out of spar in time? No, Skyz is still on the flank, still making the kills happen. Over to the front line, though. Asim has to catch HyDra out, and he does! Not enough for the kill, though. The trays are there. Brilliant play from HyDra. We're still capturing the point. Yuli wins his. Gets traded again. We've got the point in our hands. New York, don't let it go. This is your round. Anyone there? The answer, no. New York.
Oh, man. They had to do it at a lightning pace, Miles, and they got the job done. You got HyDra to the point. You had enough chaos on the flip side of things, and you were making sure mid-map stayed under control. So not fun to have to do in those mixing moments, but Subliners, that is the big swing round that they are able to get. Now you just got to keep things nice and stable for the next one, and they should be good to go from map 3.
Oof. Map point, New York. The defense has been good so far. Deep breaths, nail this, get on a HyDra. Here we go.
And him and Asim having like a bit of a square up battle as well. 21 for HyDra, 23 for Asim, but advantage for New York. Uli though, starting things off. Nice first blood. KiSMET annoying to deal with, and yep, snakes on point. Oh. Defense too clean. Give them 3, knock them all down. And London, welcome to the blender. You're back in your spawn.
Oh yeah. They're split somewhat, though, between kitchen and back parking lot. Subliners now just starting to peel away at those lives. KiSMET on a rampage. Deddy reset. That's perfect timing. He's going to be able to keep this play going.
I mean, you know, silent but deadly, but for him right now, it's silent and deadly. For Spree, but hey, eventually gets taken down. So London now with only 40 seconds on the clock have to have the square up gunfights over towards the A zone, and HyDra doesn't care what gun he has. He is going to laser beam you down. But enough pressure's been given up that at least London have 4 players around their zone. They are at this point just desperate to get it.
28 seconds, the clock has been stopped. It's a one-man capture for now, despite the fact that all of the Ravens are over there. They will be able to get something going. Good work from Nastie, plays his corner well. Got to watch out for Skyz on that flank, though. Slow and steady. They're getting the capture done.
And all things considered, this could have been around, I think, when New York could have played much more aggressive defending the A zone. Maybe Skyz will try to jump on it for the last second. Actually, Skyz, it's only a 1v1 gunfight over towards the zone. And he's going to get it just to be annoying, just to drag these players back. So you don't even have to be hyper-aggressive on it. Oh, no. They just make the big brain play in London again. Back to square one, back in the spawn trap.
Oh, go get the third. Nastie, though, has got to get out of freezer. Skyz now holding the line. This is for the map. Skyz wins 1. Snakes up, gets the second. The third, though, not there. In the Priestahh, gets the trades done, and just in the nick of time, Scrapz is on the point. Uh-oh.
He's reading the cutoff kills, too. Yeah, just to add a little bit of a dagger. You do get the A zone, but it was like a 3-life differential before Skyz jumped on that play. Now it's an 11-life gap, so... one small mistake again for London, and Skyz just finds the perfect moment to punish them. And now HyDra is continuing the punishment. They're going to be consistently spawning in kitchen, and at least they're for the double challenge to take HyDra down, but it is 6 lives, game on the line.
This could be the most unbelievable comeback in a game of control imaginable. It was 6-20. One kill at a time, one trade at a time. The Ravens trying to fight their way forward. They have space to get themselves on the B. Those two players going down. Nastie is in position now. He has to take care of the spawners coming out of Spa. And Skyz has just made it so hard. He's brought him down. Vicious approach, though. Asim, no, not done yet. Final 10. Here we go. And that is it. It's done. Nastie cut down. The Ravens lose it on defense, and the New York Subliners put up an astonishing wall. No one gets over that one. I'll be feeling great after that one. Skyz lit things up in a big way. KiSMET crazy plays as well. They take the lead here in the series.
And, you know, it's sort of the dangerous game you play. I'd say for London in those moments on the A zone, I like the strat of just leaving one guy on it and letting everybody push up through Shandy, push up through Blue, maybe see if you can get a clean 3 or 4 down and then jump on the B zone and like create those opportunities. I don't like that play when there's only 10 seconds left on the clock and like you're desperate just to capture the first zone. So they do it in a sort of a desperate moment, and Skyz literally the perfect timing he has coming on the kitchen flank and literally just winning a single gunfight and destroying the round that London could have had. So one small mistake will be a massive setback, and in both respawns there were identifiable mistakes London made that New York end up just picking them apart.
Not wrong, mate. It does sound like the Ravens didn't quite understand the severity of that situation, and Skyz, an incredible moment. We'll hear the highlights, ladies and gents, from that last one. HyDra had his way. Snakes on point. This was an outrageous set of kills as well. Another great spree from him. Another brilliant turn. As New York Subliners, the respawn mode still proved to be very, very strong indeed. We go to a HyDra in a moment of an out chance. Skyz had a real slow one. Looking back at the stats there, 5 and 14 in the second round. He certainly turned that game upside down there.
Hey, not bad for the bounce back if you go from 5 and 14 to making sort of the hero plays in the final moments. That's obviously a great thing, and obviously we're talking about the plays, breaking down specific moments. You also have the HyDra lights where another 30 bomb in the respawn. So again, HyDra just continuously unstoppable in respawn, will always be doing HyDra things. So yeah, he can giggle and laugh all he wants. He is a godless killing machine.
Confidence there from the New York Subliners, starting to soar. Will they keep it going into our next map? We'll find out in a moment, as HyDra once again a very, very strong stat line in the respawns. He was a monster on Embassy and a monster here on Hotel Control as well. Will he continue to be a monster, a Leviathan if you will, on HyDra? That is coming up next. The answer, what chance is that? Yes.
Yeah, that is, I mean, spoiler alert, HyDra is going to fry. He will be just fine. Whether or not New York win the game, that is a little bit tougher to predict, but HyDra certainly going to be having a good time.
We do expect it. Well, HyDra, hardpoint coming up next. Will HyDra have his way with the Ravens once again in the respawn modes? We'll see. If we do have to go, though, to that final map, that Hotel Search and Destroy, that does change things for me. We'll see how that goes. But, mate, HyDra, he's been unbelievable all series long. You're expecting another big performance out of him when it comes to this HyDra hardpoint. Will the rest of the team, though, back it up?
That kind of is a big question. Again, I know Nastie and Scrapz certainly in maps 1 and 2 were like putting on a decent one in the kills column. I know aBeZy certainly was going toe-to-toe in the previous map to sort of keep things alive. So like London do have the pieces. Again, I'd say their biggest problem was the AC hill on Embassy, those crucial mistakes, and even for their final round on offense, the small mistakes they made. So if they clean up their gameplay, they go toe-to-toe with the best teams in the world. Unfortunately, those mistakes have been a little bit consistent. Even if we're talking about the 3 pieces that have happened, it was on P3, on HyDra, where they just didn't watch the water route for Standy to just pop up and kill them and single-handedly break the hill. So it's those moments London needs to look to avoid. It means the comms need to be absolutely on point. And maybe a, I don't know, order on the phone, who knows?
Maybe a tweet or two, maybe. Yeah, maybe we're eating something. Maybe we're just texting the fan back home. All the Ravens fans from the UK, I hope you're enjoying yourself so far. Pressure is now on, though, in this final run-up towards Major 4. The New York Subliners as well. Can they get back to that big Major 1 victory? The taste of victory still in their mouth? I'd hope so. It's been a long way since North Carolina. Last time KiSMET was in Columbus, it was a win from him with the New York Subliners as well in that historic run towards champs in the Vanguard season. Of course, we saw Kremp do. Can they repeat it again? It'd be a big old win for them. CDL points on the line as well for the Ravens, trying to get out of that bottom spot, trying to get towards that top 8. Champs is still on the cards as well. Puckett, he wants to see the Ravens in the winner's bracket. This is it, boys. Got to turn things around. Map count will come into things as well. But this is the look at the CDL points again. This is the Ravens in 12th up against our 5th seed, the New York Subliners. Tough scenes already, chance, but a win here does put you on level with the Guerrillas and Florida Mutineers if you're London.
That's good news to be tied for dead last, I guess. But if you're having to jump past 130, like if you're down by this much, down by 60, I mean, you're preying on a couple's team downfalls. You're going to have to make massive runs. I mean, I don't know mathematically what it would require from London, but like we're talking ridiculous online performances of like already it hasn't been great at a 1-3 record. But like even next stage, they'd have to go 4-1, 5-0. They need at minimum like top 4 placings at both the major, if not outright having to like win one of them. So London certainly, you know, last ditch effort, I'd say, to try to make champs. But they can afford to play spoiler. I know on the flip side for New York straight up won an event and are still behind 2 other teams that have not won an event because they just getting outplaced on a consistent basis. I mean, you go from winning to a top 8 to a top 12. So New York, while the online stages have been great, certainly looking long-term to bounce back in majors.
That's the thing. These online matches incredibly important. This one, no different. Subliners, here we go. Match point as we dive into HyDra. Ravens trying to turn it around.
It's a good start from Skyz as well. Any potential flanks coming through. You see London have just had to pump the brakes. Both Nastie and Scrapz can't really afford to move on the map until they deal with Skyz. They send aBeZy on the flank to make it happen, and aBeZy does deliver you too. So it took a few extra seconds to make it happen, but aBeZy goes and kills your entire team, flips the spawns, and London, again, just like aBeZy, almost perfect when it comes to the opening break.
It was a perfect 4 down. Nice shots out of Yuli. Under 20 seconds going the way of the Ravens as well. However, Subliners resurgence now as they make their way forward, cutting them 1 man at a time across the map. Spawns, though, still in the hands of the Ravens' far right-hand side. We'll see them hold on to that for at least the first push or 2, but anything can happen here on HyDra.
And this is what KiSMET with the dead silence trying to make the play, and successfully at that. Movement is clean, but Scrapz there to take him down, and now it's just about the water routes. These are the types of things you can't afford to make the mistake in. Well, there's a challenge you just don't necessarily need to take. HyDra for 2, and aBeZy doesn't want the time. He wants to push up for positioning, and his teammate's going to get on it. So London trying to keep things stable, all the pressure coming through Dumb.
And aBeZy's in a very interesting spot here. HyDra's down there as well. He has a pistol to deal with it, but he has been dealt with through the front line though. Priestahh can't get past Yuli and Nastie. 30 seconds now ticking away. Yuli gets himself another Skyz atop dome. The power position for this point, and now roaming towards the next one. As the Ravens chance once again, strong opener, strong first sort of 2 hard points. Will they make 3 a goodie as well?
Well, it is a potential spawn awareness. I think aBeZy turns a little too late. So 15 seconds of scrap time, make no mistake, is good for the Subliners to get. And it looks like they're actually going to trade away a bunch of it. So Subliners are going to be very slow on this rotation. Priestahh is the first one here, and as long as he is alive, Subliners are going to be in a decent spot. No one from London was there for the trades.
Oh, Priestahh gets 2 out of that. That's big. The backline now, safe as you like. Spawns now from the New York Subliners close. Scrapz, though, gun is up, ready to go. Can he get anyone out of this? He does get 1. Nastie as well there. Still 2 players towards the backline. Nastie flying forward, hopping into the feed. Priestahh gets it. Skyz still keeping those spawns, though, for the Subliners. Time that'll open at the moment.
And this will be interesting for London. I mean, if they could sort of bully them away from like the top side and keep Subliners out of the hill, maybe you could chalk it up and count this as a win, but they basically put 0 pressure on the back spawns. And I was going to say, eventually you feel like New York's going to be able to make it through, but honestly, this has been a hill where neither team has really been able to collect. And even for the final moments, it takes HyDra to have to take down 2 just to get the final 13 seconds to Scrapz. So I'd say for London, maybe drop the ball a little bit, but made the best out of an interesting situation as the mixiness will continue. You have players all over the map.
Oh my. Priestahh can't get any more out of that life. New hard points up. HyDra with the water. Good reads, keeping mid-map safe. No one's getting across that hard point. Spawns, though, we'll see exactly where those Ravens players and the Subliners players spawns. Mid-map, foot race is on. Parallel positions in mid-map, but no one's really able to get another point yet. Last man up and kicking is Priestahh. Skyz now keeping the anchor at the back, as is Scrapz for the Ravens. A very, very precarious spot to be in on the hard point.
And well, yeah, now Scrapz is in as the most precarious situation possible, able to take down one. I just want to point this out, by the way. This is one of the lowest scoring games I think we've really had up to this point. We've had nearly 2 minutes shaved off the game clock, so I know it's a very rare situation for games to end on time, but this right now could be a contender because this is more time just sort of getting stripped away as London get the final 10 seconds. And they've crossed the, the 50-point margin, but still a very low-scoring game. The first time those Subliners have really had to be able to get a full setup on new. This is it. This is their opportunity to try to take the lead.
Here we go. Will somebody finally be able to truly hold on to a hard point? There's only a 10-second difference between them when they started up, and it's still ticking. Skyz, though, staying alive on the back here. Might be able to catch a player out, but who is that next to him? It's Scrapz. They're literally shoulder to shoulder. Game awareness on.
He's inside.
God, that looks so weird. It's a hard point. Kicking, man. Ravens are in. Oh, and they're looking fine so far. Open your eyes, Ross. It's the time now. Still going the way of London.
The minimap on this one will get you. You never know if players are running up top or swimming underneath the water. Always tough to tell, but I will say that was the first time Subliners got the full setup on a hill. It got broken down basically instantly. And it's still mixing is towards actual old. Subliners are like desperate just to collect any bit of scrap. It has been, again, almost an absurdly low scoring game. More uncontested time where neither team is collecting. And I suppose long-term, Priestahh could have been in a good spot to lock down spawns, but he wanted to chow, so he's going to die, as London are very slow to try to push through.
Oh, London, it's been an interesting game indeed. Let's now go for a quick listen in with the Ravens and see how they sound.
KiSMET.
I have all of them. P1 bridge. Priestahh P1 bridge. I have done with us. Get time, guys. He's still left. P1 bridge dead. Nice. Who are we looking for? Yo, one more P2 HyDra. P2 HyDra. They're spawning behind. They're going to spawn there. Get on time. Go on bridge spawn. Get on time. Yo, Sim's going for the flip. Just play the soak.
Play tight them. Get on time. Bomb down.
Choke on you.
Middle then.
Nice.
One Nessie up. Caesar.
Mulling you out. Push up everyone. Push watch out. Have you out. No, we'll play wall. Outside. Shack. Okay, there's two on hold. Outside water. This is a good time.
Nice. One more shack.
I'm going to go mid actually. That's that shack.
Watch top down.
Yo, top down wall thing. One shack. Right side home. Right side home.
Right side home. Okay.
See nothing.
Time. I'm swimming.
Top broken. Dead. Nice.
KiSMET's dead. Nice. I'm going Nessie.
No, KiSMET's going to spawn.
Time and zone. Last two. Time and zone.
Broken. HyDra's back broken. Back P4. Do you want to break from front here?
I got one front.
You guys play down.
You already broken.
HyDra's deep. I'm broken. HyDra was play. I'm going out.
Last kid top down.
Nothing clear. One's in the back.
Cut in the first spawn and then leave it.
Back P2, one shot dead.
Nessie in time. Last two. Nessie, push him. I got Nessie. Last kid time.
Time done.
Nice. I have a shove out. Sit down. Don't know you.
Okay, I can get Nessie.
Yeah, please get it.
Top broken. Dead. No. Get out.
I have Nessie.
Wait, get this
one. They're going to be playing for me. I'm low flowers. Going all the way around.
Push now. You go.
You're top down.
Nice. Go. Everyone go.
Let me get chased here.
There we go. That listening from the Ravens, a fun one indeed. Chance that dead from Scrapz. That rung right through my soul.
Absolutely, and even a good count towards the end of like, I'm just going to get him to chase me. So KiSMET has to put himself pretty distant towards the back spawns, but if his teammates are getting the kills up front, that just means KiSMET gets the block in. And York Subliners, again, it's been rare moments for them to be able to actually get truly set up on a hill and try to lock it down for a full 60. But this right now, about as good as it gets for the potential. You got a guy blocking spawns. Everyone else is spawning across the map, and they got to get past the front line of Priestahh before they can think about a contest.
Priestah's got so many angles to watch in this spot, and he's tagged up. He's not dead yet, though. Ravens are in. Upstairs, two of them have made it. Now to Nastie from down low. Oh, here comes the seam in the feed as well. Crazy trades. 30 seconds left on this point. And KiSMET in the cheekiest of spots to secure that time for now. HyDra downstairs, finding another one as well. 20+ seconds to go. The York desperately trying to get back into this, and this, it could be where they do it.
I mean, hey, this could be the first lead they have had pretty much the entire game. I think they got the first 10 seconds, and after that got picked apart, and it looks like they're going to be able to get it. They stabilize to get that final bit of time in the best hill Subliners have had by a mile. So if there's the call there, London now need the response. They effectively have a full setup over towards this new hill, and all things considered, this one might be a little bit easier locked down, but HyDra lying in wait. His teammates are putting pressure through P2. Now's his moment to strike.
Slowly creeping forward. Lead change again. Ravens in the driver's seat for now. Scrapz so sneaky. HyDra, it might be able to make something happen here quick. No, good guns from the team. Does his job. Yuli finds his as well. A great range there with the Vaznev. Priestahh now trying to get inside the hard point. Can he get any closer? Find a single kill as the Ravens put themselves in such difficult spots to be taken care of. They're still holding this point. 30 seconds remaining here, and this will be the closest anyone from the Subliners has got, and aBeZy cutting them down once again.
And honestly, God, it's kind of similar to what we saw in the S&D. Some of these setups are on point for London, and aBeZy can't get the third, but still takes down 2, and that is the perfect response that you needed. I mean, that is a bunch of little tight setups. No one making mistakes. Scrapz being patient up pop. Like, that is just an efficiency for London. On point in the moment, but now we go back towards the new hill, P4, P5, whatever it is, where Subliners, again, will be here first. Last time they got broken down almost instantly. This time you have HyDra much more aggressive on the map, able to slow it down just a bit as Subliners finally collecting that time.
Here we go. It's a 3-man hit down low waterside. Skyz should be able to eat these players up or at least slow them down. That's a great thing right now for the New York Subliners. Get that time. Yuli's now spawned on the other side of the map. You've got aBeZy hitting that very top side. Here comes Skyz. Doesn't get the pair of them. Scrapz now makes this a pinch.
Got a little snake standoff battle though. Scrapz almost knows he can't cross, and too many players getting sent in for the kill, and yeah, that'll be the cleanup. That is 3 in the feed right there for New York, so that is the patience on point when you need it. Nastie does get traded, so that is good time, and for only the 3rd time, I think, this entire game, we're gonna have another lead exchange. So Subliners with the smallest of edges, at least in the score column when it comes to new. And if you can flip spawns for P2 as they are getting all these kills, this could be the moment of the game.
Priesthah's making a run for it. He's seriously going for these spawns. He may have just got him. Scrapz, though, I think heard it. Yeah, reads it. Ravens maintain a small advantage. Just a second now in the lead. We'll see that change in a sec. What a HyDra this has been, Chance. It's not over yet.
Yeah, now you're almost like scared to jump the point. Subliners are going to hop on it first, but you're going to be getting swarmed from every single angle. So yeah, you expose yourself, you get picked apart. aBeZy with the water out's able to pick up 2, but good news for Subliners. 2 players spawn at new, 2 players spawn at old, so you got a pinch on P1 and an opportunity to lock down spawns, but it is a water standoff fight. You hate to see it.
It's crazy. 25 seconds left here on the hard point. Over 200 now for the Ravens. And they're soaking up that time. It's all down to Skyz to stay alive here. Scrapz on the cross. Lovely work. Holding it down. Stays alive. This is big from the Subliners. You sorely need it. But can Skyz stay alive and kick in here? He does. The second. Here comes aBeZy. Finally gets the kill. Ravens now in a position to maybe close this one out. 1 minute 24 on the game clock. Don't forget, that's coming down as well.
Yeah, look at what Skyz did, though. He spawns a couple of those London players out, so New York actually has the pressure on the hill first, but they don't have the spawns just yet. They're in time. They're collecting. They are working on this comeback, and it is the standoff on the time. Who's going to chow first? You got New York picking up the first kill, so HyDra, he's going to fly. He's soaring through. There's number 1. Number 2 should get traded. He connects. Subliners can't quite win it here, but by God, they could build a nice little lead.
Oh, my word. We'll see how it goes. Another lead change on its way. Here we go. Yuli diving forward. Wait a minute. It's a contest. KiSMET firing through the smoke. aBeZy with a team kill. Oh dear. It's another blunder from the Ravens. Lead change again. 20 to go. This could be it.
It will all come down to this final hill. We have made it past the P2 blunder where games always end. And Ravens have this set up first. KiSMET, good luck trying to get through this water. He is getting pelted with stun after stun where he is deep in the water, and yet you can't see through it. Nastie, that's unfortunate. That's honestly the start Subliners need, but they have to be quick on this.
Gotta hold this one down as well. Skyz playing the late flank. He's playing this very slow and steady. 1v1 against Yuli now on the back line. Wins it. That's big. Over now. The spawns are closed from the Subliners. It's not a pinch. It's KiSMET. Can he find a break or 2? 20 to go now for the Ravens. Into the point he flies. Catches nearly the pair. Oh my God. Final 10. New York have done it. aBeZy's got to go big. The hero now. KiSMET guns him down. Final 5 as New York. They've got it done here on HyDra. What a break. What a play. Big series out of the Subliners.
Oh my God. And like Skyz literally wins the one gunfight in the back. And if that player on London, if they just don't chow for an extra split second, KiSMET would have spawned across the map. Instead, they died, open up the spawn. KiSMET spawns even closer than Skyz was and goes in instantly, makes the break on that time. I mean, that is, hydro electric almost at its absolute finest, right? You got KiSMET just down low underneath the water, Nastie staring straight at him. Nastie just can't see him. KiSMET can see him clear as day, and little moments like that go such a long way as a heartbreaking loss for London. If I had $1.
Oh, you'd have about $20 to $30 chance, I think, at this point in time. But 250, 231, hydro, electric, and electric it was. All about that renewable here in the CDL. A mad map indeed. What a funky one. As we close out the series 3-1, New York Subliners, kudos to them. They walk away with a big dub. Man, that was some series. Another wild hydro. The only other time we nearly saw it go down to the game clock as well. I mean, at the start of that one, incredibly low scoring, a super interesting one, very fun indeed. But hey, man, always delivering on hydro.
The map that single-handedly powers the GMC Hummer EVs, gotta find the renewables when you get it. But yeah, the map is wild. I simply will never understand it. It's like a brand new look every time. You literally never know what to expect.
No, whether it's crazy spawns or big plays, we don't see too many kills from water to surface there with that kill from KiSMET to Hut to Nastie. Another defining moment in another crazy series was done from Chance and I. It's now over to the beautiful desk.
Thank you, Miles and Chance. Wonderful casting. You guys are beautiful humans. I like keeping you on camera as long as we can here at the CDL. There they are, full screen, especially Chance. He's so happy all the time. Can we talk about this series? Not only did it have spectacular casting, but some entertaining games. More entertaining than we expected from London, as they were able to push the Subliners here. It only went 4, Allie, but these were tough games the entire way for the Subliners.
You know what, Chris? No, we can't talk about this game, but we can talk about this play on this map. It is our scuff play of the game here at the end of this hard point, and it is New York Subliners clutching up here at the end. I mean, it was just a hard point trading back and forth, some money hills between London Royal Ravens and New York Subliners, but it's this final P2 hold. They didn't have the rotation. They break through the front, and then they flip out spawns near the end of P3. And it's KiSMET with a big 2-piece.
Yeah, aBeZy does a good job on that P2, stopping them from getting the time that they would need to win the game, because they could have won it after they popped that 2-piece in the back. So they have to secure rotation, and right when it's getting ready to rotate towards P3, I was so worried for London, because it feels like every single time on this rotation, when teams push out towards P1, but player dies, he spawns in Narnia, and then they get broken, and we saw sort of the similar thing happen here. It's so tough to control P3 the entire time, just because of the nature of the spawns. At the end of the game, you feel like you want to stack, but you also have to commit to the back.
Yeah.
aBeZy tried to make a heroic effort in reflank, just doesn't work out, and we see New York take the win.
Tough loss there for London. They can't force a second search to destroy, and it's the Subliners who now improved to 3-1, and they're going to join the likes of Vegas Legion, Atlanta FaZe, LA Thieves. We now have 4 teams with 3-1 records as we're looking to lock in our final 8. Nameless, final thoughts on this series before we move forward with the show?
Sure, yeah, I mean, I think the control, there was some opportunity for London throughout it. I think about that offensive push that they had. They lost so many lives trying to get A, and you could find yourself in that situation on Hotel where you're just trying to flood through kitchen, you feel like you need to get control, and then you just get mowed down, and by the it's all said and done, you're down 10 lives. Like, you have to get through mid and try to get control of dub and then make plays through kitchen. It's like your only option on that map. Unfortunately, London falls into the trap, and they get mowed down by Skyz and company. And New York, I mean, a relatively solid victory. The map 1 was pretty dominant, and when they needed to go clutch, they did.
All right, so now we know 2 of our teams in the lower bracket will be the London Royal Ravens and Toronto Ultra come Major number 4 next week. Subliners improved to 3-1 with 1 match still to go, and we'll find out what they can do against Boston in their final match on Sunday. As we take a look back at this series, though, let's relive some of the spectacular weekend. This time it's HyDra.
Yeah, this is the play on AC where he goes up the ladder. We saw it earlier as a Hummer extract. Wow, I don't know why I couldn't get that word out. Mode play of the game where he gets this 3-piece. I mean, he just had Deddy Pop. Nobody heard him come up the ladder, and unfortunately, comms can't come through that quickly. So this is when I believe he goes on an 8 spree as well. He got 2 streaks during this map number 1, where the London Royal Ravens at one point were up 77 to 6. Priestahh was 0-7, and the match ends up being NYSL 250 to 131. So huge regain out of them.
Chad's going crazy right now watching the HyDra replays, and CDL dude says HyDra is a god. HyDra for the win. He's a cheat code right now, and he's going to be joining the show here in a moment. So if you have a question for HyDra, put it in the chat right now as we take a look back at the standings. Major 4 is just 2 days of competition away. Subliners, 1 more series to go against Boston Breach, and we'll see what else is going to happen in that huge chunk of 3-1 teams.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that so many teams are tied right now. We're looking at Seattle Surge that could also join that 3-1 tie. We're looking at Boston Breach that could join that 3-1 tie. It's going to be a lot of head-to-heads heading into tomorrow.
HyDra's on the show right now. Let's talk to the Frenchman. And HyDra, I have to ask, how does the Vaz feel right now? Because if you were watching any of the games this week, there has been a superstar sub-performance on every team. Today was yours.
I don't hear anything.
You don't hear us? HyDra!
No way, we're just yelling.
What's good?
Hi, HyDra!
I wish I could speak sign language. I wish you knew.
Wait, I can hear now.
Can you hear me?
You can hear us?
Nice.
I can hear.
Yes!
Welcome, brother.
Paco, talk to me about today. How did it feel playing against London? You looked on fire in the SMG role.
I was feeling myself today, to be honest. I was shooting really straight. I was feeling confident. And yeah, that's it.
Did you do anything different to warm up today?
I drink a Gatorade instead of McDonald's Cokes. Yeah.
I noticed that. I was like, what is
Switch it up. All right.
You can notice it? Yeah, no, I drink all of it. So yeah, I'm gonna like turn today.
Subliners with a new Gatorade sponsor. I'm ready for it.
I mean, turn today. I mean, HyDra, to be fair, I feel like you turned every series.
I didn't think about this. Sorry. Wait, sorry. What
No,
did you say?
you're good. You're good. HyDra, I want to ask, where do you guys feel your strongest game mode is right now?
Probably SND, I would say. Okay. We're kind of struggling in our point, but I feel like we're getting like better every day in our point. And I feel like control we're like kind of like decent too, but we're getting better like every day. So I would say like SND probably.
HyDra, it's not often that we get to pick your brain when it comes to Call of Duty. I want to ask you, you guys started off stages 1 and 2, 22 and 12 in hardpoint. Since then, it's been 6 and 10. What has been the biggest difference, in your opinion, in your guys' hardpoint game? What have you been trying to relay to the team to fix the HP?
I feel like since the update, like the hardpoint really like changed. It's like not like squad spawn and all that stuff. So we've been really like trying to like understand like our own game plans, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I don't know
sure.
if that makes sense, but does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure. But yeah, we've been like really like trying to like try like different game plans, I feel like, in scrims, and it's probably why like it's not like we're struggling on it but like we're just trying like different things. So obviously we don't really know like what's like the best to do for like the team.
Yeah, so trying things out, different breaks, different rotations. Yeah, it's looking good.
Yeah, different like break. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Paco, final question for you. Up next, you have to play against Boston Breach. They will be playing today. Will you guys be watching Kremp and his VOD, or do you just plan for your own game?
Oh, I play my game. I don't need to watch Kremp VOD, Awakening's VOD. They can do whatever. I'm just playing my game, and we'll see tomorrow. Is tomorrow the match? Yeah.
That's the answer we were hoping for, brother. Best of luck in your final series. Congrats on the win today.
Thank you.
That's HyDra. The Subliners get a win, and we got the man on the mic. I love having him doing interviews. His English is perfect.
He looks so comfortable in the interviews. He used to always be like, I don't know what to say.
I'm not doing it.
He's getting so much more comfortable. Love it.
Crushing it. We got to go to a quick commercial break. Before we go, quick reminder. Pick up your gear. It's a live commercial. Shop.callofdutyleague.com. We've got the newest hoodies, hats, jerseys, and more. Pick them all up right now. And of course, if you don't have your physical gear, you can get your digital gear. We're in the video game, and you can get yours for just $9.99. Pick it up today. Call of Duty League Team Packs. We're going to commercial break. When we come back, it's more Call of Duty 3 matches to go. It's a good one when we come back. If you're a Mutineers fan, nothing to lose against a team that needs this win more than ever. Vegas Legion looking to catch the Røkkr after this.
Give me the smoke. I want it all. When they saying take a toke. I love the hate. I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when I'm talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke. I want it all. When they saying take a toke. I love the hate. I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke. I want it all. When they saying take a toke. I love the hate. Give me the smoke. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke.
Match 2 of 4, it's Super Saturday, the final one before Major 4, and we have a battle not really for Major 4 implications, but for season-long implications. Let's take a look here as Vegas is taking on Florida Mutineers. Both teams are outside of the top 8, and that's where you need to be to compete for COD champs. Now, if Vegas wins this, they will not only tie the Røkkr, they will have the map win percentage to take 8th place from Røkkr. So that's what's on the line for Vegas. On the other side, Mutineers, you're 6 games back, right? Eventually, you need to make up ground, and there's only 6 qualifier matches, including tonight remaining.
And so only 7 wins on the series. One of them was against the Vegas Legion. Granted, it was back last year in December is the last time these two teams matched up. And so the rosters were very different on both sides of things, but maybe some opportunity.
All right, Nameless, this could be a trap game for Vegas because if you look at their wins, they're against tough squads like Toronto. Their losses, though, they're against teams like London. So as we take a look at the maps and modes, where could Vegas falter in the best of 5 here today?
Well, I mean, we've seen both these teams play Expo, and they both look pretty good on Expo. We saw, Florida go up against the Toronto Ultra, where they outslayed the crap out of them. It was just a couple moments that they threw away. Mercado Hardpoint, I do think that the Hardpoints do favor Vegas heavily in this series, but in those search and destroys, last time these guys played against each other, Florida beat them, and they did it through both search and destroys. And we're going to El Asilo that Florida and Vickle in specific has been fantastic on.
All right, let's get the official predictions. Allie, kick us off. Where are you going? What's the series?
Vegas Legion for sure. Probably 3-1.
Vegas 3-1. Nameless?
I'm going Vegas 3-2. They tend to play down to their competition. Versus the bottom 4 teams in the league, they are 2-5 on the season, but I do think they get it in 5.
For some reason, fella's just too powerful. He causes problems for everybody. Lando, study. Am I right, or how terribly wrong am I today, Lando?
We'll see, Chris. I'll be honest. Some of your predictions at times, start to waver, but I've got some confidence. I've got some confidence that we maybe could have a good series today. Jay, how about yourself? What do you feel like?
Well, this is a tough series, if you ask me.
Come on.
When they looked at the maps and modes, I'm pretty sure in the first 4 maps combined, Florida Mutineers have less than a 20% win rate. So this is going to be a very, very difficult series for the Florida Mutineers. They just brought Vico in for this stage as well. And Vegas Legion, they're playing lights out. You saw that series yesterday versus Toronto. Standy was a god.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I mean, Standy is unbelievable. Whoa,
oh,
Jay,
look at him. Whoa, the guns are
out today. The gun show. Pow, pow.
Wow.
He might actually drop a 2KD today. This is possible.
He might have woke up inspired, tuned into some twitch.tv/censor, and was just like, this is the guy that I need to be like. And he's pretty swole, man. The guns are out. I'm excited to see what
figured out. The guns. I'll be honest, I hope for stream's sake, he maybe doesn't even win this game, because who knows where he could go after this. Anyway, into the Mercado we go. Game 1, Vegas Legion taking on the Florida Mutineers. Jay, we obviously talked a lot about the Legion, but for the Mutineers, there hasn't been a whole lot of positive chatter around them lately. 5 series in a row they have entered and they have lost. What could be the difference maker for them today?
It has to be the respawns. All throughout this stage, they are 1-5 in hardpoint. They are 0-4 in control. So that paints the perfect picture. You have to win a respawn versus a team like Vegas Legion, who tend to struggle versus our bottom 4 teams. Like the Des touched on, a 2-5 record versus those squads sitting from the 9th to 12th seed. So if you are Florida Mutineers, it all starts by just at least taking 1 respawn, because their S&D has been about 50-50. Great start to this map, number 1 with a 9-point lead, but at least Vegas Legion set up around this P2, trying to get back and take the lead for their own. All out pressure through bar.
This is a big hard point off the rip. We'll see if Florida can make an early break. That's exactly what it feels like they might need when it comes down to this series, is get off to a good opening start, find an early break. Maybe Vegas have to work, but so far that has not been the case through our first 10 seconds. TJ with some crafty spots ends up really having to make Florida Mutineers work for every single bit of map positioning toward the back alley. That is 2 attempts done and dusted. We'll see how Florida can do on their 3rd
jaunt here in toward top cantina, and right now it's a shooting gallery, Jay. That is 8 combined as a team. Wonderful work so far for Vegas.
And now the Mutineers have to chalk this one up. You have to make sure you set up properly over towards that 10 hill. They usually don't find a lot of success on some Mercado hardpoint. 1-8 overall record, 11th in breaks, 9th in holds, 10th in rotations. Nothing is good for the Florida Mutineers, so you just have to make the game a lot easier for yourself, and that's win that rotation off the rip. And then you get some easy kills as Vico is able to find 2. They're trapping the Vegas Legion all the way towards the back of blue. And now they should be fully set up to get some much needed time off of this 10 hill.
Yeah, so as we fly in for 10, Florida aware of the spawns, aware of the positioning, and of which Legion are going to come from. Vico, a big spot. I believe this is his 3rd series back in the lineup. So far, he has struggled in hardpoint. He's definitely had his mode, search, destroy, control, much better. But right now on a 4 spree, and trying to wheel Mutineers right back into a wonderful position. Still down by 30, but right now they are locking down 10 well. It's not just Vico, but it's also Capsule putting in the work. That's 8 combined between the two.
Yeah, that's the perfect response right there from the Florida Mutineers. And you already pay attention to your mini-map. Look at the positioning of Brack. He has snuck his way all the way through back barbershop. He's going to be the first player for Florida Mutineers, but the stun comes in from Standy. He gets the info. He goes for the child. He's able to take him down. So it was a great hole from Florida Mutineers to get themselves right back into this game. They should be able to take the lead with this remaining 10 seconds, but they lose those rotation over towards Barber. Vegas Legion have the opportunity to take the lead right on back.
So if they'll be able to do it so far, good stuff coming in from the Mutineers. It just feels like, Jay, at least in the cast that you and I have had, I don't know, when it comes to the respawns, it feels so heavily like it's on the shoulders of Capsule. But we've seen DJ Cap go off for some incredible performances, and then he'll have like a series where he goes into Minnesota and goes double negative in pretty much all of the respawns. A fiery SMG, we saw him on Boston Breach last season, have some incredible moments, and they are desperately going to need him today. He drops, and so do the rest of the Mutineers. A lovely 3 down in the feed as Vegas racking up the time in barbershop.
Yeah, so far these teams are just trading blows. Vegas Legion, every time they had to hold Florida so far, they at least responded with 1, but now it's Vegas Legion's turn with a flawless 60 over towards Barber. There's going to be another 3 dead, and now off the rotation, it's going to be Donnie Temp. Mr. Don making it rain in towards 10. Able to hold down this position for his team. Temp and Standy combined for 2, so they put themselves in the advantage, at least for now, but a couple close spawns going in for the Florida Mutineers. You just have to be able to win your gunfights. Temp and TJ cut down 2. Temp still holding down top 10 until the trophy is actually going to take care of him, and that should be Florida Mutineers trying to get set up in a mixy hill towards P5.
It is absolutely chaotic. Standing just how manages to get out of dodge for the moment. Eventually falls, but that is just really what is this new Vegas Legion roster now, Jay. It's like Temp ends up dropping. Well, not yet to face off against the layers of Standy and TJ. Even Clay's having a wonderful time right now with Vaznev in hand. But as Florida currently look good for the final 30 seconds, we will see how the remainder of this fight goes down as we step aside and go to listening with Vegas Legion.
Yeah, he's gonna go tunnel or Barber to Nero.
Fly.
I think he's going tunnel to Nero.
Already lights.
Tunnel.
On me, dark. One is dark on me. Cactus. I don't know where this kid went, bro.
I'm looking at my own mid right now.
I'm on tunnel right now.
Got me long, Vickle.
Mid tunnel. Mid tunnel dead.
Go back. Bracken.
I have my own tunnel.
I'm looking short. I'm looking short.
3. Let's get old. I'll get time.
This guy old.
Watching my own tunnel for right now.
There's a guy
on me, Barber. Get ready to help me, Barber.
Barber, guys.
Got guy on old. The rest are Barber.
Stunning over Barber. I'm nading over Barber. Got
one.
Somebody come.
Barber. Enter Barber.
Coming in.
3. Last take. You need it.
There's gonna be more Barber. More Barber. More
Barber, guys. More Barber.
Gotta help Barber. I'm mid.
Barber. Give it low.
Shooting guys
on mid right now.
More mini. They're hitting low. 2 low and 1 top.
2 low, 1 top. Big win.
Top, 1 shot dead.
Low,
too low, man.
I can help you.
Too low. Finesse.
Low, weak. Throw nades. They have no trope.
We come point. On me, roof. Under roof. Other side of roof, guys.
Search. Weak. He's hitting your head.
A search dead.
Nice too.
He's inner stairs, I'm pretty sure.
Don't see him.
Everyone's inner stairs. I'm just preeming over hill.
I do this one.
I'm running out.
Don't hop up.
On team inner.
Hopping.
Could be there.
Is that time?
I got time.
Let's hit this together. Let's take Barber. Let's go. Deep right. I'm challenging Barber.
Alright, jump it up.
I'm gonna fly.
Take Barber control, guys.
I'm seeing.
Not a bad check-in with the Vegas Legion, I will say, Jay. Not a ton of energy, but at least nobody's roasting anyone else.
Yeah, that's a good thing, right? Definitely the energy wasn't there. You're going up against the Florida Mutineers. You're probably not going to want to start off with that high intensity. Want to work your way into it, but Florida Mutineers, they've been able to respond once again. The entire time towards Cantina, it's so far been all Vegas Legion. And every time Florida Mutineers need to respond, they've done a great job of doing so. But that being 2 down, though, Vegas have the bodies in this situation to potentially find the break. The blue spawns come in right behind for the rest of the Florida Mutineers players as Vegas Legion eventually get on in. But it's still a contest fest. Absolute mixy going on right now.
Pretty much a neck down to this game. As we really see the final few seconds go down at the parking lot, it is going to be what, around 15 points in favor of Vegas. But right now, man, when we talk about the Florida Mutineers, as you said, they've been hanging in there. Respawns by no means have been solid for them so far throughout this stage, but up to this point, it feels like it's been Capsule and Vehicle really leading the way for the squad. We'll see if Brack and Fellow can begin to get things going. I mean, you imagine if they can get spawns for Cantina, get those guys toward the top side, there is definitely a chance, but that's what both teams are battling for right now. The bottom side of the map very well could decide how the remainder of this hard point looks. Maybe Vegas getting more in the driver's seat, or maybe Florida overtaking the lead.
Yeah, Florida right now, they're just trying to find the right kills at the right time. And then with that being 2 dead, this is where you can potentially be aggressive through tunnel. The only player on this side of the map is going to be Clay, but with him staying alive in this position, his teammates are now going to spawn on him. So if you are Florida Mutineers, try to get as much time as you can off of this P1 hard point while you're trying to flip these spawns. Great work to put that pressure onto the blue side. Now you can challenge through Barber Alley. Vegas Legion, they have not budged once. They have not had any opportunities where potentially one player is going to spawn out. They've been holding down Cantinas to the best of their ability as Stanny and Temp combine for 2 again.
And with Temp, big gunfight, not able to win that, so it's going to be a quick 2 down. Stanny has to lunge forward, has to dive on forward. So consistent, so solid. Does eventually drop, but at least lightens the load for Clay. How long can the veteran stay alive? The cavalry is finally here, but TJ, he drops toward the backside. 40 seconds still to play for, and right now it's Mutineers who've got the numbers.
And this is the first time Mutineers are able to break a hill like Cantinas on Vegas Legion. 11th in the league, but at least they find some success right now to potentially take the lead as Vico lines up that shot onto Temp. Actually had the opportunity to play some rank play with my guy Vico this morning. He promised me that today was going to be his show. And so far sitting at 28 and 13, he is doing it for his roster. As the Florida Mutineers, they are able to take the lead. He's winning some insane gunfight, 6 SP. Time to get out with your life. What else can Florida Mutineers do?
Oh, numerous sprees there for Vico, and right now trying to lead the charge is the other SMG and Capsule. He's found the lane, eventually falls into 1v2 inside of the point. Mr. Newberry is able to take it, and now he's got another battle inbound. Temp, eager to jump through the doorway, does not want to give away these points. Eager to jump back inside of the objective, but here comes Florida again. Just knocking on the door as Vegas Legion have just now eclipsed 200 points.
Oh, Vegas Legion, they don't have more bodies on this side of the map. They have one player spawn all the way across, but he was trying to set up the pinch. Fellow goes big. He's able to cut down 2, and now Clay has to put the pressure on to not allow Florida to win, but with only 25 seconds left. You can chalk this one up if you are the Mutineers. You can no longer win here. Everyone should think about that rotation, and they're already going to be late because 2 Vegas players are set up early.
Vehicle is trying to cause a little bit of a stir when it comes down to the scrap time, but yeah, the focus is in toward the barber shop, and take a look at those close bonds for the Mutineers. All 4 players ready for a trim, ready to cut down the opposite side as there goes Clay. Temp at least able to lighten the load a bit as we pause for a moment. And Temp with the snapper cuts away Vico. We really go for another headbutt inside of the point. It's Fellow who's able to take it. A team kill happens, but Clay still forcing his way from the front. Standy drops by the wayside. 8 more seconds. And oh my! Florida, it could be the Mutineers coming away with the game 1 victory, and that will do it.
What an opening hard point from the Florida Mutineers, man. Every time they needed to have a response, they got it done. In the final moments, it came down to that last push towards Barber Alley, and you thought Vegas Legion, they were set up. They had 2 players early on in that position, but they could not take down Capsule. Trades are going back and forth. Unfortunately, Standy gets a teammate, but Capsule was the most important guy. He's able to find 3 kills in those final moments to relieve some of that pressure for his teammate who was still sitting in the hill. And then eventually the Florida Mutineers are able to clutch up on this game 1 hard point. Vegas Legion, basically almost everyone positive besides TJ. They were doing everything that they needed to do, rotating early, flawless setups over towards Cantinas. But when you got to that third rotation, Florida Mutineers needed one break. They got that one break in towards P2. They kept P3 scrappy. And then when you got to the P4, captured with the final 3 to close out this hard point. What a banger to start this series as the Mutineers go up 1-0.
Yeah, and it's just impressive, right? Because as we said, coming into this hard point, right? Vegas looking so much better in HP, really, since the start of this season. We talked about it, right? For Florida, 1 in 8 on Mercado coming into this. What are they thinking with the map set? Well, all they had to do, man, was just stick with Vegas, right? Just keep with Vegas, wait for your opportunity, and they were able to seize it. They pretty much put the SMGs in a position where it's like, hey, you guys win these fights, we win this map. And they absolutely strike. As you said, in the second set of rotations, it was clinical. It was wonderful work. You saw Brat going big over at 10 to allow for those early points to go the way of the Mutineers. Just excellent execution for, I know, Jay, we're talking about, trying to reach the top 8. What a moment this is for Vegas. What a massive W would be for them to improve their seeding moving into Major 4. But we talk about confidence. We talk about just season outlook. This is a huge series for the confidence of Florida. And right now, you can see it in those player cams. They are feeling it after that Mercado dub.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely feeling, man, because that's a map that they probably were expecting to lose. Going up against a Vegas Legion squad who looked great in their series versus Toronto Ultra. You know what Standy is capable of, but I just want to rewind back to that listening. You said there was no energy, and I could feel it in that gameplay. If you think about a listening with Vegas Legion yesterday versus Toronto, that's probably totally different in a map number 1. Now they're probably thinking we're going up against Florida Mutineers, an easier opponent. We should be able to take care of this with ease. But that's not the case, man. You have to be on point in every single match, because you can get caught slipping. And right there, Florida Mutineers took full advantage of it.
Well, that's what the desk was touching on, right? The stats suggest that Vegas kind of plays to their competition level. If they're facing off against the best teams in the game, that's when we see Vegas at their best. When they face off against the bottom 4 teams, it hasn't been a great record all season long. And I tell you what, Jay, I mean, granted, this is wonderful for Vegas, right? They've got their first winner's bracket spot. With CDL history, we talk about franchising-wise, wonderful. Now is not the time to take the foot off the gas pedal, right? You can improve, you can get better. And as you said, it's just not the comms you want to see, the gameplay that you want to see, and that opening hard point. And we talk about it for Florida. I mean, take advantage of what you've got. If Vegas are not going to come out, play that strong, this is your chance, right? To maybe come out and walk away with maybe an early map or 2.
Oh, 100%, man. Like, if I'm Vegas Legion, I'm literally telling Standy right now, put the sleeves down, brother. We gotta lock in. TJ, turn the cam on. Clay, put some gel in your hair, because you can just feel it's completely different for the Vegas Legion. They're probably thinking, job already done. We got winners bracket for the major. We beat Toronto Ultra, the team that we wanted to get revenge for our guy Standy. But now they have the opportunity to tie up Minnesota in points, and they're coming out here with no energy. Sleeves rolled up. We got to bring it back down. We got to get back down to earth. And I think after that map number 1, so when you hit that full reset, all right, guys, we got to lock in, because this is a series we drastically need.
Yeah, they absolutely do. As we said, winners bracket secured, but the job is by no means done. Still one more series to go for both of these teams. Las Vegas Legion, a 3-1 record, as we said, man, off of the massive W yesterday versus Toronto Ultra, and it was mostly at the hands of that man. Stash Standy could be a staple moving forward. We'll see about the sleeves. Maybe if they win this series, it's definitely a possibility on land. But I know, Jay, we're talking about Vegas, not the greatest opening hard point for them, but we can't take it away from the guy. Standy, the team yesterday, was phenomenal over the Ultra.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. To get a win like that, we know it's something about revenge games. When you first join a CDL squad, you get dropped by that team. It's literally a rule. Sam Octane tweeted it, that you have to be able to get the revenge on the team that dropped you. And Standy was able to follow that rule in such a dominant series yesterday. But now, it's all about this search and destroy. Florida Mutineers, this has been their only light shining moment in this mode, has been search and destroy. I said it, they were 1-5 at hardpoint. Now make that 2-5. 0-4 in control, but search and destroy has been the game mode where they have been able to take maps over some of the best teams. Like we even saw it versus Atlanta FaZe, beating them on the undefeated Embassy search and destroy. So if you are Florida Mutineers, up 1-0 in this series, this is the most comfortable you can possibly be in going into a search and destroy, where you usually find some success.
Yeah, and that's, I don't know about you, man, but it just feels like, for at least my eyes, when I look at this team across the board, all 4 players it feels like this should be a team who is very good at search and destroy.
Yes.
And, you know, we talk about the end of a season. If you are a team that is struggling in the respawns, which, as you called it, as you talked about when it comes down to the stats, this is a team who has struggled in the respawns. S&D can kind of be your lifeline. Like, how many rosters have we seen that Fellow has been on where they have just been a wonderful search destroy team that can have a respawn W here or there? We know what Brack is capable of. Vehicle, when it comes down to challengers, their numbers were insane. And then you had Capsule, who was the guy who basically was the superstar in search destroy for Boston Breach to kick off Vanguard.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that this team can start to become more consistent in it, because as you called it, they beat Atlanta FaZe on aBeZy, give them their first loss so far this season, and they come out versus Toronto and they look flat on that same aBeZy search and destroy. Do you feel like there's a consistency that is lacking with Florida when it comes down to their search destroys? What do you want to see them do here that maybe you have or have not seen them do previously?
I think the consistency is obviously due to the roster change. Like, keep in mind, this is only Biko's third match, so they probably are all the strategies with Havoc. Now Biko's got to come in, you got to switch it all up. But like I said, I had the opportunity to play with Biko this morning in rank play. He was just telling me, Jay, we've been putting in time. We've been getting a lot more in sync with each other. The chemistry is starting to develop. And so far, it's been showing. So now in this search and destroy, the biggest thing that you want to be able to do versus a squad like Vegas Legion, who love themselves some hotel search and destroy, is to simply not give up the first bloods, man. You give up the first blood to Vegas Legion, they have a 70% chance at winning the round on both offense and defense, where it's a little better at 83%. So if you are Florida, do not drop first.
Yeah, exactly. And for Florida as well, Jay, I know that they have struggled when they have gotten first blooded. So I think it's a 13% win rate here in Major 4. So picks absolutely essential, as we will see a quick little draw. Both teams like, hey, you know what? Didn't feel well about the opening round. Let's reset. And that gives us a chance today to talk a little more about this Hotel Search Destroy. Another map where it could be a little bit deceiving. I know you were chatting with Vehicle, like you said, early in the grinding hours this morning. Maybe it's a map that, you know, reads as 1 in 5, but it's a map that maybe Florida had been comfortable on when it comes down to scrimmages, things of that nature.
Well, so far we saw it in map number 1. They were 1-8 on Mercado Hardpoint, and they come out and they clutch up in the very end. So all these maps, the way they have 1 or at least 0 wins on, they're probably a lot more confident with Vico on the lineup. So even with sitting at a 1 in 5 over a record on Hotel, they are dead last in every single category. Attacking rounds 12, defending rounds 12. First Blood's 12th. They are dead last in everything. So everything tells me that Vegas Legion should be able to come out and take this search and destroy. But if Vico has anything to say about it, if Capsule is going to be the aggressor, just like they were in that map number 1, Vegas are going to have their hands full.
And I guess the positive, too, if you are Florida, is that you do have some VOD that you can watch over when it comes down to Vegas on this very map and mode. This is the Game 5 Round 11 map that just put them over Toronto Ultra from yesterday. So maybe there's a chance where you could pick apart a few strategies, a few plays. Just make sure Stadia isn't clutching any crazy 1v2s. TJ's just holding down crazy diffuses on it from time to time. Things of that nature. But I believe we actually are told we have a nice little tweet maybe coming in from Clayster. He said it's been 1,919 days since I've met my brother Fellow on the battlefield. Wow. That's wild, Jay. Wow.
That's a long time, man. Like, keep in mind, Fellow, he's had a little bit of time away from the CDL. He had to work his way back in. Same thing with Clay. I remember when these guys were teaming on the E-United squad all the way back in the day. Right. These guys are some of the closest friends that we have in the league. 2 great friends of mine. So just step on a battlefield going up against a brother. You always want to be the guy to come out and win. Especially if you have 3 championships, 3 world championships. Clay, you cannot let Tyler Fellow come out here and take this run from you.
And how much fun would that be, right? When you talk about, you know, close teammates or other close friends out of game, like, you know, you're always going to hold that above.
Always.
Hold that above him when it comes down to the future. So a huge game for Florida, a huge game for Fellow. See if he can get one over the 3-time champ, which there's not a whole lot of things that you can have over Clay, Jay. He's got quite the resume.
Oh, yeah, he definitely does, man. The fact that he's still putting on for what? Is he like the oldest player in the CDL still?
He's got to be.
Like 31? Yeah. Like, he still puts gel in his hair. He still roars at players whenever he's on that main stage. He's looking like he's 18 every time he steps on the sticks. And it's just crazy to think about that he's still playing at such a high level so late in his career.
And you got to do the CDL player profile interview with them, right? Yeah. And it's interesting because it's so easy for, you know, I think it's fair to say a player who has that resume, what he's been able to do, 3-time champion. Yet, as you know, we're talking about him in that interview, he still has the fight. He still has the drive to want to win more championships.
And that's the crazy part about it. Like, you're thinking probably after 5 years, it's just, all right, guys, this takes a lot on me. Like, scrims every day, a non-stop VOD reviews, everything that goes into being a pro player. He's been doing it for like 12 to 15 years now at a consistent basis every single day. Doesn't get tiring to the guy. Like, he's enjoying this moment, and he's going to enjoy it until he can't anymore. And I just love to watch my old friend continue to play on.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. It's gonna be a blast to see exactly how this game number 2 possibly will begin. However, we do have a quick little break. We apologize for that, but you guys can enjoy top 5 plays. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
The highlight reel for number 3. Top 5 plays. How you doing?
Towards bottom pool hall. You open up this back door, you get some information onto one, you
remain stationary. In the meantime, Awakening. More hunting.
Oh my.
Serious? Now it's found 2. Does he have the 3rd? He knows exactly.
Oh,
Scrapz
man.
is hiding. Come here.
1v2. Surely they check this. There's nearly no way this happens. I refuse to believe it! No way! No way! Subliners take the round.
You got to be ready for this push that could potentially come in as he's able to hit that flank in towards bottom pool. He zaps on the first, able to take down the second, and at least makes it a 2v2 now with Nastie picking up beans. But Nero, he's not stopping. Dead silence is still here. He finds his 3rd on the round. He gets the sound cues. The last player's behind him. Awakening here for the pinch.
Give it to Nero. Give it to Nero. No, God, he nearly threw it away, but it's the 8. Covered in from Nero. Now they have the numbers. TJ looks to make a move here. He's going to be a dead silence push as well. Fires the first. The second is gunned by TJ. That's a reset in the dead silence. He has the cover as well. Advantage to the Legion.
Huge plays from TJ, make it 3. Searching for the aces. TJ, hell, he's gonna get it as well. My word, TJ.
Love this B-bomb side. KiSMET says, if who can do it, I can do it too. Free first blood. There's the second KiSMET. The highlight reel for number 3. Top 5 plays. How you doing?
Give him the ace! Oh, God! That was disgusting.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28, only on Prime Video.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We're in the middle of trying to get this game number 2, Hotel Search Destroy, underway very soon. Just making sure we swap a few hosts, get everything in line. But so far, Jay, interesting start to this series. Florida start off 1-0.
Definitely interesting, man. I wasn't expecting them to come out and take that opening hard point. That's what they have been struggling all season long, has been in this hard point mode. But now they find themselves up 1-0 in this series, going into a Search and Destroy on Hotel where they only have 1 win, dead last in every category. They should not be able to win in a Hotel Search and Destroy unless they've been putting in a lot of practice, probably playing some S&D Money 8s, just putting in everything that they got to try to get this one series for them. So I think if you are Florida Mutineers, main guy that you have to focus on is this young man right here, because he was clutching, like you said, 1v2s, 1v3s. He had a 1.8 in S&D versus Toronto Ultra yesterday, and this is a guy that you definitely need to shut down.
Yeah, this is pretty terrifying, I think, for the entire league, especially moving into Major 4. As for Florida, you're going to have to handle a good old 1.61 KD. His first bloods have also been fantastic. You see the opening duel win percentage now at nearly 70%. Insane work they're coming in from the stand man. I think what, Jay? He's number 3 in Search Destroy KD so far throughout this qualifier, and I think one guy who's like above him right now alongside somebody else is like Huke, who has like a 2.5. So any other stage he'd probably be number 1.
That's just insane to think about as well, man, because Standy recently joined this squad. Like, this is only his 5th match playing with the Vegas Legion. You're probably thinking that strategies aren't going to be completely in sync yet, but Standy has gotten the free reigns to do whatever he wants in the respawns, whatever he wants in the Search and Destroys, and so far it's been paying off drastically for this Vegas Legion squad. So as long as he has this go button, just continue to hit every time he's on the map, this is a guy that's definitely roaring with confidence.
Yeah, and you and I had this conversation yesterday about Huke and OpTic Texas, how it feels like maybe that lineup or certain players on the team have really unlocked like Huke of old. And I know Standy, not a super long tenured player, like came in back in Cold War, but it feels like he is playing maybe his best COD that we have ever seen. Do you think it's a team, aspect where that's really helping his gameplay improve? Is it a play style? Like, what do you think has really led to Standy returning back to form that we saw him in his rookie season have?
I think it's definitely his team aspect. If you think about the Toronto Ultra roster, it's nothing but slayers on that team. Like Scrapz, you got Kleenex, who's now unlocked a whole different level with Hixie playing a little bit more of the objective. So it's been non-stop slayers over there in Toronto. When you look at this Vegas Legion squad, every single time they have played a hard point, it's always within like 25 to 30 points. And the reason why they're losing a majority of them was simply coming down to the slaying. So with him having that free roam, like I said, to just run around, play for his kills, that's exactly what the Vegas Legion need out of him. And if he continues to do that, Vegas Legion, without question, will be able to fight for a championship at Major IV.
Yeah, it's wild to think that, right? It is insane to think that the Legion franchise, we knew coming into the season, adding somebody like Clay, there was always a chance where this team could really start to, see massive improvements, maybe even go to a championship Sunday or two. But now we're talking about how they very well could have a chance to not just go to championship Sunday, but maybe even win the entire major. As we'll go and take a look at their road, have they even gotten to this point? Started off with a great W there over the Boston Breach. From there, a loss to the London Royal Ravens, a continuous theme, losing or having closer series versus bottom tier teams, go to a game 5 versus LAG, and without a doubt, one of the biggest wins that this team has seen together yet, a game 5 W there over the Toronto Ultra.
Vegas Legion are just clutching up, man. Like, they have been looking good. I think in this series versus LAG, even though it went all the way to a game number 5, like, both search and destroys were basically flawless. First one was a 6-0, second one was a 6-1. They just had to ice out at least one of those respawns to find that W in that series, which was a much needed one for them. And then in the series versus Toronto yesterday, we just keep on saying it. Like, Standy was just unreal in his revenge game. He gets that one done. So far, 3-1 in this stage. But you have the opportunity to go 4-1 and tie Minnesota up in points. And it starts by taking down this Florida Mutineers roster, who definitely caught you off guard in that map number 1. But this is where they bounce back. Their strongest mode on the year in this Search and Destroy.
Jay, as we jump into game number 2, Hotel Search and Destroy, give me the matchup. One player from Florida, one player from Vegas.
I think the one player I want to see from Florida is definitely Vico. Vico's a guy that just makes plays happen for his squad. And then on the opposite side, I know it's all on Standy. That's the guy you're probably expecting me to say, but it's TJ for me. TJ is the guy in S&D who's been lights out for this Vegas Legion roster, so I'm excited for that battle.
Yeah, he has been unbelievable all season long. I mean, I was even looking through the stats. Clay and Temp, they've also been fantastic when it comes into Search, Destroy, KD. Very, very solid team from top to bottom, but it's DJ Cap starting things off nicely. He eventually does become like water vapor, flies away, and drops for the second kill of the round. Despite that, it is Vegas who do get the bomb down, so now it will force Mutineers to make the retake, and Wilfellow doesn't really have the weapon for the job. We'll see if he can put that sniper to good use.
Yeah, no tax as well. Trying to at least check all these corners before they decide to jump on in the kitchen. Fellow knows he has a sniper pistol, so he's just going to give up his life for free. Now it's all left up to Vico in the 1v2. He's one shot, and Vegas Legion able to pounce on him to take the very first round of the map. I said it was all about those first bloods. Cap starts it off, but Vegas Legion immediately respond. And once they get that bomb down, it's basically GG. Them in the post-plant situation on this map, 83% win rate, as it showed right there for Vegas Legion to not go up 1-0.
Yeah, it absolutely did in a moment like that. So often we talk about, on Hotel Search Destroy, really trying to take advantage of that kitchen bomb site, right? Oftentimes, certain teams only have one player established back there. So for the future of this game, you just constantly are going to implant in the Mutineers' mind on future defenses. Hey, maybe we need to initiate one, maybe extra player over at that B site. But in round 2 we go. Florida will now take the reins of attack. Based off of those arrows, you have to imagine player 6, player 7, maybe tossing over a bit of utility inside of the restaurant, causing a bit of a stir. In the meantime, bomb has been dropped, and for good reason. Capsule just made a very, very interesting jump to the middle side of the map. He also does stay alive. A very interesting setup right now for the Mutineers, Jay. They've got like a full box setup right now here on Hotel.
Yeah, they're fully set up. to watch the rotation, to watch mid-map control. As Capsule waited for his dead silence to pop before he makes his maneuver in towards top bed. But this is basically the same exact thing that we saw out of Atlanta FaZe yesterday. Just dropping that bomb, going for a 2-2 split. And just seeing how they'd like to play early on into this game. But that's going to be Temp finding the first bullet onto Fellow. Bomb's going to be down. 3v4 now for Florida being near. So you have to get this bomb planted.
That's a big pick there from Vehicle. Can he find another? Not going to happen. So Vegas Legion currently with numbers. Cap doing his best. Given that positioning he earned at the start of the round, what can he do with it? Finds a pick on Standy. 2v2. Bomb planted. Here come Legion. And they've got dead silence.
They both got dead silence pop as Temp is able to take down Brack. Now they know that the last player is going to be towards top bedroom. This is usually a position where you find yourself, you have the ability to clutch. You can play the timings, but you need a player from Vegas Legion hop that defuse. There's no need to rush with 30 seconds left on the clock as they read the push. Find that kill in towards top bed and eventually close out this round. Let's just wait it out a little bit. Let that dead silence waste before we start to regenerate it. And the bomb is getting defused. Vegas, 2-0.
It wasn't a bad setup by any means for the Mutineers. It just felt like once, one player got picked off early, it was like, oh, shoot, like, what do we do now? Like, once Temp ends up finding that first blood, what do we do in a situation like this moving forward for the Mutineers? Cap tries to do anything that he can. Vehicle at least finds a trade. So with that, Vegas Legion just utilize those numbers to their advantage. And from there, they find themselves up 2-0. Tend to wonder a bit after having that momentary pause from game 1 to game 2. The Mutineers, a lot of that confidence, momentum, hype, everything. We start to slow down a bit, but here is where momentum can get back on your side. A miss sniped early there from Fellow. The first blood would have been lovely. However, he'll have to wait for that one. A few players toward the top side, making their way into the restaurant. Standy, the only one in ear's distance, gets the sound cue, and from there, cuts away Vehicle for the first blood.
That's a big first kill onto Vico. He did sort of try to read the play, what Standy was trying to do. But he gets picked, and then Standy's able to find his second on the round. So 2v3 left up to Capsule and Brack. Capsule at least puts himself in a great position towards mid checkout. Brack at least takes down Clay as well. So 2v2 with 25 seconds left. Still a clutchable round for Florida.
And Capsule does get a bit of information, knows that TJ's at top bed. So with that, Brack 1v2, trying to hunker down, trying to stay alive. Vegas Legion there to eat him alive. 3 rounds now to 0.
Yeah, and that's Standy who finds the ace. He works his way all the way back from connector. Finds that first kill, and then the final onto Brack to put himself on a nice little streak going into this round 4 as Vegas Legion perfect in search and destroy as of recent. They get the info of Fellow being the player towards top plat. Once he misses a shot, now that only leaves one player left at that B bomb. You take control of bedroom, you get the bomb down, you find the first blood, and eventually leads to success. 3-0, Standy on the 4 spree.
Insane work already, just through 3 rounds. Already at 7, however, job is getting done over at that A side. It's Fellow who ends up picking apart 2. So Standy's done some incredible stuff. Now he's going to clutch it a 2v3, and well, he's already out of the fight. This one seems to be done. However, there is an Iceman still alive, trying to maintain that title. And well, he gets picked apart. A wonderful round from start to finish there from Tyler Fellow.
Yeah, Tyler Fellow ends up finding 3 on the round. Jumps off towards the Godhead. He's able to gun Clay. Able to find the second, then the final onto TJ after getting that bomb down. It was good work from Florida Mutineers to change up the pace a little bit. To be super aggressive over towards bedroom. You find the opening first couple of kills. And then you're able to get that bomb down and clutch it on up. Finally getting one on the board. Now down 3-1.
See what they can do with it. As we said, Mutineers, a very talented team from top to bottom. Like to expect when it comes into search destroy. Quite a few playmakers on this roster. Fellow able to do it there in that last round. And my goodness, starts things off quite nicely again. Another first blood. This time it's going to be on to Temp. And so with that being the case, it pretty much decides where Vegas Legion are going to move this bomb toward. Into B they go, and it's Brack who's there to greet him. 2 early picks coming in from the TAC users. And now here for Vegas, a standstill indeed. Fellow now on 5 in a row. Standy, last man alive.
Oh, these mid-round adjustments right now from Florida Mutineers have been stellar. Instead of playing for the 2-2 split, you take mid-map control, so you're able to cut off both sides. Now put Standy into 1v4. Goes for the chow onto Brack. Give 2 to Fellow. Give 2 to Brack to close out the round. The AR players right there from Florida Mutineers get it done. To now put 2 rounds in a row. Now down 3-2.
Solid work there from Mr. Newberry. Good old Brack. We know what? He had like an insane S&D KD for the longest of times. I don't know where he sits right now amongst the best players so far throughout the season, but I know at one point Jay had like a 15 KD on Fortress. I'm sure he still sits atop some of the better players in the league in that mode. It's a great job there, as now that's 8 as a team, strictly just among the ARs. We'll see if Fellow can earn the cruise missile in the meantime. And it seems like he's going to be the lone player at A, as the rest of the Mutineers boys decide to make their way in through the diner. So TJ, first person in ear's distance. We'll see what he can do with it. Dak is out, able to find one. Does he have the second? No. Brack able to drop him, so his streak will remain intact. Cap still falls in the meantime, and well, Brack says, hey, might as well just do this one all by myself. Hops off the plant. And with that, he is going to get made quick work of. Fellow remaining on that 5 spree in a 1v3. We'll see if he can find one more.
Yeah, I think if you're Fellow in this situation, 1v3, bomb down in towards kitchen, like, that's not a gunfight you want to put yourself into. Let's just try to play for at least one to earn yourself that cruise missile as he gets info on at least 2 players. Goes for the chow onto Clay, and nothing than your big brother able to gun you down for that cruise missile to be earned. As Vegas Legion are able to stop the bleeding, TJ finds the first floods, the trades it in towards kitchen. Eventually to find a 1 for Clayser to shut down Fellow on earning that cruise missile. Now puts Vegas Legion up 4-2.
It's a big spot too at the start of the round, man. For, when TJ's in a spot like that, you throw out the tack. It just feels like for Florida, you drop him, your life gets that much easier as you roam into diners, you roam in toward the restaurant, in through kitchen. Just that 1 kill from Tej, also tags up Brack, gets the info. Like maybe there for the Mutineers, a little bit more coordination in a spot like that, maybe allow for the tactical to come in, but TJ once more making his presence felt. It's instantly answered back though with 2 more kills here from Florida. Back and forth we go, and it's instantly into the 1v1.
1v1, and Standy has that dead silence pop. Bomb's going to be down all the way at single arch, so Brack's going to back up all the way to his base. He gets the info on the Standy. Standy also picks it up as well, so it's time to wrap back. Let's pick up this bomb, potentially plant it over towards A. As this fight is going to go on for so damn long. He's just playing for the info, and Brack's just trying to line this gunfight up.
Oh, Standy's trying to have some fun.
Yippee.
Back and forth we go through the arches. Maybe the strategy is to make Brack run out of ammo. Well, he's doing a good job so far. Tagged up. Here comes the nade. Standy, be careful. Oh! What are you doing, Standy? What's going on? I think he thought that maybe his biceps were going to be able to handle that grenade. Just a quick little peck bounce, and maybe something could have happened. But, oh, yeah, just right at the feet. Trying to get out of dodge. Well-timed nade there for Brack as Florida with a huge 1v1.
Oh, man, that was an all-out mix fest in towards the middle of the map as well. Kills are flying left to right. It turns into a 1v1. Brack's just putting down shots onto Standy. He said, screw this. I'm no longer going to shoot my attack. I'm going to throw a frag. And that will be able to get the job done as Florida Mutineers, more specifically Brack, able to clutch up in the 1v1. Now down 4-3. Swing round.
Yeah, that was a huge, huge round for the Mutineers. As funny as it was, it's a massive one for confidence. As we said, Mutineers up 1-0 in this series. Some early tags. Standy able to toss that nade over the top. So finally, a grenade kill ends up going his way. Capsule out of the fight. We'll see what Florida can do despite not necessarily having the numbers. Call on to Vehicle. Has to win that gun engagement. Not able to do it. But so far, Jay, it has really been all about the ARs in a lot of these rounds that Florida have been able to take. And now's their chance to do it again, 2v3.
2v3. Brack holding down mid-map, trying to watch any players potentially hitting that rotation over towards B. But Fellow's going to put down a couple shots, try to get this bomb down. And Clay is able to take him off of that site. So now it all leaves it up to Brack in the 1v3. Bomb down over towards A. They have every single angle cut off. 30 seconds left. This was tough.
No, but he does have a grenade, Jay. He does have a grenade.
He does have a frag.
Let's see where this one goes. All right, he missed. He definitely made some noise, though. Definitely maybe shook a few of the Vegas Legion players, but with 18 seconds left, this round is absolutely going to go their way. Yep, able to cut away Brack. Solid work there from Vegas. As they make good on a bit of a frustrating last round. The 1v1 doesn't go their way, but this time it's Danny who starts things off with a nade himself, getting a few players out of the fight, and now Vegas once more reclaim the lead.
Just a perfect setup on defense to stack over towards that B-bomb, find that first blood, and then sniff out Vehicle, who was the guy pushed him already towards top plat. You make it into a 3v2. Fellow tries to get that bomb down, but once Clay takes care of him, bomb down on A. So many angles that you have to worry about. Just not enough for Brack to work with. Now puts Vegas Legion at game point. Back on the attack. 2-2 split.
No! DJ Cap starting things off nicely, though. And so with that, that is absolutely going to stagger the push there for Vegas. They lose one of their entry men, and really from there, now it's time to rotate the bomb. Clay doing a great job of really being on Overwatch, making sure that the middle side of the map is clear. However, one player does lie in wait, and that is Vehicle. To be recognizing that things are a bit too quiet. Has to be careful with his life, as this very well could decide how this round goes, is whether or not he finds this pick. Great coordination as he and Fellow combine with the shots onto Standy. An instant 2v4, however, 10 for 1. Oh! What was that? Gets the gunfight victory on the Cap, but now he's got to do it himself. Into the 1v1 we go, and Jay, I have no idea how we've gotten here.
Into the 1v1, 25 seconds left, bomb down towards top cat room. As Brack has wrapped his way all the way back towards A. No more dead silence for Clayster, but if he picks up this bomb, should be a free bomb plant over towards B. He's actually gonna wrap it back towards A, and this might play right into what Brack wants him to do.
Oh, he dives out. This should be an easy kill for Brack. Oh my word, Clay knows how huge that round would have been.
Sheesh.
I gotta see that snipe on the Cap again, Jay, and it brings me back, man, to like, was it Tuscan S&D last year at like the first event where Clay had a wild play with the snipe versus Boston Breach. How's that for a lovely little no scope? Eat that one, Capsule. Too bad for Clay. Comes down to a 1v1 as Florida are able to stay alive here in the search and destroy.
Yeah, that's just so tough if you are a Cap, but if you are a Clay, you saw it in his face. Like, he couldn't believe he hit that shot. When you hit a shot like that, you think you're able to clutch up on any round, but loses the 1v1. So you've seen a little bit of frustration. Now keeps Florida Mutineers alive a little bit longer in this search and destroy. All out pressure in towards B. The only player on this side of the map is going to be Donnie Temp as the rest of Vegas Legion work on the flank. Black is able to find 2, but now it's instantly a 2v2 with both players in towards kitchen.
Temp hungry for the reach out, another trade. And well, now Clay, you've got your opportunity again. Can Capsule make good on the early death that he suffered versus the veteran? Clay bouncing forward just on the outside. Ever so careful, both players trying to utilize the sounds. Clay with dead silence just creeps in, makes sure that B's clear. Meanwhile for Cap, he's waiting for dead silence as well. So as we approach 30 seconds, it's time for someone to make a move.
Someone's got to make the move. Cap earns his dead silence, but Clay is still crouching around this B-bomb. Should be able to get this bomb down for free, but does Clay find the timing? Does he bust through the double doors and get the kill onto Cap? No, he does not. Capsule is able to get the redemption for the nope scope snipe in the 1v1 clutch. Basically almost a rookie versus a vet, but Capsule in his second year is able to clutch up in the 1v1, waits for the right moment to strike, gets that bomb down, uses the dead silence to the best of his ability, and is able to now force a round 11.
And what a huge round this is about to be, man. We're headed to round 11, Florida with the opportunity to go up 2-0 versus Vegas Legion back-to-back. Staggering 1v1 losses there for the 3-time. Can Florida have the ice, or can Vegas finally get around to go their way? A clutch round maybe at that as TJ called upon. Oh! Able to drop 2. But boy, as he left his dent, given his Vegas teammates the man advantage.
And now look at Brack, though. Brack pops that dead silence, instantly pushes up Plat, makes it a 2v2. He knew that the last 2 players from Vegas Legion were starting to rotate back over towards that B-bomb. With him having dead silence, they might just decide to push right up the middle of the map, and this is a perfect blind counter because both the Vegas Legion players have wrapped their way all the way back over towards A. But you see, fellow, he has no dead silence. You don't want to get those sound cues going in favor of your opponents. You want to find the perfect timing, wait for Brack to try to clear out towards kitchen before you hit the go route to try to get this bomb down at B. But it's going to be a 2v2 with 45 seconds.
Why do I feel like this is going to come down to another Clay 1v1? It just feels like it's going to happen. Hello, come on.
Open the door.
The doors. Goodness.
There it is. Let's close them.
Somebody's put some grease on those things. Anyway, 10 seconds to go. Bomb planted, and really with a bit of that lack of movement, it is going to give Vegas a bit of an edge, as they can really be right on this bomb. Standy able to win the 1 versus Fellow. It's all on to Brack. Now in the 1v2. Can he go big? Cuts away Standy. It's Clay again.
Oh my.
1v1. Can he clutch it out this time for the team? Brack snaking his heart out. Can he clutch it out? Clay on the bomb. Back and forth we go.
What is this?
Why is this so tense? This is insane. Clay.
Oh!
He ends up taking it. And there you go. What a search and destroy this was. It comes down to Clay in a 1v1, and he makes good on it this time. 3rd time's the charm. And Vegas, just barely able to walk away with this hotel. And my God, we've got ourselves a series now, Jay.
We definitely got our series now, my friend. Close map number 1 all the way to around 11 in the search and destroy. Came down to a snake fest in towards the kitchen. But the vet in Clayster was not pre-firing. He was waiting for Brack to commit towards the chow and plays the 1v1 perfectly to clutch up the map for his team to tie this series up at 1. That was such a much needed search and destroy from Vegas Legion. It wasn't easy, but they got it done.
But I will say, man, like kind of getting back, it's very easy, of course, to get distracted by the insane 1v1 that we saw in 3 straight rounds from Clay. But I mean, like in that last round, it just felt like for Florida, they were a little late to actually get the bomb down inside a kitchen.
Yeah.
Like Fellows having a hard time getting through doorways. Like Vegas recognizes, hey, with 12 seconds left, they're not at this bomb site. Surely they're going to be at the other one. It just feels like Florida didn't really put themselves in the best position, even off the rip, regardless of it. Clay, my God, man, able to finally win a 1v1, and that is it for the game. That's all it takes. 1v1 victory, and that is how you walk away with a map. But folks, when we come back after the break, we have got ourselves an X-Mode control. Make sure and stay with us.
Watch your alley.
Street.
One white truck.
They're going front.
I spawned dumpster.
Alrighty, friends, make sure if you have not done so already, tweet using the hashtag CDL Rank Plays to submit your top plays. Maybe you can even pop up on broadcast, Jay. You gotta submit some of your plays. You're hitting highlights all the time, buddy.
Hey, I'm definitely hitting highlights. I just don't really submit plays because, you know, it's usually an ordinary thing that happens. It's nothing spectacular. Nothing out of the difference of what I do every day when it comes to these ranked kids. I'm always putting them down. But you, on the other hand, I need to see some clips out of you, maybe. All right. Because in the bronze lobbies, I know you got the ability to run around with a sniper and them hard points and put up 40. So I'm waiting for you to give me a clip.
Okay, I will keep that in mind. Somebody who's looked like he's been in a few interesting lobbies lately is Standy. 35-19 yesterday versus Toronto here on Expo Control. It's actually funny, Jay. Both teams coming off of a recent Expo Control, both versus Toronto. Both happened to go to around 5. However, it was Vegas who was able to take it.
Yeah, the difference was that Vegas Legion were able to at least win one attacking round. Florida Mutineers, they were able to outslay Toronto Ultra on this map, but couldn't clutch up and secure that 8 point in those final moments. So this is a battle between both of these teams. We got the new map in Expo. Vegas at least got one win. Florida sitting at 0-1. So this one's up in the air for me. Either squad can walk away with this, as Capsule is the player now who has to try to hold down stage. He does find 2 before getting cut down by Clay. So we've seen it so far ever since this map has entered the CDL. Usually teams love to take care of B first. We'll take care of B, you're able to extend time by a minute, and then you slowly work over towards A as the first segment is already going to be done.
Yeah, just gives you a much better outlook, much better chance on the future of the round. However, it is 2 ticks early for Vegas. Meanwhile, it's Fellow and the rest of the Florida boys. They're able to put in a decent amount of work, standing using every bit of cover possible, using the podium, using the random parts of wood that just happen to be inside of the stage. And from there, that is an early zone captured. And job well done for Vegas. We'll see if they can begin to run more of a muck inside of the spawn. Standy would be happy to do that. Eventually he falters, but boy, have you netted yourself a wonderful beginning to this round, Jay, if you're Vegas.
Yeah, this is a perfect start. If you are Vegas Legion, you have 1:50 to work with. Try to fight for somewhat spot control. As TJ's the next line of attack. Trying to hold down this angle, but he gets taken down by Vehicle. So with Temp in this position, he's just waiting for his teammates to potentially rat back, fight from the front end before he decides to go for this pinch. He's going to be able to at least find his first kill onto Vico, but it should be Brack instantly here for the trade. So far, this has been a great defensive hold from Florida. You maintain Spa side. You're able to spawn Vegas Legion all the way on the opposite side of the map. Already 40 seconds down.
Watch, like I said, man, that timer just continued to go away. Florida doing a great job of winning a few of those fights, getting a few players out of their backside glass, and from there are those topside spawns, trying to lock Vegas in for as long as possible. This could be a very rough next minute unless somebody from Legion can be able to make a foothold. So often we talk about the plays from Standy. Clay able to win another massive 1v1, but it's Vehicle on the other side, cutting away half. Does he have words for the third? Vamos, Vehicle, give him a triple. It's 4 in a row here for him.
That's 4 in a row. But with him picking up all these kills, Vegas Legion are going to get those close spawns towards back blue tent. So they should be able to sprint on forward to try to close all towards A. Clay gets the perfect read onto Vico. But now you have to focus on where Capsule is. Currently sitting in towards bottom restaurant, just trying to be a nuisance for all the players of Vegas Legion. Interrupting their play. He's able to take down the second as Brack finds the first. And now Vegas Legion only have one more good push. You at least have TJ with restaurant control.
With restaurant control. Meanwhile, it feels like a big arrow on the map right now is player 3, but Brack continues to cut him away. Every time that Florida has needed a big play, they have been able to find it, whether it's been Vehicle, whether it's been Cap, or whether it has been Brack. Final few seconds tick away, and there you go. 1 objective, 3 segments is what Vegas are awarded, but it's Florida who claimed the defensive round.
Yeah, Florida just do what they do. On defenses, it's all about slaying, holding down your power positions, making the kills a lot more difficult for the Vegas Legion. They were doing a great job of blocking that back left spawn, maintaining them to spawn over towards Statue, towards that globe side. And with time starting to tick, Vegas Legion know that the pressure's on. We eventually have to go. We have to try to fight for restaurant control, but Florida Mutineers kept all the kills stacked. It wasn't a clean 2 to 3 down to allow Vegas to stack the point as Florida are able to take the first defense.
What would you say, Jay, so far from your experience watching, obviously playing as well through ranked? Like, what would you deem as a successful offensive round here on Expo? How many segments, etc.?
I think the successful offense on Expo is definitely just capturing A right off the rip. So if you capture A, all it needs is one set of kills over towards B, because the spawns are on a top platform towards top middle check-in. So far across the map, you don't really have an opening. So I think if you are the attacking team, it's all about completing A first. The more difficult one, indeed. But if you get that one out the way, it's basically a free attacking round.
All right, we'll see if Florida are able to do it. As we said, the strategy last time for Vegas was, hey, let's just make our way to stage, get B done nice and early, and from there, we'll focus on that A objective. This time it's Mutineers who basically just send all of their forces inside of that A objective. We'll see if it works out for them. So far, not been the greatest. Capsule, they look to try to turn that around, making his way toward the top. Temp eventually able to sniff him out. So from there, Mutineers back to the drawing board, but thankfully, they have not been put too far back inside of their base. And while Brack's causing a bit of a stir, it's actually staged where the Mutineers happen to have themselves placed. And really, they are getting dropped every single chance. Fellow, trying to lock things down, does get that first segment of the game on board.
Oh, that's a good two-piece, though, from Tyler Fellow. Brack finds a third, so now this should be a free B capture for the Florida Mutineers. Vegas Legion are going to decide to chalk this one up. Just play the minute 40 defense over towards this A point. As it all starts with Capsule. The only guy here right now for Florida Mutineers just trying to maintain the best of his ability. This restaurant control, but Standy's able to sniff him out. Now they should be able to extend time by a minute, but Vegas Legion are setting up the trap.
Trying to put him in that vice grip. Another big kill coming in from Don. And from there, the focus comes in toward what can the player 6, player 7 begin to do on the map. Clay watching out for the push that is absolutely inevitable.
Win.
A big snap coming in from the vet, as he'll also be able to get out of dodge. So some big W's coming in here from Vegas. Meanwhile, for the Mutineers, they are still working on this push toward the backside. Time continues to tick away, and Clay is not losing these fights.
Yeah, Clay's just wrapping back, choosing so many different angles to attack from, knowing that this is where Florida are applying the pressure, because his teammates have all street controls. They cannot rotate their way back over towards blue tent. With them finding a couple of kills in the feed, they potentially find an opening, because Vico also takes control of the street side, popping that dead silence. Fellow's able to take out TJ in the back of his spawn. So perfect time for Florida Mutineers to maintain this map control. It all starts at restaurant where currently Vico is. That's where you need to start, as you're gonna have Capsule working at deep flank.
Let's see what Camp can do. As we said, the timer can instantly become a factor. Now down to 35 seconds. Florida trying to pause the time, get another segment on board. As we are currently tied so far. Any segment would be huge right now for the Mutineers, but here comes player 5 in Camp through the backside, able to cut away for one. It's actually Fellow who's able to drop him from there. Here comes Florida, but at the same time, Vegas able to maintain some map control themselves. And now it is up right now to Fellow, up the Capsule to try to stay alive for as long as they can. Wait for the reinforcements to get here off the spawn. Fellow goes low, ends up dropping. Now 10 seconds on the clock. Standy doing wonderful work from topside bar. Able to put another one in. The dust goes for three. Strutting toward the end of round 2 as we are level in segments.
That's just too easy on that defensive side. You allow Vegas Legion to keep control the way that they did of their spawn. All the way pushed out towards back left. No forward players were trying to contest the back bus. So they knew where the pressure was coming from. Through bottom bar, through top bar, through the overextension in the back of our spawn. As they were able to find the most important kills on the map. Keep that time ticking. And not give up any segments to keep us all tied up at 3. Vegas win the defense. 1-1 now.
If you are Vegas, you also have a few players coming into this round on a spree. So 4 in a row for Temp, 3 in a row for Standy. We'll see if a cruise missile very well could be in their future, while the pursuit of this third round of attack now begins. They will jump on in toward A early, making their presence felt, and now we'll see what the Mutineers elect to do. The setup right now from the Legion. They've also got 2 players over at bar, so with that, it is going to force the Mutineers to have to make a play. Really 1 segment down. The trophies are in. Vegas Legion are pretty much setting up camp. Capsule trying to cause a bit of a stir. Meanwhile, it's Standy and Temp who are able to combine for a few. Florida trying to set up something toward the top. Fellow, great work over at restaurant. Ends up dropping one. Does he have some words for Standy? Not going to happen.
but the remainder of the Mutineers lock things down today.
Oh, that was good work right there from Florida, because it was a slow, steady push for Vegas Legion to try to at least complete 1 segment, but Capsule was the guy that found 2 at the right time to not give up that first tick. With everybody else dropping now, Fellow's the only guy who could potentially contest this. The first segment is now going to be in. Fellow's still alive, but he eventually does get taken care of. And now that's going to be 3 dead. Vigo, the last guy. Big gunfight went on to Temp, but that's already 2 segments done. Vegas Legion can close this out, this 8-point out. It makes this round a whole lot easier. 1:45 now just to capture over towards B.
And it feels like for the Mutineers, obviously you want to try to clear them off of A, but at the same time, you also have to focus your attention at the stage. A little late on the rotation, only 1 player here, and that's going to be Brack. Fellow does eventually arrive to the party. You've got 1 player on the flank, Fecal, able to do some work towards the top, and there they all begin to crumble. Last player alive is Temp, but he should get made quick work of. It's about to be a 4-man down, and Fellow's got a knife ready to drop him. Good work from the Mutineers after what looked like a little bit of a late rotation. 1:15 on the clock. As we said, Jay, can anybody hit that 4th segment?
Yeah, that's all it is. Like, just getting at least 1 set of kills to stack the point. As Florida Mutineers super aggressive up through the stage side, pushed up through Globe, is now going to spawn Vegas Legion all the way towards the left side of the map, towards Spa. Now they are forced to overextend, but that's going to be 2 dead in defeat. Brack still causing problems in the back towards Globe, but he actually loses that gunfight. So a bunch of players from Florida coming off spawn. This is going to open up a lane for Vegas Legion to now get on the point.
Gets a correct 3v2, now make it 3v1. Capsule doing everything he can. Pretty much having a keynote presentation over inside of the stage. He eventually drops. He gets taken down by the nade, and from there, watch that zone begin to fly. Vegas stacked in. Can Mutineers make a dent? Can they start to make their presence felt? TJ ends up falling. Now it's on the clay. Putting in some work, trying to stay up. It's up to him.
How?
Oh, and they stay alive. It's Vegas with the reinforcements as they take round number 3.
Yeah, you can see the smiles on Clay's face. He has no idea how he was able to stay alive in those engagements so long for Temp to eventually get into the play, and then Standy with an extra 5 seconds coming off spawn to get into the play. So Clay's able to stay alive just enough for his teammates to stack the point. There were 3 players surrounding him. He wins the first gunfight. Capsule's putting down shots. It's Temp and Clay who are currently shooting at him. Temp's able to take him down, but then Standy all spawn just flies right through bottom stage, and he's able to get that final kill for Vegas Legion to secure the attacking round. Now back on defense, up by 3 segments at game point.
You said this is what Vegas were able to do versus Toronto. The one thing that Florida weren't able to do was to find that success on attack, and now they're going to need it just to see that round number 5. However, don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Round 4 now inbound, and it's the Mutineers who now have the spotlight on them. Clay still maintaining that spree. As you said, somehow manages to stay alive. He once more feeling the confidence, just happy to sit in between 2 Mutineers players. Unfortunately for him, it is going to be a quick death here into this round as the Mutineers will pause time and find their first segment of the round.
It's so far been a great round for Florida. Exact replica of what Vegas Legion were able to do in their previous attacking round, as the stack is going to be here. That's already 2 segments done. All 3 players on it. Vegas Legion got the decision made for them that we have to chalk this one up. We have to play a 2-minute defense over towards B. Great stakes from Standy. He doesn't want to tip the bartender because he's going to go for the chow, but that's going to be Brack able to walk away with that gunfight. So now with the 1:50, Florida, they're actually able to get on in. So you have to try to clutch up, get a couple big kills, and TJ starts it off.
He did as well. Brack with a bit of information. See what he can do with it. Cutting away the glass, trying to set up shop and wait for the teammates to join him. Waiting for player 5 and Capsule to come off the respawn. So all players up as Florida make their presence felt quickly. That is an early 2 in favor of them. And Capsule is looking to put in the 3rd. Excellent work from the stagehand as he'll put in the final 2 shots. And from there, the Mutineers can rest pretty comfortably inside of the stage as now Vegas have to make their attack. It's Capsule, who is a madman, leading the charge every time Vegas has a viewpoint of the B zone. They are getting ripped to shreds. Can they make a bit of a stir inside of the objective as Capsule again continues to be the man of the hour? Eventually will fall. Florida back up, but they've made a sizable bit of work at B. One more segment to go.
That's a big debt to at least complete both of those segments. And now it's only one left remaining for them to try to force this round number 5. I'd like to see Florida Mutineers, when they found all those kills towards backstage, just simply stack the point. You can watch all the angles that you need to. If everyone is on it, they potentially would have been able to already force that round number 5. But Vegas Legion, they found their way back in. Now keep this round alive a little bit longer. As Florida are trading back and forth in towards the stage. Time is still ticking. Capsule is time to strike. So he eventually does take down one, but Vegas Legion are doing a great job of just trading every single time, not losing map control, as that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. All the players from Florida all spawn.
Yeah, it just feels like the MVP, most valuable player on the map right now is Capsule. Every time he's able to really get in the base of Vegas, I mean, they just cannot contain him. However, the rest of the teammates, they can't really say the same. Clay, another massive win. They're on to Vehicle. And right now in Simp, he's got dead silence, at least for the moment. He's going to be in a great spot. So essentially putting the Mutineers in an awkward spawn position. Time continues to tick. Any kill is a big one. Right now here, if you're Legion to go their way. And now here comes Simp. Can he find a big kill? No, he ends up falling. Now here comes TJ. TJ's going to have to do some damage. Cuts away 2. No more respawn stuff for Florida. It's a 1v4 all down to Tej, and Florida somehow, some way, stay alive. Round 5, here we go.
Florida clutch on up, man. Non-stop progression in towards the stage, but once those lives got cut down, when there were no more remaining, once they took down Standy towards the middle of the map, they knew that the last 2 players were coming on spawn, had to be towards backstage. TJ makes it a little mixy, but he's only able to find those 2 kills, and I'm pretty sure with TJ dropping in that moment, they do not give up that final segment. So Vegas Legion should have another defense to redeem themselves again. But if you are Vegas, you cannot give up that 8-point this time around so easy to Florida. It's got to be a better setup on this time.
So you see the control round 5 records not looking great for Vegas. As we said, a team that has obviously had plenty of struggles in control. And coming into their series yesterday versus Toronto, they basically tied the record for the most control losses in a row. Can Expo be their map? And they go back to back. We will have to see, but the Mutineers feeling very comfortable as they do find a bit of an edge, and a bit of a lane. Brack right into B.
Brack right into B. The only player here currently right now for Florida. So Capsule is going to try to assist them. There's multiple players here for Vegas Legion. Trying to locate where he is. Clay's able to take him down, but Capsule on the flank has put it on the aggression again, but gets cut down right there by Clayster. So with that being 3 dead in the V, TJ Halley pushed out towards Globe. They are getting the info that they are spawning over towards A, as Beagle just trying to play his life on towards this point. All of his teammates dropping around him. That's another clean 4 dead. Florida only have 1 segment at B to show for it. A minute left. Down by 5 lives.
It just feels like there's a bit of a kill chain effect. Like, I mean, if Capsule's able to stay alive to the backside of B, he maybe keeps Vegas's attention, which then thus allows for his teammates to have a better time at that A objective. It just feels like a certain few moments where Florida's aggression maybe starts to get and reach a bitter end. However, do cut away Standing, and from there it does open things up a bit. TJ still looming, so they will have to get rid of him. Pretty much silence falls here on Expo. Fellow with a bit of information is now it's up to the Mutineers. What is the play going to be? Back to B. Seems to be the move, as they desperately need to pause this time, and pause it they will.
Yeah, they're just gonna extend this clock, man. However way they know how. That's by getting the easy one out the way. So that's 2 segments already done at B. Captain's looking like he's gonna put himself in a position to potentially play some exit kills. Great shots from Beagle to take him down, but TJ does not give up on the play. TJ is able to take him down, and now Florida Mutineers, they're scattered. They have to get on a point. They have to be able to stop the clock. Capsule wins 1, Fellow wins another, but at least they are able to hop on this 8-point. Multiple players from Florida coming straight down the middle ramp, but Vegas, they are ready for it. That's another 2 dead in the feed. Only 15 seconds left. Florida have to go to B now.
You can see the Mutineers, the white arrows quickly moving from A right back into B, into the blender potentially.
Oh no!
Lining them up once more. A force spree here for him and the Mutineers. Can anybody get to that B zone in time? Fellow, oh, it's 1 more bullet from Clay. 1 bullet that lands in the back of the head from Fellow, and with that, that will solidify this control as Vegas Legion able to win another here on Expo.
Oh, it's a big control win for Vegas Legion. It's been their worst mode all season long, but you get rid of Fortress, you add Expo, and so far Vegas Legion look like the most comfortable team on the map. Now puts them at an overall record of 2-1 and now 2-1 in this series. Take back control of this one. Completely forget about that map number 1. Ice up in the last 2 maps. Like Florida Mutineers, they're playing great. Vegas Legion are also playing great. This has been a great series from start to finish.
But I will say shit, like in that moment, like we saw it there at the very end, Clay, that one bullet that lands on Fellow, there's 0.3 seconds. I mean, who knows if he's able to stay alive, but I think based off the map, like there was definitely a chance for the Mutineers could have caused another stir over at the stage. Regardless, whether it's been 1v1s or just even bullets at this point, Vegas, as you said, man, just getting by for the skin of their teeth. Up 2-1 in this series, but what a wild one it has been, Jay. I mean, that Mercado was close. We go to a round 11 1v1. We have a crazy round 5 here on Expo that really did look like it had the chance to get there. Some pesky plays that really jumped in here for the Mutineers, but I'll tell you what, man, all I know is that I love myself some Expo. That was a fun first cast that we have on it.
Oh yeah, man, the map's great, man. Like, if you're telling me, like, this compared to Fortress Control, you can't even get out of your offensive side on Fortress Control, but on Expo, at least you have the opportunity to do so and at least complete one of these points as it goes all the way to round number 5. Both teams played it great, but it was Vegas Legion a little bit stronger on the defensive setup in that round number 5, not giving up A. Once you don't give up A, you know it's free range. You block that black left spawn, you force them all towards Globe, and that's where you see them consistently just cutting them down. You see the frustration right there on the Fellow. He thought once he found that kill, he was going to be good. He was trying to put himself towards that vending machine doorway and laid down potentially, but Clay gets 2 kills, snaps onto Fellow with 1 bullet left, with only 0.3 seconds left on the clock to close out this control for Vegas Legion. The series not done yet, man.
No.
If anything's going to tell me anything, it means that this map number 4 is definitely within 15 points.
Okay, it's official. Write it down. Yeah. We'll see if that actually ends up being the case once this embassy hardpoint comes to a close. But it was a welcoming sight, as you said, for Vegas to still look good on Expo. Another heartbreaking loss if you are the Mutineers. Right, obviously losing the round 5 to Toronto, losing another round 5 here to the Vegas Legion. But my God, as we come into Embassy Hardpoint, buddy, talk to me about it. I mean, what are the records? What are the things that you're looking out for? Can Vegas Legion lock it up here?
I think Vegas Legion definitely have the opportunity to lock it up on some Embassy Hardpoint, but both teams, they tend to struggle on this. A little bit more for Florida than for Vegas Legion, but Florida, they're sitting at an overall record of 2-8. They're 12th in holds, they are 10th in breaks, and they are 8th in rotations, going up against Vegas Legion, who are 10th in holds, 11th in breaks, and 9th in rotations. So these guys are right next to each other when it comes to the stats. The only thing that's different is the actual amount of times that they both have played it and both found some success. So I think if you are Florida Mutineers, the last time you did play this was against Seattle. It was only a 16-point game. On the opposite side for Vegas Legion, they went up against LAG and ended up losing this one by 54 points. So I think if you are Florida Mutineers, you have a lot of momentum on your side. Very close match from start to finish of this series. You have the potential to walk away with 2 hard points versus a team like Vegas Legion. Ever since they picked up Standy, this has been a mode where they have been able to shine. So in my opinion, this series is far from over.
Jay, have you seen what Simp is doing right now? It looks like maybe Standy could be inspiring a movement potentially.
He said, "Hey, bro, you're dropping a 1.6. I gotta join you, brother."
Sleeveless.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, imagine Clay comes back with his sleeves up. I'll be mind blown.
That would be incredible. I would love to see that. Show off those forearms, big boy. TJ. Well, I don't think we're gonna see that from him, Jay. He looks pretty set in his ways right now.
Yeah, he definitely does. Like, just imagine if TJ just turned on his camera and was just sleeveless. Like, Doug Sensor would be so proud of this squad right here for showing off the guns.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure Doug is watching this match just incredibly proud of what he's been able to do.
Oh, wait,
you know, right now in the CDL. What's going on?
They're also probably inspired by the mid-season pack that just recently dropped. I don't know if you got it, but I got it. The guy's pretty sick. He's pretty sick.
Pretty
He's
cool.
nice and
You can like power bomb people, right?
I know, for some reason, whenever I play with that character, though, I feel like every time I find myself on Fortress, I gotta make my way to stage to at least get a couple pull-ups in. Like, because you gotta get a workout in when you're looking that good on the map.
I'll tell you what, man, I think the Florida Mutineers, I mean, we're talking about both these teams. I mean, they should absolutely be rocking that skin. These are the guys who made that play famous, Jay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Fortunately,
What was the
Havoc
stat?
isn't here.
We saw the stat like at Major 3, and obviously we wish the absolute best to Havoc. Hope that he can make a return very soon. But he was the guy who was like making the pull-ups all the time. There was like what was it, like 4-0 or something? When Florida does pull-ups, they win games.
Yeah, that's insane, bro. Like, every time they get a good workout in, they usually find some success. And so far in this series, they found some success in map number 1. The Snakes weren't the best from bracking that S&D. And then even in his final moments, Fellow just wasn't ready for the super bullets coming out of Clayster. But look at these guys, man. They're just ready. They are ready to go.
They're ready, Jay. They're ready for the major. They are ready for Major 4. Here's the mid-season pack.
Look at them. It looks just like Standy.
It is causing a stir, ladies and gentlemen. It's causing a movement across the entirety of the CDL. You can feel free to go ahead and get your mid-season pack. And I've heard, Jay, that you actually get extra aim assist if you do rock this character while also putting up your sleeve. So I would definitely recommend it, because I think we could all use some more aim assist, myself included, especially.
Now imagine if you were hitting pull-ups in the middle of all that, you know? Rocking the camos, rocking the skin, sitting shirtless, like you're probably shooting at 99% overall. And the way that Standy has been playing so far in the stage, he's basically 99 overall.
He absolutely is. We all look like Vivid with incredible accuracy, but the embassy hardpoint we go. We'll go and take a look at the record. 6-9 here for Vegas, 2-8 here for the Florida Mutineers. And well, don't take a look at those holds and, you know, breaks and stuff like that, Jay. It's new teams. New teams. Yeah, we'll just forget about those things.
Yeah, definitely throw those out the window, you know? Like, because we saw 1-8 Mercado map number 1 for Florida. They came out and won it. 2-8. Can they one up at this time around to force the game number 5? But here we go. Vegas Legion starting off on the better side. Should get a good amount of time off of this P1. They know where Florida are going to attack from. It's all about this man rap control. And Clayster starts it off with a big kill on the beat.
Oh, and Clay, baby.
Whoa.
Hello, Brack. How you doing, buddy? I don't know yet, Jay. It looks like in that player cam, he's yet to move the sleeves up, but there could be a little bit of something showing. Maybe he's moved up the wrists a tad bit. We'll have to see. 21 unanswered points so far here for Vegas Legion, trying to extend it. But obviously both teams very much so trying to be aware of the bottom side of the map for P2.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. He's fighting for these spawns over towards P2. So back, trying to stay alive as long as he can towards the back of the truck. Eventually gets some assistance from Vico, but it turns to another 1v1 versus Clayster. For this streak control, Temp is at least able to take down Capsule, but it's looking like Florida Mutineers with more bodies on this side of the map. Should be early setup for this P2 hard point. They take care of Standy. They spawn Vegas all the way in the opposite side. Now should be Florida racking up some much needed time.
I don't know if you noticed it, Jay, but it was like when Clay and Brack were in that early fight, Clay shoots his body, Brack comes back and just snakes his heart out again. He's like, okay, you're gonna shoot my body? All right, let's just, everything's out of the picture. We're taking our shirts off. We're just gonna snake everybody. Now we, Brack erupts for 4. Florida right back in this game and threat of maybe even taking the lead. And maybe, who knows, Mr. Carson Newberry with a bit of life, bit of hunger now coming into this map, as that now makes it 5 in a row before he falls.
Makes it 5 in a row, but you will take that if you are Florida Mutineers, because Vegas Legion are only able to find the break for about 15 seconds remaining of that jug time. But off the rotation, a couple players from Vegas Legion already set up towards top AC. Clayster and TJ, that dynamic duo, but you're not ready for the pistol out of Brack, as he does get Clay one hit. The rest of his teammates, it's time to strike, try to take care of him. Great job from Fellow, great shots to take down Clay, and that's gonna be Florida Mutineers winning no key gunfights to win a rotation over towards Nest.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge, right? We talked about here on Abazy. It is all about this rotation toward ACs, the rotation toward Office, and I mean, Mutineers not only break it, but they break it at the very start of it all. So that being the case, Vegas, DJ especially, needing to get back on the board, get something going. A very staggered push as TJ walks his way in, Standy at least able to poke away at 1 for Fellow. Does fall, and from there, this has been solid work so far from the Mutineers. Here comes the good push, though, from Vegas. Able to wipe away 2, and take a look at Clay. He's leading the way with the fast FJ.
Yeah, Clay's like, all right, don't worry, guys. I'm the first one in line. I'm gonna go. You guys can bait the hell out of me, but we're going to be able to get this break for another final 15 seconds. With all that pressure going on towards Old, now leaves the opening for Florida Mutineers to push up through street side. They're pushing TJ out through the back end. Eventually, a couple of players come to assist them in temp from the top lines. They're just cutting down these players to the best of their abilities. But Florida, they're still on the hard point. Vegas have to find this break, and they do so on the back of Standy's two-piece.
Yeah, of course. The right comes off the back of Standy. 9-6, Temp 8-4. TJ, well, okay. It's fine. It's okay. No worries. Snake your heart out. It seems to work for everybody. There it is. With this game, and you see what it does. Wonderful kill comes in from Tej. And now here comes the pursuit from Florida. Making their way toward the outside of PD. And all right, Vegas, come out with your hands up. Temp ends up falling in from there. Florida takes them a while, but they're finally able to make the break.
They're finally able to find that break. For about 20 seconds of that P4 strat time. But now we go in towards Kitchen, where we see Clayster multiple times throughout the year whip out that Vaznev and turn it to sub Clay. It's all going to be about these fights towards the back street. TJ at least cuts down 2 towards middle PD, but the rest of the players from Florida already towards back gas. Great stakes from Fellow, but it gets 2 beats by Temp, and that's going to be Vegas Legion. Hold it down the first push.
Solid one at that, and Vaznev's obviously out for pretty much every single player. Capsule trying to make something happen toward the flank, so he's able to stay alive. Somehow on 10 HP, he is shooting everybody out of their socks. Cap, does he have an answer for a second one? Meanwhile, his teammates doing a wonderful job from the front. DJ Cap, have yourself a moment. Juking players left and right, and there you have it. Another break for the Mutineers, growing their lead.
Oh, Mutineers, they're playing perfect. Like Capsule with only 10 HP was able to hit the route, stay alive just long enough to find the 2-piece to enter in towards this Kitchen. With only 10 seconds left on this P5, Vegas Legion, I feel like every single time it gets down to the final 15, that time is theirs. But if you allow Florida to break the way that they have been so far on this map, we're definitely going to a game 5.
We'll see. After the first set of rotations, it's the Mutineers with a decent advantage. We'll see if they can hold on to it. A massive map for them, trying to not go 0-5 in this stage. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding right now. The Mutineers.
Help me, push up, help me. He's one shot. He's dead. Nice. I got him back. One more. I don't know where you're from me from.
Still bottom bathrooms. Free flanking me.
I think he's red. I think he's red.
Nice. Good call.
Nice, go in.
Yeah, good fucking call. I'm making it.
Nice. I'm gonna get paper. I'll take paper. Can you guys
someone get Tom? Yeah,
I'll get Tom. He's bathroom wall.
Laundry,
paper weak.
I did paper. Paper couldn't be close. 2 bullets in him close.
Pulling out an AR.
Yeah, bet. One's back.
Top secret.
Temp is back P2 trucks. On the right truck, he has the choke down, okay? Do the top graffiti shit that we talked about, alright? I'm gonna kill you. Killing this guy. I'm gonna kill him off.
He's in the back vans. He's in the back vans.
I'm stunnating it for you.
Oh, top paper.
V1 in paper.
Did you kill the guy in the back?
No, V1 single truck on me, 1 shot. Yeah. I nailed it.
V1 in the back
V1 again.
Graffiti.
V1, 1 shot. V1 kill him. Hang on. He's still V1 on me. V1
go for middle
They're gonna be gas. Probably gonna be gas.
Middle. Absolutely middle.
I'm 1 shot. Team killed. One's in the back. 1 shot. One's in the back.
Both sides.
Backside time.
One stop gas.
He's going gas. I'm reflanking gas.
He's gonna be double trucks. He's double trucks.
I can pinch him. Hang on. Give me a second. I'm pinching him now.
And one's gas for sure.
I don't see him.
Double trucks, 1 shot. He's backside time, Clay, absolute.
I got 1 Vans.
Nice.
One's under me. Under me gas for sure.
I'm holding middle.
For sure under me somewhere. He's deep gas.
30 seconds. I'm holding middle for you.
I got him. I should have.
Go for your gas.
I'm playing new. One's on new. Play one single AC. Go P1 and kill him. Okay.
Yes. Give me a second.
It's a good 20.
Yeah, I'm holding this 20.
Yo, Nate, this shit with me. Nate, single.
Don't you dead?
Nice.
And you can hear the difference in the comms from Vegas Legion of Florida Mutineers. Definitely the intensity is there for Florida. You heard Tyler Fellow directing the troops, knowing what we did in practice. This is what we need to transition into this crucial game to avoid going 0-5. And with a great hold over at P2, they have now grown themselves a nice little comfortable lead. Now it's all about this break in towards the AC. They found the first go around, but TJ, he's the man this time to at least cut down 2 in towards orange. And now Florida still super far away from this hill.
Yeah, rumor has it, actually, if Florida go 0-5, they actually get fed to the Kraken. So the sense of urgency is obviously there if you are the Mutineers, as they are desperately trying to make their way into the ACs again. Fellow, well, he is running right into the shooting gallery for Vegas Legion. They are locking down ACs and then some. Bracken caused a bit of a stir on the backside. He's trying to cause
a decently sized distraction. However, Vegas are not budging. They're not budging one bit. Tip with the big 1v1. He eventually falls. So final 15 awarded to Florida. But it was a much different hill this time around, Jay, than the first set of rotations.
Oh yeah, much different. I would like to see at least one player from Florida Mutineers make their route all the way through back PD, cut that guy out to give your team a different angle of approaching it. But Vegas Legion have climbed themselves right back into this game. Currently down by 30 points, but they lose those key gunfights off the rotation, and that's going to be Florida Mutineers' early setup in towards bottom PD.
They've reached that 200-second mark. And now for Vegas. What does the attack begin to look like? They lose 2 players again off a spawn. So for Temp, this is a difficult gunfight, right? You don't necessarily have the weapon for the job. Thankfully, though, Standy is here, and really he can be a one-man wrecking crew from time to time. It really is the twosome here from Vegas, as both he and Standy get involved. Same thing can be said for TJ. Excellent work here for Vegas. Remain composed, breaking exactly when they have to, and from there, I mean, if they lock down the final 15, we basically have a tie game going into new.
Almost a tie game, but it's all about those fights off the rotation, as Temp is the guy holding down that final 15 seconds. So with that being 3, make it all 4 dead. Only one player closest to the point is going to be Capsule. He gets taken care of by Subclayster. It's time to watch the old man work in towards the kitchen. Close the door, have some manners. And now it's Vegas Legion fully set up to potentially take the lead over on this P5.
Gonna close those doors, Jay, with the sleeves up. It's getting cold out there. Starting to be in range of a lead change. Again. Another clean 4 down as Vegas about to take the lead once more. Florida, meanwhile, on the outside, beginning a 3-man push. Clay, ever so carefully, peeks his head out through the doorway. Ready for the brigade, ready for the nades, the utility that's about to get tossed, about to get exchanged. Here comes Finkel. Clay, able to deal with him. Brack ends up finding one. Capsule and him trying to do some work, but Standy coming out on top. Here comes the 1v1. It's the stand man who clears the way, and Vegas awarded the scrap time.
Oh, big time right there for Vegas Legion. Also for them to maintain this side of the map, because it's a lot easier to hold them off of P1 when you have top AC, when you have presence in towards top paper, but that team kill might cause them some issues. Sandy on the flank onto Brack. Is able to take a power position to keep him off to this P1, but 231 to 217. This is going to be a photo finish. I said it was going to be a 15-point difference and a hard point, and it definitely has a chance to be that.
It absolutely has the legs to get there, buddy. A lot of time still to fight for, though. We talk about P1. Clay recognizing such. That's 3 down. You can just jump right inside of the hard point. I think Florida have to come to you. A bit of an organized push at that, so they really only get 3 seconds out of it, and also the spawns now favor the Mutineers, so it looked like a very comfortable spot here from Vegas has absolutely turned on its head.
Oh no. You have to lock in right now if you are Vegas Legion. You're giving up all that time to allow Florida to take the lead off of that P1, but Clayster with the perfect read on the re-pitch to hold down this street side. Trying to be the anchor for Vegas Legion to try to close out this series. It's a tie game, 234 to 234. Vegas take the lead, 10 points away from calling series.
Here we go. Florida, they've got to make a move. Brack, he's got to cause a bit of a problem, fellow, with the nade. That's 2. Vegas get wiped off the point. Clay has to back up, but thankfully, he's got Temp at his side. Brothers in arms as Vegas look to try to reclaim the hard point. It's a tie game. Mutineers just starting to edge them out. Do we have a game 5 inbound? It's a 1v1 inside of the objective. Temp able to take it. Florida thought they had it. Mutineers thought they had it. But here comes Vegas. Now they're 2 points away from college game. And there it is. Boy, did they have to work for every W. But coming out clutch again, our Legion improving their record now to 4-1 as top seed secured, moving into Major 4.
Whew! Gotta take a deep breath if you are Vegas Legion, because every single map was all the way down to the wire. But in those final moments, Florida Mutineers, they were able to find a couple kills, get gas control, take mid Xbox control, but they could not take down Clayster and Temp. Over towards street side, the only 2 players from Vegas Legion in that position. They knew that they had to stay alive. We have to watch it again, man. We got to be able to break this one down. It all starts with Clay finding this kill on the repitch. That's going to be 2 dead in defeat. You still see Florida with the better side control over towards gas. And then eventually it's Florida finding the first couple of kills to find an opening in towards the hill. Standy finds his initial 2. The score is starting to run up. Brack takes down the first. That's the guy off hill. Fella with a great nade onto Standy. Now it's the last 2 players from Vegas Legion holding down this street side. This is where the discipline comes in from Vegas, because usually Donnie Tep, he's probably going to fly out, but he knows this is such a crucial moment. We have to stay alive in this position, allow our SMGs to hit the flank. They find a couple kills. Standy finds 2 on the backside towards gas, and then once you get it clean, 4 dead, you know where they're coming from. All through the middle of the map as they cut them down, win the game by 3 points, and close out the series.
It just feels like, man, Vegas Legion starting to right the wrongs. I mean, so often we talk about how they were losing to close teams. I have no idea what Tep was doing right there, by the way. But they were losing versus, lower caliber teams. They were losing neck and neck hard points. It feels like everything is coming together right now for the Vegas Legion as they walk away with 3 very close dubs. Improve their record to 4-1 and really send Florida into a negative headspace, Jay. That's 0-5 as they are not in a great spot. Now moving into main.
And that's so tough if you are Florida Mutineers, because I think from start to finish of this series, they played a great series on maps where they usually don't find a lot of success. So the practice has been working on the back end. It's just those final moments, those clutch moments where Clayster was able to do it in the search and destroy. Clayster was able to do it in the control. And even in those final moments, the vets, Clayster and Tep, are able to close out the game for Vegas Legion. 4-1 in the stage, first time in winners. Vegas Legion, they tied up Minnesota as well for that 8th seed. It's getting spicy.
It definitely is, right? That was the question coming into this series. Would they be able to do it? And yes, they have. Vegas get the dub. Desk, take it away, guys. I've taken some inspiration throughout that last series.
I can't do it.
I don't think they're going
I
out.
want to, but we're stuck right here, fam. Wow, great stuff from Lando and Study as always, but more impressive stuff from the young man who refuses to let sleeves grace his arms. Standy has been a monster this week in Vegas. They got to be thankful that Toronto dropped this man for them to pick up, because Standy saved them once again. That game 4, Vegas completes the upset, but not if Standy dies at the end.
It is once again a situation where Standy is that final little push in the hard point, the final little push and respawn for them to take it home.
And I said upset. Sorry. This is one of the few times that Vegas is the favorite here. Florida played them well, though. Let's go back here throughout this series and talk about the strength from both teams, because this was back and forth, especially that game 4. Nameless, what did you see from the 2 squads?
When I look at Florida throughout the series, a lot of mistakes. It's tough when you have like a new roster, especially when your superstar Havoc is sitting out. You think about that search and destroy. Why was the B wrap so slow? If they go faster, they maybe secure that win. You think about that hard point, they were playing off of the scrap time on that second rotation. Vegas played textbook Call of Duty, rotating every single time, still trailing, getting initial, and then Florida would break on in at the very end, get 20 seconds, and keep their lead. Well, they stopped rotating, and eventually that catches up to you. So some of these fundamental things that you need to do as a Call of Duty team, Florida is not doing right now, which is why I don't want to sit here and say that they played great throughout the series, because I really don't think they played good. I don't think they played good.
But they had winnable moments, and they let this series slip through their fingertips. I think their coaches will break that down for them in the VODs. For now, though, we're celebrating another dub for Vegas. Their 4th now of the 4th major qualifier. Let's take a look at the scuff play of the game. And the man behind the clutch, he had 3 opportunities. The one that mattered most, he got it here, Alley Cat.
I mean, every single time there was a 1v1 in this series, it was Clay the last alive. And you gotta think, at some point, he wins the 1v1. You see he loses the second one to Capsule, and then it's the final one versus Brack, the most important round 11 of the game. The stakes were in it.
I mean, good God. Come on, Brack. This is prime form. You got to win this. The old man, I actually didn't get to see Clay's perspective here. That is a tough win, man. He gets the gunny, wins the round 11, and that's the momentum they need to win these next 2 maps.
We officially calculated it. That was 25 snakes in 17 seconds from Brack. Clay had enough of it, letting Brack know you're not welcome in my lobby. Clay, the anti-snake. The man's like a wombat, baby.
I couldn't believe my eyes. When I was sitting there, I was like, Brad, come on, no way that we're doing this. But you know, round 11, sometimes you're going to pull out the stops, but it's the old man that gets the dub.
Anyone that hates snaking, tell me that 1v1 with Clay and Brack wasn't. Nah, last stand. You getting blocked. Bro.
That is a mute minimum. 3 top world champs don't snake, but they do some ramp glitches.
Also, did Clay snake? I don't think Clay snaked in that fight.
He hit like one,
I think
like
he just
semi.
like, yeah, that's typical.
Like semi sank, and then he was like, nah, I'm not succumbing to this.
Listen, when Clay won that 1v1, I've never heard Fight, one of our replay ops, scream louder ever in his life.
Facts.
Vegas Legion duct taped together at the start of the season, now finding their form, are officially 4-1 in our qualifier. That is their 5th match. They are done. We won't see them until next week for Major number 4, which kicks off live from Columbus. But that 4-1, where does it put them here? We got to take a look at who's underneath. Maybe you get another win from Atlanta tonight. Surge could potentially catch them. That's got to be top 3, top 4, right?
I mean, yeah, we're seeing it right now on our screen. I mean, I never thought I'd see Vegas Legion on the left side of our standings, to be honest. Couldn't be happier for them.
They're looking great. I mean, honestly, yeah, it's probably going to leave them in a top 3 situation, and that's just wild to hear because this is a team that has never been in the winner's bracket ever before, and now they officially clinched the 8th place spot for now to make it into champs.
And we officially have a Legion in the top 8 for the first time in forever. Congratulations, squad. Let's see how long you can hold on to the position as everyone is gunning for their back. A lot to talk about here as we still have 2 more matches to go, and of course reminders to pick up your gear, get it in-game, out-of-game. If you got a cell phone, you're gonna wanna bust that baby out. Pull out the camera mode, scan that QR code, do that, and you could be scoring your Call of Duty League packs. And of course, Flow State, we got a double blueprint opportunity here for the fans, Allie.
Yeah, and I mean, you wanna hit that Flow State, you wanna look like standing during these past couple of series, make sure you get yourself the pack.
Hook yourself up. We're going to be headed to a commercial break. When we come back, hopefully we'll be chatting with our winner. If not, we'll jump right in the match. Boston takes on OpTic Texas. Can OpTic go a perfect 5-0, or is Breach making a run for a top spot? We'll find out after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28, only on Prime Video.
Welcome back, everybody. We have Fike's favorite player joining us live. Clayster is on the line after the most recent victory, the fourth here of Major IV Qualifier. Clay, you guys now just get to sit back and watch the rest of the competition while you get ready for the tournament next week. But what was it like today? It seemed that Florida was able to take you guys to the edge.
Yeah, I mean, first off, I like the Fike shout out Fike. If you know, you know. And but yeah, I mean, it's a great team. Like the CDL is so competitive this year. Yeah, they might have went 0-5 this stage, but I still think that any of the team can beat any team. 12th seed can beat first seed, and anything in between. So we knew that we had a goal to accomplish this stage, and honestly, we faltered a little bit losing to London. And I'm just glad we did what we needed to do the rest of the stage to end it with the 4-1 winners bracket, and I think we cracked in the top 8 for the first time.
Woo! Oh, we know, Clay. I could have closed my eyes and I could have known how the game was going simply based off of Fike's reaction in the other room. But speaking of all of those 1v1s, I mean, every time it was that situation, you were the last person alive. Talk me through each and every one of them in the last one where it was a snaking battle for the ages.
Yeah, I mean, I got 3 1v1s there. I think in the first 2, I used my dead silence too early. You kind of have to wait till the bomb is down or the enemy plants the bomb before you use your dead silence, and I popped it too early those first 2 rounds. And really, Brack made a good read. We had bomb down at B, and for some reason he played A. Maybe they just didn't know bomb was down or something. I had it timed out to like a half a second before I planted, and then this last 1v1, I mean, can we talk about like this? Like, what are we playing here? What are we doing? Like, look at this. I'm surprised the devs haven't noticed this yet. I mean, no offense to Brack, but any like good snaker, I'm dead there 100% of the time. If that's Cell, Drazah, anybody, I'm dead 100% of the time there. So realistically, this needs to be fixed. It needs to be out of the game. That is the biggest cheese ever. I can't believe like that. I just played a round 11 1v1 like that. It's the craziest 1v1, like the weirdest, cheesiest 1v1 I've ever played.
Yeah.
Clay, talk to me about your performance today. You absolutely fried. I know yesterday a couple maps, you know, they were a little tough for you, but individually you came with a different energy today. Was there something different that you did in preparation for today's match?
Nothing different preparation. It's nice not having first match. When we have first match, we have to wake up earlier than we normally do for scrims, and so I think that affects our whole team. And you know, just having to like readjust your schedule. With these later matches, we can still get at the same time we do every day for practice. But when you have first match, you have to get up like an hour earlier. I'm not saying that matters that much, but I think like that's the biggest difference between yesterday and today. I had a big talk with my teammates. I kind of individually texted them last night, and like it's a good thing if I'm the worst player on the team, but I never want to be letting them down. I always want to make sure that like I'm reliable, they can rely on me to win my ones, do the right play, make sure I'm keeping everybody in check. And so yesterday I felt like I kind of let them down a little bit. And so I was just texting them like, what exactly do you guys want out of me to be the best teammate I can be for you guys, to be the best leader I can for you guys? Because we have a disgusting squad now. We can actually do stuff. We can win tournaments. We can make it to champs. We can even win champs. And I just want to be the best IGL, the best leader I can for these guys, and you know, make them believe in me. So that's really what my mindset was.
Hell yeah.
I love it. That's Clay. We had Standy on earlier, the duo getting it done. We can't wait to see you next week. This match, though, is ready to go. But let's feel about Vegas.
What you eating, baby?
We got Boston. Miles and Chance. Game is ready. You guys can take it away because OpTic's winning this one quick, right?
I'm so sorry. I thought I had more time. I did not have more time. Hey, this is pretty green, this matchup. Let's face it. A potential boob series, you know what I'm talking about. Chance, this should be a very, very fun one indeed, man. I can't wait.
This is the type of series that like I think we're almost testing the limits of like what's possible in Call of Duty this year, because OpTic right now, as dominant as they have been and as good as these maps are for them, we haven't seen a single team go 5-0 this year. Like even Vegas Legion, one of the crazier things, could have pulled off the 5-0 strap, but they ended up losing to the 12th seed, the technical worst team in the game. So not an easy feat to go 5-0 in Boston. Obviously, I mean, they're tough competition, make no mistake. However, that Mercado 10-3
3. OpTic are 7-0 on this map since picking up Ghosty, and some of their wins are utterly dominant. On this map specifically, Hardpoint as a whole, I mean, OpTic right now, obviously we said they could go 5-0. They've been getting dominant wins. Even if they get 3-1 in this series, they're still going to have the best map win percentage of like any split we've had this year. So we'll see what happens. It's crazy stuff off the rip. Frags all over the place.
I was going to say, and also a big matchup here for Kremp. Let's see how he fares. He starts things off with a lovely nade there over towards the middle of the map as we battle towards P2. Good stuff out of the OpTic boys. Huke's already started this one off 3-0, and I want to backpedal and say Clay was spitting, but you already know. Kremp, your second go at it here in the league. Nice work there against Huke. Keeps that side of the map safe enough for his boys until Shotzzy gets involved. So OpTic, try and true chance. They got themselves P2.
Oh, it is quite the battle for P2, actually. Beans, well, small window of opportunity to try to get down there, but Dashy wins the gunfight. So, yes, OpTic firmly in control of the rotation. Still a decent bit of time to work with. Shotzzy playing the annoying little off angle to try to keep these players away from time, but where he falters, his teammates there to pick him right up. Dashy on a 4.
Kremp ends it on a jar. Here comes Ghosty. Smooth. We like that 180. We'll give him the points for that. It's a 10 from the judges. It's 22 now and climbing, though, for OpTic Texas. Here in the hard point, you've got Nero on the outside. Cantina looking to make that entry. Here he comes, right into the point. Finds that big win there against Ghosty. Huke's going to lose this fight as well. Shotzzy upstairs. Loses against Kremp. Nice approach now from Boston. That's a clean break. That's 3 in the point.
Yeah, all that work just to miss time, a fancy little jump, in Boston right back in the point. Happy for it, but Dashy, if there's things to be killed, he is going to be on point trying to take him down. Flank coming through. Final player, it's actually just Ghosty that takes care of him. So I think it's what Beans right outside the outer door. Again, Dashy just has his number. 4 spree, dies, respawns. That's another 4 spree. Dashy doing it all.
Lovely work out of Big Bruce. Soaking up that last few moments of time as well. Demon Joseph shows himself in the stairwell. That's not where he belongs, though. Nero, the late flank's going to clean up those players there as we say bye-bye to P2. Now over to P3. Bottom side of 10, OpTic. They're managing to make themselves well and truly accustomed to these corners chance. Get themselves set up as Huke looks over mid.
Yeah, Huke's also just cleared out the entire map. I mean, he's got mid-map on lock. He can see the cross into Dark L, or he can't see the cross into Dark L, but hopefully for him, his teammates pick it up. But he is going to be the late flank guy, freebie number 1, but he gets traded out, and Boston are going to surge on this point. Ghosty, last man standing. Can't quite do it as well as Brack, though, but it doesn't matter. He bought his teammates the time. OpTic survived. They hold on to 10.
They hold on to 10 by their fingernails at this point in time. Shotzzy, unfortunately caught unaware there by Owakening as he makes his approach towards the hard point, battling over the final 30 here, and it's 2 for Owakening, 1 for Beans. A clean point now. OpTic last man up is going to be Ghosty, and Beans ain't afraid of no ghost. Cuts him down, takes care of the time. 20 to go here, but rotation over to Barbershop.
And this is an important moment for Boston, right? Decent little bit of scrap they're going to be able to get, but so far only 2 players near Barber have to make the big plays. Kremp in the intro able to deliver. 3 more players though through the back alley. It is only 2 Vastnets right now, the moment to try to shut them down. It is the trade fest on the point as Owakening will have to take a hike, but back on the actual action, well, OpTic, you see 2 bodies around the hill. Looks like Nero did not have quite enough.
Whoa, Huke certainly has more than enough on the approach to the hard point. Cuts down 2, gets that sweet time, soaking it up. Now, damn, son, Shotzzy.
Yep.
What a kill and a big wake that was. Can Beans get in there? No, he's difficult to deal with on his worst days, let alone a good one. Damn, son. Fantastic work out of Shotzzy as he is moving Diffy. Here on Mikado. Again, another big one. I can't stop this sentence.
Yeah, that is not flow state personified. Man, did you see Awakening's player cam, by the way, when Shotzzy got him on the jump up the first time? It is the player cams have to be dire right now for Boston, getting picked apart on the barbershop. I mean, OpTic with their own point, looking impossible to stop.
Yeah, disgusting work. Nero, though, gets himself 2 to get himself out of this situation. Back over towards tin. We now go the second go around here in the tin side of the map. Nero. Wow, that's an awkward fight. Vaz on Vaz action as Awakening. The trophy bangs the door open. Sadly, not exactly where he wanted it. Here we go. Ghosty's up. First man in here for OpTic. Chows it immediately. Good coverage there from Boston. Breach, don't let anything crazy happen. Wait a minute. It's Big Bruce out of nowhere. Finds 2. That could be the break alone. Shotzzy's there to help out. OpTic nearly hold the point. Over now to Kremp. The new guy here from Boston. Breach, can he stay alive?
Oh, he is certainly twisted. He has the dead silence pop, but that is a stun grenade on his face. So I think OpTic going to be privy to the chow, but he does a good enough job, I guess, just to drag some attention. His teammates win a few of the gunfights, but then he runs into death. Dashy there to take him down, and honestly, that's not scrap time. That is 25 seconds of absolute golden time for OpTic to be able to collect. They're going to extend their lead to past the 100-point margin, and honestly, this is already past desperation hours for Boston. They need a full 60.
Slow things right down. Nero, lovely shots at range with the Vaznev. Ghosty trailed up. Takes care of Awakening. Nero's going to stay alive in this position. Nice nades, good approach. OpTic have got all the spots covered. Here comes a 3-man hit. Great tags out to Nero. Nice one to the second, not enough to get the job done. Over to Kremp. Lovely work from him now on the front line. Can that Vaz get singing? Yeah, baby. Gets himself 2. Last player's up for OpTic now. Have to rethink the attack. This is good time. Boston breach.
And gotta continue it though. 45 seconds left. There's a lot of time. Gotta make sure you capitalize. Kremp gets an extra one, but look at the kill feed. OpTic just find everything. Huke with the 2-piece and Awakening. Last man standing, and Huke will just simply kill them all. And a moment where Boston needed so much, they got the initial wave down, and that's the important one to get. OpTic though, they do the difficult thing. They just straight up bully them out, and whether it's Huke or Ghosty picking up the pieces, everybody on OpTic can slay.
Over to Dashy now. Nero throws a shoulder or two. Lovely work with that Vaz up close. That's a great entry kill. Final 15. You want to give this up. Give Boston nice work from Shotzzy. Sneaks in, steals a couple more seconds, just stopping any momentum Boston have got in the score feed to get things going. 177 and climbing to the 72 of Boston breach. With OpTic in the driver's seat now, it's time to have a listen in with our captains. It's OpTic Texas.
Guys, barber truck Nero.
I don't think he's still pitching.
One guy's
no
pitching.
pitching.
Alright, that's fine.
We're
That's
good.
fine. They have it set up.
Barber truck,
One guy's barber truck and one guy's trucks.
Where's barber truck coming? I need it.
In loading Nero. That's the guy barber truck. Move barber truck now. I hit him with the nade. Barber truck, get back trucks.
What's your barber truck, brother?
That's
the background truck to the bricks probably. Just money behind you, Tim, brother. You should run.
Gate got me. Gate one shot.
He's still trucks.
Barber truck.
Where's barber truck? Yeah, barber truck points me.
Barber truck's one shot done. Last guy behind me bricks. Behind me in small. He's in small. I swear to God. He's in small.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Your guys' gate. I agree from the right, Dan. He's gonna be in small room.
He's in small room.
They're gonna hit their room. Dead.
They're gonna hit their room. I'm one shot. He's shouting me. I'm one shot. Yeah, small, Brandon.
Mid dead.
We'll get on ult.
On the ult?
No, mid up.
One more gold. Yo, the first one.
There's one in 10 still.
No.
There's one in P7.
I get an initial. One guy's mid cut.
On the fruit. You got it in now.
Stay down on time.
One guy's loading.
I have your left. I have your dark in.
Mid cut on me.
Watch on mid.
I have my own mid cut.
Every dark, brother.
Okay.
One guy's on me like P7 or some shit.
I think they're going gate heavy.
Look at dark. If he dies, I'll back up. Two bricks. Okay.
Look at my beats. Back up.
Chance it is business as per usual here on Mikado.
I mean, great comms. Ghosty again has sort of been dubbed, at least by JP, sort of that walking UAV, and he does a great job of directing traffic, calling out everything you could possibly want him to call out. So efficient work through and through. Boston, though, actually battling in this moment to secure those spawns, lock down the time. So make no mistake, it is a dogfight. You have an incredibly long way to go, but Boston have that dog in them, trying to make it an effort.
Great catch, though, these dogs. Shotzzy plays a bit of fetch there. We're not out of the woods yet, but this is one hell of a mountain to climb for Boston Breach. Beans trying to climb that telephone box. Struggling with that as well. Hard point done. Cantina once again. 2-2 split now from the boys of OpTic. 3-mans now going through hedges. Beans, look to your left, mate. 3, 2, 1, and they come. There's your first. Nice work from Awakening. Mid-tunnel now. Huke's up next. Gets traded out. Beautiful work here from Boston. You need a little bit more of this and a whole lot more time, and they're right back in this.
Means, well, doesn't get caught running away, but backs up just a little bit. When it was the top Cantina hill, you and Boston perfectly handle the first wave, and then they get bullied. This time, they shut it down both times. They get the distance spawn out. Beans immediately jumps out and starts to push for a little bit of map control. And honestly, this is 25 seconds again, not of scrap time, of golden time in plenty right now for Boston to work with the setup in this break. They are in no rush. They have Nero on the flank. The other two players coming through the alley. You could try to get it done 3v4, but if Nero falls that quickly, I think now they just know exactly what direction to look. The trades should be easy.
Might be seeing Beans invest that streak now on the next life he respawns in. Top side of the minimap, that's where we're going. OpTic Texas. It is now a fortress. Don't let anyone in. You'll win the map right here and start the series off right. Here we go. Kremp's trying to make his way forward. Can they break on in? 2 members here on the point. Here comes the cruise. A small window to work with on the top side at tin. If there's a trophy in there, it's not going to help whatsoever. Beans elects to not go for it. Kremp's in the point. Can we get a bit of a flip here? We have chance. Oh my word. Boston are in.
Yeah, you know they're all coming through mid. These are quality snakes. Some players can take notes, and Kremp there to fry. That is 24 for him, by the way. And Boston on the break. They didn't do it the easy way. They did it the hard way, but they are here. And OpTic, this will be their only moment of trying to attack the point. A bunch of players through side 10. You got Shotzzy, of course, in the window, but Nero's there for the reads. Nero there for 2. The cleanup crew is in, and now you can fly towards new. And by the way, Boston already set up on this rotation.
Already up on the rotation, and I don't believe what we're seeing. OpTic Texas have been silenced for a brief moment here on Mikado. Kremp, what a run it was. 26 and 19, he gets stopped there. Ghosty in 2. There's one more for Dashy. Is this going to be Barber? Is this going to be the final here on the map? Here we go.
That might honestly be it, man. Ghosty for 2, and you see the reaction from Beans. I think he knew that was one he had to get. Now OpTic composed. You got players in the parking lot. Back alley is going to be on lockdown. Dashy can just wait and shoot all these players in the back, or Kremp can try to deliver, but it's 10 seconds to go. You got to fly.
Gotta fly. Kremp can't get it done. Shotzzy, nice 2 from him. Can he get the 3rd as well? Knifes at the ready. He wants it, gets it done. That's map 1 in the can. OpTic Texas, business as usual. Mikado, their playground.
Oh, hey guys. God, and they look so good. It's almost like they've transformed into different players from their different stage performances, right? OpTic right back towards the top. Now 8-0 with Ghosty on the roster. And I mean, I'd say typical performance out of Boston for the most part. They fought back. They were down like, 210, 220 to like 90. And they certainly made it interesting towards the end. But it's just those moments where like Boston on the top Cantina Hill, get basically a 4 down, and then Huke just goes on a rampage to get back in the mix. I'd say just purely on a multi-kill front, it seemed like OpTic just had the extra edge. And again, a small mistake against a team that's been this good at hardpoint, they're going to take it a long way. So the little ones are going to get you. And again, OpTic continue perfection.
I mean, thinking back to what Nameless has been saying on the desk about this Boston Breach lineup, the addition of Kremp, as we look over these highlights, it's about building a roster that can really take this OpTic Texas team to task. And there were glimpses of it there, man. I mean, between Beans and Kremp in the feed, Awakening and Nero, we know what they can do. You got players here who are very, very strong individually, and the more teamwork, more practice they get under their belt, the more synergy Boston Breach can find. This is a dangerous squad, a very, very dangerous one indeed. And I'm looking forward to seeing plenty more of these two teams match up throughout the remainder of the season, because that was an electric map.
Yeah, I mean, Kremp looks great, like, comparatively. I think it was Awakening that had the slowest start for the team, and once he started to turn things around, they got back in the mix. But, again, just a lot of little things that OpTic were able to do just right. A lot of gunfights like that for Ghosty. You feel like he shouldn't win, and, just a too little, too late sort of situation. But, again, 216 to 105. So you were down by, 100 points plus, and Boston certainly turned it into a fight. So make no mistake, this team, a lot of potential, but I suppose, with the new men on the roster, always going to be a couple extra kinks to work out.
Hey, everyone's got their kinks. That's the first map, though, complete. OpTic Texas, they'll take that one. Again, no major surprise. This has been an incredible run there on Mikado for the boys in green on the top side of the screen. Boston Breach, an opportunity now to bounce back in the search and destroy. Beans, what a great map he had indeed. Hotel is going to be our destination for map number 2. El Asilo for the control. Will this be a long-running series? We'll find out. It might be a boob. We might get an boob, or we could get an obobba. We could. Yeah, we'll find out towards the end of this one. But the boob has been ruined for now as we go to Hotel search and destroy. Chance, how are we feeling about this one, my brother?
Well, we were talking about earlier things for Boston about the kinks they have. Well, we're not going to shame them because going in a hotel, it could be perfect. I'd say OpTic have looked dominant. Now a 13-2 map count overall through this stage, but Hotel is one of their weaker maps, and Search and Destroy one of their weaker game modes. Admittedly been very good. They have steamrolled a couple of their opponents, but I know in the head-to-head, this is where Boston have even been at their best compared to OpTic. This is where Beans truly has shined, and even on a map like this, I know he likes to pull out the sniper. He can absolutely make the big plays on this map, so I'd say a lot of attention on me for Beans for the bounce back. Maybe a nice little square up with the snipe against Dashy.
I would... production, could we possibly go back to the player cams of Boston Breach? I think there's something on the wall behind Kremp. It looks like they've got a picture of... It could be Ghosty? top left-hand side of this says, is that like Boston Breach's most wanted? Right there.
That's actually
is that what's going on there?
What is
And
this CSI detective work going on? We got this
I'm looking for
zoom
red
and
threads.
enhance.
Zoom enhance. I'm looking for some red threads here. Boston Breach, they've been doing their homework. And I look, Nameless was right, man. I mean, this was a team that was formed to bring him down. You want to get their weaknesses. You want to exploit them as best you can. Bring the game to him. Kremp, though, the new kid on the block, he's looking electric so far. Fantastic run in challenges. How did I see that? Enhanced, man. I'm a detective. Some people look, I observe. Beans, Nero, and Awakening, though, they've had a fun season so far. Of course, Methods leaves the team. We see Vivid. He's also left that team as well. I mean, Breach have gone through some big roster changes this season, man. I mean, some of them unforced, some of them questionable. We'll see if Kremp pays off, though. Still early for him as we roll further into this series.
I just can't get over that. Even right now, I can barely see it, and I only know it says Ghosty because I'm like staring at it. Like I'm casting off the same kind of like setup you are. I don't understand, Miles, how your brain works.
That's him, officer. That's the guy right there on this lineup. The kid in the middle. That's no, the other kid in the middle. That's right, Ghosty. That's the guy right there, officer. Huke, Dashy, and Shotzzy. This lineup, man, it's been something. What a run, Chance. What a run OpTic have had. Could they win a major this year? They've got 2 chances remaining before champs. We'll see if they can't get it done.
Well, they're certainly going to be a top-notch contender. Again, make no mistake about that. They have put the league on notice. Their hard point is utterly ridiculous, and their hard point has been good enough to the point where like teams are letting maps like Mercado through because you have to. It is a pick-your-poison situation. They have been fantastic at everything, but certainly here on Hotel S&D, much more of a square-up, dead-even record for both of these teams, but a slight edge in both round percentage and the first bloods towards OpTic, but not by a mile. And again, lethal threats on the side of Boston Breach now on this team for Search and Destroy. Still a focus point to pay attention to Kremp just a little bit. New man on the roster, but I'd say as long as you can sort of keep, I would say like Shotzzy contained from making plays, but if Ghosty's on the wall, maybe that's who they're going after.
Hey, let's find out. Will they get him? OpTic with a classic setup in mid-map. We've seen them do this a few times throughout the season. They've got all bases covered. Here on defense. Beans. Lovely OP pick on Shotzzy there as Mr. Castro, Cuevas Castro, gets a little too big for his boots, dives on out, gets cleaned up. Great start.
And that's a lovely first blood to get. Got a little bit of intel on Dashy and Kremp. At the very moment, yeah, okay, you can just beam him if you want. You're sending Ghosty in for the kill. Who's last man standing, and he can't do anything in the 1v4. That was a round and a half right there for Boston Breach. That could not have gone any better. I mean, first blood on Shotzzy, just over aggressive through bottom bed. Patience on the side of Boston, who I don't think even were throwing too many shoulders up until Kremp spots out Dashy, but not scared of the chow. That is 2 on the round, and Boston happy to get the first one.
Happy indeed. Let it be known, at time of casting, my phone has lit up from a tweet from Boston Breach that says, "Stop leaking intel. I will not be silenced." Round 2.
There's some joke in there about the sort of like anonymous style, mascot Breach.
Yeah, the mask thing they've got coming for you. All right, here we go. Round 2. 2-2 split from OpTic. Bomb in the hands now of Huke towards the top side of the map. Closing in on B. Look at this setup, though, from Boston. Very, very different from that tight formation we saw OpTic have in round 1.
And, Boston have left it opening up. You could sort of work your way through the mid door of kitchen, but you'd have to do it very quietly for Kremp not to hear you through walls. And I'd say for Ghosty, it'd be an interesting angle if he could jump up and spot Awakening. I think that might be the play call, waiting to send in Huke for the kill. Got to be careful about the timing, and a little salvo right there between him and Nero. But if you rotate this bomb towards B, you already know Nero was wrapping back.
It's Kremp. Whoa, nearly. Great fight there against Shotzzy. Here comes the next one. No way. Kremp gets a pair. That's massive. Next man in on the site. Here comes Dashy. Dives out. He has Deddy popped. 25 seconds to go. Boston get the round.
Yeah, Dashy's waiting for Ghosty, though. Ghosty working himself on the flank, or maybe gets a little bit too aggressive, and instead, now we're thinking about aces for the rookie.
Wait a minute.
Gonna get shot in the back, though, so he shut down a Ghosty for 2. Enough time to plant. Beans completely out of the picture. We got another 1v1 in kitchen.
Another 1v1 in kitchen. Will it be as snaky as the last one? Here comes Beans in the back door. They've not heard a thing. Oh my God, Beans with the knife. No, wait. Beans is on the bomb. I don't believe it. Ghosty's not going to hit his check yet. Oh my God, OpTic Texas take the round.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, Ghosty, 1v3, when you need the man to deliver, he just wins you around single-handedly. All of that could have been Kremp, but it is the rookie battle right now. And that is a destructive one, and that is an interesting call from Beans, too, because Beans, without question, saw him run into Icebox, but instead of chasing, he just goes for the play to not take the fight. Ghosty took the fight to him. Ghosty gets the round, and again, a 1v3, that is devastating.
I was getting flashbacks of Ghosty shooting people in that corner outside kitchen. I was like, he's in the other position now. We should be fine. Stun check lands. Ghosty's 3 spree in that last one. Fantastic work. But Kremp has not missed a beat whatsoever. His hotel search and destroy so far, he's teaching. I believe it's 6-1.
Yeah, honestly, just get that man some help. Again, he literally killed 3 the previous round and just got let down by his teammates, but he is now leading the charge, tack in hand, has a frag if he wants it. But you see Owakening calls out 2 players on the cross, so that bomb is going to hightail it. This is Huke. The question is, how many can Huke get? There's number 1. He doesn't even wait. Shoots immediately, but the timing works out perfect. And we might be witnessing a second breakdown.
That is Huke's A bomb site. There are only 2 like it, but that one is his. The bomb is down over there now as Boston breach of Kremp and Owakening. They're on recovery. Dashy has all of mid-map covered. This is a great setup to be in for Texas.
I mean, and that is also Beans and Nero just full sending towards A. Not a thought or a care in the world. And now even Kremp is falling on the flank, and that is just a painful round. They knew 2 players went over towards back kitchen by the B site, and instead of sending the full team and leaving 1 player to watch the cross, Nero and Bean just got sent in by themselves into the Huke show. And now for Owakening, no time on the clock, bomb not even in hand. In another round where Boston just completely let it get away from him.
Yeah, look at this disciplined gameplay as well from OpTic. Very disciplined stuff indeed. Huke's just holding the cross, making sure that if the bomb does get grabbed, he's going to be able to dive on that one. Great work. OpTic Texas, a solid round indeed. Boston breach. Time to get things rolling.
And Huke didn't even have to like big brain that one too much. Like instead of being like patient on the trigger, he took the first gunfight pretty much as quickly as possible. And the kills literally were falling into his lap. So Boston, again, not really making OpTic work too hard for it. Even for the Ghosty 1v3, they literally didn't shoot back.
Yeah. Here we go, though, OpTic. Fast moves now through the restaurant side of things, which is called Mercato. Just to be confusing. Here we go. We're inside kitchen. Employees only. Ghosty's got a bomb. I don't know what the plan is here, but it doesn't sound good. Nero, breach and clear. No hope in hell, mate. The bomb's in there. A couple of players. Trophy system. This is not going to be good. Retake's a tough one.
And keep in mind on like sort of the distant gunfights. Yeah, Owakening versus Dashy, but Owakening now got that edge. So 4v3 for the retake. You still have time to work with.
Here we go. Beans brings the snipe right in the kitchen. Let me see you try and snake this. Oh, Nero. Big one in the back line. Coming toward the front. Kremp trying to get in. Owakening wins his. Beans gets it with a pistol. We're on the site. We've overwhelmed it. It's done. OpTic Texas have been fried. Boston, level it up.
You gotta wash your hands after that one because that was a dirty retake by Boston. But I'd say they've had the advantage in all 4 of these rounds. They just given it away for 2 of them, but retake completely on point. Nero and Beans get in position. Owakening has great reads while he's effectively the one on the flank to take down Dashy, and Owakening turns that into 2. But that is efficient. That is exactly what you want to see after that bomb gets planted over towards B. And now for Boston, all the B's in the mix, their opportunity on attack. Do they go to their favorite bomb site?
Let's find out. Beans, bomb in hand, sending it over towards the A-bomb site super fast. OpTic are not going to be here. It's going to be a late bit of a look across map. Will they help out? Shotzzy walks right into it, but eats Owakening alive. Doesn't even chew him. Bomb doesn't get planted yet. You're trying to take control of bedroom now if you're Boston, but got to get that bomb down soon.
God, everybody's fine. Shotzzy's wide challenge. Nero's just fine for the challenge as well. And now OpTic at least have things to think about. The bomb's going to get planted at A, and he gets it down before who can actually get the kill. And you got like players again, like Dashy number 4 wrapping back. So OpTic for a moment, slightly bamboozled. Now you got to reposition and try to connect on the A site.
Bamboozled is the best way to put it. Nice nade. It does connect. It takes care of a trophy there. So Shotzzy Let's see what he can do from here. Dashy and Huke find their respective kills, all down to Beans. Beans in a sweet spot to watch this, but 25 seconds, a lot of time now for the members of OpTic to move forward. There's the chow. Tags are in. It could be a two-piece for Beans. He's going to get hurt bad from this one, but stays alive. 15 seconds now. Huke has to make a play. Has to get involved. Can he get the kill? He's trying to make something happen. Gets it done. Dashy with 2 to maybe 3 seconds to spare. What a retake. OpTic Texas.
And that, again, for Boston, you just don't have to die if you're the players that are not named Beans. Like, I think Nero just gets picked in the middle of the map, and, like, the action's over on the other side. Like, get the intel, throw a shoulder. You see, even in a 1 versus 3, Beans is in a spot that is clutchable in this moment. I think Dashy got some tags in as well on Beans just for the help for Huke. And again, I'd say for Boston, like, if the other players on the map just do a slightly better job of with a heads-up gameplay, they could have had the round, but OpTic, again, similar to the hard point, you make a small mistake, you are going to get picked apart.
Good rounds. See what tiny and easily forgivable, but incredibly consequential mistakes we may see in this one. Here we go. Nero in couches, nothing comfortable about it. Ghosty gets the immediate trade, dives on out, stays alive. Lovely work. Got Dashy there. Oh, trades back and forth, 2v2. Electric stuff here in this round.
Oh, that is so loud too, but Beans overcommits with the snipe, and that does not last long at all. An Awakening in a 1 versus 2. He's going to pop dead silence, and for the moment, it looks like he has the good reads. The bomb is, in fact, going over towards B. Question is, do you check the deep enough corner? His teammates saw him, if not him, and he's able to get away, but he is tagged up and weak. Awakening running for his life.
Wait, he's pumped the brakes. The bomb's going back over towards A. There's plenty of time to get this done. Awakening, you get 1 check on this. It'll be the stun to get it done. Oh, but Shotzzy has set himself up to win the round right here and now. That position. Awakening, if you read this, sensational. Shotzzy is a patient man and he can probably hear this. Uh-oh. I take it all back. 35 on the clock.
That's honestly fine, though, because now Awakening has to be so concerned about Shotzzy. Shotzzy, again, just has to dance. This is what he does best. Slow him down, buy your teammate the time, and that's the difference. Ghosty's the man in the clutch spot. Shotzzy could just dance forever, and Awakening's not going to have enough time to clear everything out. You're to the point now where you just have to gun both of these players instantly. And that's just an impossible feat.
Eyes on. Ghosty's barely going to move. Good tags, good damage. As OpTic Texas toy with Awakening. The Demon Hunters deal with Big Joe. On to the next.
Again, when a player like Shotzzy is making the smart plays as well, which he has been incredibly consistent with it, I mean, that's just, again, you see the impact that he has. Even if he, misfires in the middle of the map, he just turns it into a situation where it is easy clutches for him and his teammates. So many rounds, I'd say OpTic have had to clutch in this one, but that is one they simply took themselves, and they have a nice little lead.
4-2 here in our search and destroy. For you newcomers, it's 1st to 6 here in the mode. Boston Breach this time on attack there. Heavy hit in A. Kremp gone. Dashy's first blood. Nero winds up for it. Dashy cuts him down. 2 on the round.
Gave the old college try. You did get the bomb planted, and Awakening played the exact same spot. This time Shotzzy had help, and
oh my
God, not going to last any longer. Perfection of a round. The initial play for Boston was basically to not even attack Dashy necessarily, but there's easy trades after the fact where just this is movement. This is hardcore parkour.
This is hardcore parkour. Can we get I was going to say, can we get a wide angle of this one? There we go. We get some music to this. There's going to be some great memes. We'll see you on Reddit, boys and girls. That was an outstanding round, though. The bait and switch, the 2-man hit from Shotzzy and Huke, Dashy, the 1-man army. Great round, OpTic Texas. Breach, though, you are staring down the barrel of a map 2 loss. Time to go.
And just think about how this game started as well. I mean, Kremp was popping off. He was a kill away from getting streaks.
Yeah.
He had done quite a bit of work, and as soon as that 1v3, that's just such a momentum killer, and that was in the second round. Not ideal for Boston. A long way to go to try to clutch this one up, and more so for OpTic. Great nades, great stuns, and yep, completely on point. First blood.
That's the 5th in a row right there for Ghosty. Damn Daniel back at it again with the sweet nades. Kremp, he's been activated. Finds 1. There's another here in the restaurant with you, and you have eyes on Huke. Will Huke check this? Kremp finds his 2nd. Looking more like Krampus here than Kremp as he finds these kills inside the restaurant side of the map. Here comes the bomb, though. Chance Ghosty, he's making his way over through Jules.
They're going to have to take their time with this one, though. Ghosty does have Dead Silence popped as well, so this might be the opportunity. Oh, nope, it's gone. Good luck with this one. Both these players incredibly loud if they want to crawl through the restaurant.
Yeah, they're going to crawl across the broken glass inside Jules, now towards restaurant, thundering forwards. I don't know if anyone here can hear this, though. So Kremp and Owakening didn't hear it. Owakening might have to check it. Yeah, he's got to go. Got to get in there, mate. Dashy's got the back door. So does Ghosty. Is 2 ARs inside kitchen. Here comes the hit. Dashy chows out. Owakening gets the damage done with an aid. Over to Ghosty. Can he add one more to the pile and get himself streaks? That'll help out in a moment, but for now, it's a 3v1.
Yeah, Kremp has the spidey senses tingling, though. Kremp's going to have the angle for this one, and I think they've trapped them all out. Yeah, shots ringing through just as the signal. And Kremp just playing with it, but where's the help? Someone's got to shot a little bit quicker, and there you go. Kremp will just do it himself. Boston taking their sweet time on that approach, but all things considered, no mistakes made. And again, efficient on the retake over towards the B site, but that is obviously because of Kremp, the work he did against Shotzzy and Huke, literally doing it all.
Yeah, that was a incredibly important couple of kills.
Oh, wow.
Kremp, oh, nice one. I thought he was hitting with the anti-air there, but no, it was like a diving punch. Still manages to break the guard, takes care of business. Kremp, not a bad look here for the squad of Boston Breach, but you need to rip off a few more rounds. You are still in dire straits. 5-3.
I mean, you know, great map one for Kremp. Great map two thus far as well. Main Slayer in the lobby and now leading the charge towards A and leading the charge. 0 time wasted. Dead Silence flying through. I mean, you are 1 round away from losing this game and he does not care. He is flying into a dangerous heady. He tried. You got to give it to him. He tried.
Right, he did more than try. He put it all on the line. He really did. Good on Kremp. Slow things right down. That bomb is going over towards A. Dashy down low by lights. And oh, we brought the big boomstick. Dashy's SPX. We have seen what this thing can do. Looking towards that D2 spot. The far right-hand side desk. Nero. Here comes the plant. Oh my god. How close? Oh. Too close. Yep. Not victory shots. He's trying to bait the player. There's Big Bruce. Holding it down. Beans now has to take care of the players on the way through. Couchy! Wow. Holy beams! Oh my god! That is the search and destroy, boys and girls. Put that one in the can as Ghosty and Shotzzy. They get real close on that defuse.
Alrighty. I have no idea how Ghosty won that gunfight, but he is ripping heads. OpTic still on cruise control, looking to be the first team to go 5-0 thus far in Modern Warfare 2. A lot of clutch rounds that they needed, a couple dominant ones as well, but similar to the Mercado, OpTic Texas throughout this stage, full speed ahead.
Oh, full speed ahead indeed, ladies and gentlemen. OpTic Texas running things so far. Look at the stats. Ghosty, what a play from him. Kremp on the other side of the board, both teams' respective heroes, but the scoreline way different. 6-3. OpTic walk away with that one. A ridiculous final round. Good stuff there from the boys of Search and Destroy. We'll see what they've got in control. Coming up after this, will it be a 3-0 series, ladies and gents? LSCLO. We go to that one next. Hotel and Fortress, should we have to get further and deeper into the series? But right now, it's an ooh. We're looking to add a B to that maps and modes. Can Boston get it done? We'll find out. Not too long, but LSCLO control, ladies and gents, coming up after this one. What a fun series this has been. Will it be history, though? In the making chance, the first team to go 5-0 here in MW2.
Well, I would say for LSCLO, for Boston, one of their better maps. I know Nero, especially on attacking rounds, might quite literally be the best player in the game on this map. And Boston do love it. However, they've also lost it the last 2 times they played against OpTic. So a heavy hitter matchup on LSCLO for sure.
Well, before we get to LSCLO, we do have some spotlights for you, ladies and gents. That's right. Our pals at Citadel, we've got more of these fantastic questions. First and foremost, who is that pro? 14 different teammates.
That's very
in 4
specific.
years. Incredibly specific. The next question, longest tenured pro on his current team. And our final clue, before we go to break, won his first ever home series in MW19. We'll find out who that pro is after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28 only on Prime Video.
Ladies and gentlemen, who is that pro? 14 different teammates in 4 years. The longest tenured pro in his current team. Won his first ever home series in MW19. It's Pikachu. No, it's Awakening. I thought it was 10. Wow. Back at MW19. Turn things around for the Florida Mutineers. Crazy stuff there. Demon Joe, ladies and gentlemen. He is a monster. He is absolutely one of the most sensational players who turned many heads back in MW19. Anybody remember Kremp's interview where he turned on Awakening Vision? Man alive, did he turn the league on its head. Unbelievable run there from, I think, from the Florida Mutineers chance back in the day. Also, RIP Pharaoh, man. What a sensational run that team had.
Hey, not wrong about that one. That is, talk about a shake-up and a loss of talent. So not wrong on that front. The temp I know got baited as well, but if you forget, he is teaming with Clayster. Clayster, the longest tenured pro in the entire league. So a lot of people, I think, failed the SAT check on the old language there in the fun facts, but that's a good shout for Awakening. Obviously, the 14 teammates in 4 different years gets boosted a little bit by 5v5 as well from the brief moments back in the day where we participated, but now we are participating in an Elasilo. Welcome to the Asylum.
Welcome to the Asylum. Here we go. Across the breach. Far right-hand side of the minimap. They're making their way forward. This is Nero. Creepy crawly on the inside. Huke. Wow, 1 bullet away from being taken care of there. That would have been a tough start from OpTic.
And yeah, it bounces back and Shotzzy ends up getting the first blood. A lot of these CeeLo control rounds have sort of developed into playing like an S&D off the rip with how much time these teams are taking. And I'm a fan of that personally. I like the idea. And I don't know if Nero saw the player up top, but he did before. He certainly did now and ends up just spinning in circles before getting shot on the flank. And well, not for Boston. 0 map control, 0 kills. Not a lot going on.
Nah, not a whole lot. A little bit of love towards A for a brief moment, but you're going to say goodbye to that for now. Kremp, see what he's got in control here. 0.5 seconds to go. A little bit of love towards B. That's where Kremp's going now. Okay, you catch Dashy out. This is a big kill. This changes the state of affairs over here. And he's got that back door covered. Whoa, tags, but Kremp is twisted.
Twisting up just as by his teammates like presence to get over towards B, but can't win the gunfight from close range. Dashy is different, but Nero does get 2. Beans is there for the trade, so now you got a 2 versus 1 effectively on the point, but the one it could have been is Shotzzy, who was over towards A. So all the pressure towards B, double trophies up, and you take care of the flank as well. Boston could get this done.
Here we go. 1 down. Halfway through the second. Here we go. 1 more second to go. Beans on the cross. Eviscerated. Here comes the approach now from OpTic. Flying forward. Ghosty's there. Oh, big tags out of Shotzzy. Once again, nice win. Second segment done. Over towards A now we fly real quick. Boston trying to get things going. Time's ticking. Less than 20 to go.
Yeah, this is a tough moment. Nero is the first player on point, but I mean, look at this setup. You got Dashy on one end, Shotzzy pinching on the other. Nero, that is ridiculous looking movement. And well, Boston take full advantage of it. Ghosty, last man standing, and almost certainly going to have to chalk this one up. No way you can solo break that with attack, especially not with that many bodies on point. So Boston, all things considered, in a fantastic situation. They need 1 take on B. They get a minute 12 to do it.
Yeah, 17 lives as well. Loads of time, loads of lives. See what OpTic have got. Spread out defensively. Shotzzy's found an annoying corner to be in. The rest of the team playing over by B. Kremp finds his first, throw things up. Trades are going down. You're starting to run out of numbers here. Ghosty win this. No, Kremp! Wow. Cuts him in half, torn asunder, and now immediately the pressure is on for OpTic. Great awareness from Kremp. Not enough in the gunny though. Huke straight out of spawn, straight into the fray. You're still getting the capture job done. It's not quite finished yet. Lovely nags out of Huke. He is saving this point for the boys.
Oh, that's a big win from Awakening, but yeah, you need a trophy player to get near the point. Beans couldn't get the trophy out, and he does get traded. And you are simply now running out of time. Kremp again twisted, able to stay alive just for another brief moment, but OpTic stabilized, got pressure towards the middle of the map. Nero trying to soften up the blow, and Shotzzy might just be that next player in line.
Dead silence now from Nero. 20 seconds to go. Lovely shots at range. Simply not really able to get the job done, but the trades are there. Over to Beans now. That's an open point. In we now go. Boston, this could be the round. Slow and steady capture. Two-man stack now. Get the job done. OpTic are flying forward. Huke rips. Oh, wow. Last man. Shotzzy gets the kills. Gets both. Dashy's there. Nero's got to win it. He does. Stays alive. Oh my god. It's still getting captured. Anyone from OpTic? No. Boston breach. By the hairs of all, just the 3 of those chinny chin chins.
Dude, it finally comes back to haunt him. Like, the 3 best duos in Call of Duty history, obviously, Aix and TP. Right after that, T2P, Scump and Formal. But then Ghosty and teammating Shotzzy. It has been his favorite thing to do and literally kills him with the frag right at the very end. I think that is literally like the 7th or 8th time Ghosty has killed Shotzzy with a nade. And this time it cost him. It hurt him in the round. Obviously, Boston in a great position either way. They had all the pressure. They did all the hard work, so they were right there. But funny how that works if Shotzzy gets shut down more by Ghosty than the other team.
He's just everywhere, man, you know? So he's going to get naded eventually. Attacking round now for OpTic. Boston breach. Here we go. Beans on the outside of the A zone there. Gets cleaned up. Shotzzy, perfect spot to be in. Bad timing. Good reads there from Awakening. He was our man on the spotlight, so now he's the man in the feed.
We'll see if Nero's going to be the man for the trade or the man that's in the feed for Huke. And yeah, Huke just playing him around the circles, but maybe not enough bullets for the job. And Kremp is there for the help. And now Ghosty here to be the cleanup crew. There's the 2-piece, and that A-zone pressure continues. Dashy gets the extra kill, and I think Boston already, you see on the minimap, basically just chalking this one up. And you don't necessarily have to. If it's only Ghosty on point, it is going to be a slow captures yet. Nero wants to fight, and he's there for it. Takes him down, and OpTic back to square one.
Big deal as well, winning that fight. He's now clearing that A segment that didn't get captured, so that's a nice bit of heads-up play, and yeah, you're never going to win that fight, but you've taken care of the hard work at A. Dashy can stay here all he likes. This is still a very, very solid spot to be in. Allows OpTic to keep getting onto that A zone, and here they are.
And I would say if you know Dashy's up top radio tower, just literally never mess with it. Go from the inside lanes and just try to try the players out from inside the time. So it'll be Nero by himself, the only player that can even do anything. And again, Boston, they have been incredibly content to chalk up A. I mean, Beans has been top AC for 45 seconds now.
A solid 45 seconds. Here comes Ghosty. Kremp cut him downstairs. Big wins. He and Nero working in magnificent tandem as well. Trades out there. Awakening was that forward tip of the spear for Boston breach. And perfect awareness now of exactly where OpTic are coming from. Here we go. Boston getting guns ready. The longest range gunfight, I think, is imaginable. And Dashy wins it. It has to be a record.
Oh, either way, trade slot and bound. Beans has finally left his top AC perch, and hey, there's the first kill he has gotten in a hot minute. So finally back in the mix. You see Boston plenty of that pressure as well. 2 players bottom pool. Huke's going hunting, and that is awareness in a half. And Nero, 0 reaction in that moment. Huke will take the free 2-piece.
That was pretty free. Uh-oh, cleans them up. Here comes the stack. It's a 3-man, 4-man. It's nearly the whole team. It's a full house, but wait, Kremp and Awakening have crashed this party. Take care of 2 of them. You still get the slow capture. Oh dear, Nero wins a big one. Cuts Huke down. That's the point safe once again. Good work, breach.
Yeah, Boston have been very stagnant, but it has resulted in a 5-life lead as well, and you still have a decent bit of pressure on the map. Shotzzy spotted out, but you call him out. It doesn't mean he's going to be easy to track, but Awakening for one. There's Shotzzy making his presence known. Running a trophy with the Baznev out towards B. That slow cap commences.
Ooh, little bit of luck, Kremp. We saw that. We saw that. 40 seconds on the clock. Get these players off it. Ghosty's the only man up in this forward position, and he has just been sniffed out. Stunned though. Kremp can't win the fight. That's unfortunate. That keeps the field open and safe for now. Nero trying to reinforce. You've still got a shot at this OpTic. You've got to get Awakening though off the top AC.
There's more progress being done. This is nearly 2 players on point, so the damage is great, but the cap is still coming through. OpTic, I know it's not great on the lives column. This is it, last-ditch effort, but it is still manageable.
Winding up for the perfect hit right now is Boston's. As with OpTic, this is it, the last dance here in this round. Nades there, Kremp near in the feed. Kremp moving forward, press the advantage. Takes care of business, and that's a good round out of Boston.
Yeah, that's a great round, honestly. I mean, I feel like you're playing a dangerous game by sort of like giving up the map pressure by, you know, not defending the A zone and like trying to ever set up the spawn trap. Again, players like Beans, even Awakening, very content to post up with the AR. So it feels dangerous, but they executed. They delivered anytime players got on point. Someone there for the chow. And Make no mistake, Kremp, he showed up ready to play today, by the way. Back-to-back maps for map 1 and 2. He was absolutely frying despite the L's towards the end, but he is twisted. This kid is in the mix and doing fairly well in this game. 15 kills to his name. He's outslaying everybody on OpTic. So
dude, every map he's been brilliant. Gotta hand it to Kremp from the academy now to the main roster, and with such swagger. Here we go, in on towards the A zone. Nades, stuns, you name it, all getting thrown. Nero on that force spree manages to somehow stay alive. Runs right on through into Huke, who cuts him down. Kremp on the flank here. aBeZy not doing too much there. Okay, finally gets it. Dead, he popped. All right, things got interesting now. Oh my god, wow. It's knives out. Shotzzy escapes with his life and pops a deadie of his own. Here we go, Kremp on the slow capture.
I mean, Kremp, this is like a almost do no wrong sort of play style, but finally he gets caught. Huke just able to jump out the window, and I think Owakening looking at too many players. Ghosty was the bait to send in Huke for the kill, but Boston still converts, still get a couple more kills. And Ghosty gets traded, so now just one direction for Owakening to look. We'll see if they can Harry Styles around the A zone.
Oof. Love that. Second segment. Little slice of the fun here is gone. Shotzzy trying to clean up. Oh, can't get it done. Nice work there. Beans at Kremp, staying alive. Kremp with the smooth moves. Can he take care of Ghosty? He does. Kremp is roaring. He actually unfortunately took care of a teammate there, so A will not get captured. OpTic will stay alive.
Yeah, an unfortunate team killing again. OpTic a bit more aggressive than Boston comparatively for actually jumping on the A zone. Now you have guys like Huke that are sort of in your base. He has dead silence popped as well, so if Huke doesn't get traded in the next 2 seconds, which he didn't, out like a ghost in the night, and this is just like, you know, free reign. He can continue to fly, so that's a second deadie reset kill, but after the A zone gets captured, it's looking like the dead silence might just run out, and yeah, lucky on that front, I'd say. Gotta wait for it to regen.
Huke from up high, force spree. We slow things right down here on LSClo. Boston are running it. They've got to get themselves towards that B zone. Owakening doesn't account for Shotzzy in his spawn. And here comes Huke as well. That's a very, very green feed. The wrong shade of it for Boston.
Yeah, I mean, this is as aggressive as you can get as well. This is everybody on OpTic pushed up into your spawn, causing problems. It's the SMG duo that are like top and bottom pool. You got Dashy, just the cutoff man, forcing their spawns. And right now for Boston, you have to hike across the map. And even if you do, Huke's going to spot it out. They're going to have the intel the entire way. This is an absurd setup by OpTic Texas.
50 seconds remain. Can OpTic hold on and buy a round here in the control? Boston are still on the approach. Nero so close to that B zone. He's done it. He's killed Ghosty. That was the Watchman. Over by B. You have an open field to play with here. The rest of OpTic are running around the middle of the map trying to find kills. Here we go. Take care of a few more. Maybe.
Yeah, it's chaos as well because Nero actually found a second kill. So Nero's messing with spawns. Huke is now finally getting back in the picture. The wall thing's not quite on point, so it has been a long life for Huke, but now that B zone, it is getting captured.
Captured slowly. 20 seconds on the clock. Paused. Dashy's playing tight. He's on the inside of white now. He can maybe make his way forward. Good shots in the back of Kremp, slowing down that flow of reinforcements onto the point. Nero's still running amok here as well. And it is a weird one. Got to get on that. You have to stop the clock. That's exactly it. 8 seconds remain. One segment certainly helps. Can they complete the capture here? This would be a one hell of a 3-0. Kremp's still fighting. Here comes the stack. 2 members in. Kremp's got the inside covered. Up top, it's Huke. You have to go. OpTic are getting absolutely strangled. Owakening can't win the fight. Nero stays alive up close and personal on point. He's shooting bodies. He's shooting everything. And that's it. An open point. Kremp, if you win this, son, they'll make a statue out of you in Boston. But that is the round.
Oh, my God.
Spicy, to say the least.
These rounds are, I mean, stressful, spicy. A couple other S words, I'm sure, in the mix. That's a pretty impressive run by Boston just to even force it to be that close. I think they've been like struggling just getting trophies out on the B zone is sort of what it feels like. And I know you'll see Shotzzy, he'll make the switch to the trophy when they're attacking B just because it's easier for the Vaznevs to get in the picture, at least on occasion. But Boston struggled just a little bit more, but either way, I'd say for the fact that Boston was stuck in the spawn trap blender just to turn that into a fight, I mean, you'll take it. Kremp has 25 kills. Him and Nero, by the way, holy dear. 47 kills combined. Beans and Owakening are chilling.
Feet are up, man. Feet are up. The submachine's there as well. Pressure on towards A. Beans on the outside. He's played this spot a few times. He's ready to spring into the fight. Now it's toe-to-toe with Ghosty, trying to maintain this side of the map. In the meantime, though, Chance will go over to B. And what do you know? Nero gets 2 before being brought down. That's B safe for now. A, all good. Shotzzy's the only man up for OpTic. He has got to cause some problems.
Yeah, he's on a very predictable spot, though. So, yeah, Beans there to take him down. It is kind of wild, sort of the two different, like, games that are almost being played by Boston of, like, the incredibly slow and patient, lock it down with an ARs, live for as long as you can, and Kremp and Nero just having a basically battle of who can take the most gunfights in a game. But OpTic have oscillated back over towards this A zone. All 4 players for OpTic that direction. But it's still a slow capture. Only 2 players on point.
Polar opposite ends of the A zone here. That's going to help out in the defense. Nero, caught in the crossfire, manages to stay alive, gets both of them. Oh, wow! From Nero. No way. That is disgusting. 1 life lead here for Boston. 30 seconds remaining, potentially in the map.
Yeah, we got to get a look at that 3-piece in the HyDra lines after this one, because I think that was 180 after 180. But still, 26 seconds to go. This is your map point right now for OpTic. They are desperate to capture this zone, and that is enough kills in the feed that Shotzzy just wants to get out and reposition. And whether or not he's being tracked, I think Huke was there actually for the help for Beans, trying to fly out from above, and now he's made it to A, just on the other side, trying to get value out of the dead silence, but number 6 should spot him in the nick of time as well. Beans can get that kill. And Boston in prime position now to win this map.
Yeah, the Guardian Angel Beans keeps the boys safe. Doesn't have too many kills, but the ones he have, they matter. Nero can't find him through that green fence. 11 seconds to go. Get him off the point. It's going to help. You've got players on A now as well. It's a 2-point capture. A is nearly done. Beans, you got to win this. He's doing it alone. Can't stay alive.
Can't kill Ghosty.
Potential is there. Knives, no. Kremp stays alive. Gets 2. Unbelievable from Kremp. Over to Awakening gets his kills as well. 11-14. Over a minute to play.
They just couldn't kill Ghosty. In the meantime, though, Kremp is now on a 5 back in your base. So again, the tale of 2 very different games that Boston have been playing. As Kremp continues his path of destruction. There's number 6. There's the cruise. There's the dead silence reset. And Kremp continues this as long as he wants to go. Ghosty, you already knew Kremp was going to win it. Welcome to the show.
It's a 7 from Kremp. 40 seconds to go. Yeah, do it. It's Dashy. It doesn't matter, dude. Do it. You are feeling yourself right now. Bruce is going to hold that. Went for the chow. Pays for it. 30 seconds to go. Slows down those members of OpTic, though. Oh, here we go. Huke's in. This is not over yet.
I mean, they killed Kremp. Honestly, they might be good to go. It's still only 1 body on point now. Here's the question. Do you have the trophy? I guess not, because Ghosty has to leave it. A couple kills get traded. You know they're inside. OpTic with 20 seconds. You got a little bit of time before you have to get on the point.
Yeah, no trophies there for OpTic whatsoever. Big tags. Beans. Is he running out of ammo? Is he going to be able to get this kill? No, he stays alive. Oh, my. We're so close to the capture. It's not over yet. Kremp with a contest. Can't win the fight. Last man up. It's done. OpTic Texas have stolen the round.
I mean, dude, with 0 right to get these rounds, it feels like either they kill Kremp a single time in your base towards white, and they're just always on point. I don't know how many bullets Ghosty has just absorbed. And I know there's an X-Men character in here somewhere that can, like, do this sort of thing. Who
I think it's the blob.
Footloose guy.
Some kind of blob. Wait, who are you talking about? Who? Go on.
Kevin something in Footloose. Who am I thinking of?
Oh.
Incredibly famous actor.
Kevin Bacon.
Kevin Bacon, yes, Kevin Bacon, the guy he played in X-Men. You can shoot him as many times as you want. He just absorbed the bullets and like returns the energy. That was Ghosty. Ghosty only has like 14 kills or something like that, but he just absorbed so much damage on the B zone, through walls, through fences, through boxes, everything.
Dr. Shaw, Sebastian Shaw.
Yeah,
fun X-Men trivia here on the CDL. Ghosty is a mutant. Well, here we go. Right back at it. Fast one here from Huke. Offensive round. Last one. Can OpTic do it again, back to back? It'd be very impressive.
I mean, already the kill's going their way. They got the first 2. They've got Huke on the clock, or on the point, stopping the clock. Excuse me. And already you've had Boston. Like it's these like slight off angles where they're not getting him through the fence, and that's 1 tick already through. Huke, he's just been having a blast. Hasn't moved at all.
Chilling. Second segment on the way out. Big wins Awakening. There we go. 3 clean kills. That's it. Shotzzy backs on up straight over towards A. Beans is there. Lovely reads. Not enough time though for Shotzzy to get the gun up. And that was a fast bit of a work from Boston Breach. They stay alive. Looking to avoid the reverse sweep.
This is a tough spot to be in, coming off spawn and really no directions you could possibly go. Beans is going to spot out Huke on the jump and kills Ghosty. In the meantime, Kremp gets sent in for the kill, and if you have that many kills, you are challing. That is number 35 for Kremp.
Kremp is on one right now. Save that language. Stunned up. Nero's position made aware. Awakening, lovely pinch. Awakening with 2 in the feed. Now flying forward. Nearly the third. Ghosty, though, ends him. Can't get any more of that life as Beans joins him. 30 seconds to go, and we see another map.
Oh, that was a good spot too, but Shotzzy just kills him instantly. So unfortunate on that front, and now Beans on the back end, finally getting in the mix, more aggressive on the map, and he is on an 8 spree in the meantime. OpTic in the final round, maybe not enough in the tank, but with 12 seconds to go, I mean, someone's got to make the big play. Someone's got to get on his own. It is Shotzzy by himself. He has to fend off the entire team. Nowhere to go in Boston by the looks of it. They are gonna get it done. They're going to extend the series.
Oh, and the series will be pushed further and longer into this night. There we go. Boston Breach and Kremp absolutely exploding there on the map. What an unbelievable performance from him all series long so far, but that one so far was the icing on the cake, and that's exactly what Boston Breach needed.
And that is truly typical out of Kremp as well, because I know he has somewhat of a, a little bit of a lackluster debut, a little bit mediocre. Well, he's now going against the team that has quite literally looked like the best team. They have dominated, and they've been fantastic the whole way through. And Kremp, he has quite literally been going toe-to-toe, frying the entire series, and admittedly a couple bold chows here and there, but honestly, with the way he's been frying, you cannot blame him. Led the lobby in damage, led the lobby in kills, 32 non-traders, and he's doing that while hopping the point on the objective. Him and Nero right there as well. So Boston Breach, that dynamic duo, I suppose, on a CeeLo control, absolutely getting things done.
Crazy stuff. 38 and 29. No records broken. Update from stats. Havoc still holds that one with over 40 kills. He's doing great, man. The Kremp. Look at that, dude. The boy was so quick. Yeah. He had time to get 2 bullets in. Like, my God. There you go. We'll see if he can put up more highlight reel plays here as we look across the LSCLO that's now done. 2-1 in the series as OpTic Texas. We play another hard point. We're not on Mikado this time, so, fate is open for Breach to steal.
It's hotel hardpoint we're going to, yes?
Sure.
Sure. Okay, well, I'm pretty confident about that. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. That's my bad. I just thought you were looking at it. I'm pretty sure it's hotel hardpoint. And I know since like OpTic, throughout like the major stage 3, they went on like the 9 or 10 hardpoint win spree or something like that. It got broken on a hotel hardpoint. Like their only hardpoint losses of recent, I think both of them were Toronto Ultra as well. That took OpTic down. So that's been the only quote weakness. But again, when I say weakness, it has been one single team that has been able to stop OpTic on one single map. So maybe the good news for Boston, that is the map in rotation, but it is also a map where OpTic have absolutely destroyed some very good teams. So Kremp has to be on absolute top form again for the 4th map in a row just to have a chance.
Well, let's face it, the compound B is hitting hard and Kremp is looking super out there. First 2 maps, very strong there from OpTic. The reverse sweep doesn't quite happen under the CeeLo control. Hotel hardpoint though, we check in once again, last time here in the series. OpTic are still looking for that perfect record in this run up to Major 4. It's still on the cards, but they've got to get through it now. A very, very hot Boston.
And I've just been cycling through like Kevin Bacon films in my head to see if Ghosty turned things around on Hotel, what he's going to be able to bring to the table. But I know he did have a bit of a slow performance on the hard point, so I suppose on the flip side, that'll be the player to watch to bounce back.
Well, we'll see. We have some stats as Ghosty's got a...
Ghosty's got the sun in his eyes.
That's a brutal streak of sunlight. I mean, are we professionals or are we what? What is this? OpTic Texas, though, hardpoint chance, as you called it, mate. The hardpoints have been absolutely brilliant. And for some reason, a lot of people keep playing them on Mikado, so that record of 7-0 is magnificent. Stats, though, are outstanding. 2nd% in hold, first in breaks. Good God.
I mean, that's the question, right? Would you rather play on Mercado where they're undefeated, or do you want to deal with Shotzzy on HyDra and just deal with the 37 water outs he's going to be taking? It is a pick your poison. It is not a fun situation to be in, especially Ghosty, who literally has the sun directly in his left eye. Just challenge from his left and he'll be good. Yeah, no, you can't throw shoulders like that. You're caught. It's in the middle.
Yeah. Can we get some assistance? Can we get... Hector, get in there, man. We need some help. Poor guy. I mean, what? These working conditions are unacceptable.
He got costed by daylight savings.
Unless if he actually puts it right in the middle of his eyes, he might be safe. Wait for it. Yeah, careful, Dan. That's the sun, brother. Yep, that's like getting flashbanged IRL. Yeah, stay up. He can't fix it.
Every time he leans into it, he flinches. This poor kid.
Is there some dude outside who Boston have paid to like clean the windows of their facility and he just cracked the curtain? Oh my god, this is great.
Weakness. You just have to play him at what, 6:27 Central Time. If you get him in the sweet spot, you can take Ghosty down.
If he has a bad map, we can change his name to Vampy, because clearly the sun was his weakness. Okay, I'm done. Here we go, ladies and gents, in a hotel. My wife's watching True Blood at the moment. It's aged very well, and damn, it's sexy. This map bound to be exactly the same. Here we go.
You know it's a COD kid when he's throwing shoulders against sunlight.
That is such an ego chow, bro. That's ridiculous. Shotzzy, first blood, into the hardpoint we go. The jokes are coming thick and thin here in this matchup. Here comes Kremp, though, right at the point. Mostly just thick as he gets dropped.
Yeah, still though, as far as the opening breaks go, you know, a little bit of time. OpTic are able to collect, but Boston with a very quick bounce back. However, the spawns are going to end up partially going through from OpTic. I mean, this is the Bermuda Triangle, and it looks like Boston on point reading it the whole way through. So, Owakening, if we know anything about this man, he does not lack awareness. There to keep the spawns on lock, holding down the spa side of the map, and you got Nero over by Shandy.
I'm going to keep an eye on Ghosty's player cam, see if the sun has been taken care of, because so far it hasn't really slowed down OpTic whatsoever. Ooh, but Nero might. Good shots into Shotzzy, deals enough damage. Whoa, gets Dashy hurt as well. Here comes the 4-man hit from OpTic. Kremp. Oh dear. No dear, it's all good. Part of the plan. Over to Awakening. 1, 2. Cuts him down. Last man coming through mid. That's going to be Dashy. Awakening with the big kills. And he finds 2 from Dashy as well. Crazy. The hardpoint contest is now on. It's a bloodbath. We're throwing it down in the lobby.
Dashy repositions though and ends up just getting traded out. So yeah, more trades coming all the way through, and Kremp popping off in the player cam. This man does not lack enthusiasm and Ghosty, more than just a light in his eye. He's got Kremp in his face on a 4, and I mean, trade this one out. You're 1 kill away from a cruise. That'll be a freebie. That is scrap time collected. That is Kremp with free reign, dead silence popped, and a cruise firmly in his sights. Here comes Shotzzy.
Oh, he wanted it, but Shotzzy finds 2 somehow in kitchen. Gets away with over half health. Unreal stuff from him. Here comes Beans. There goes Beans. Shotzzy once again moving on a 4.
Yeah, that's how you win a rotation. Shotzzy just kills the entire team of Boston literally by himself with no comms as well. So that is a great way to get into the kitchen. And now we had Kremp going for the cruise missile. Maybe it'll be Shotzzy's turn, but as he's repositioning, his teammates have lost a couple of the fights, and it's a 1v1 sort of down the back of the point. Well, you know, Beans is going to fall. Shotzzy, that's for 6, but there's still more to kill. Shotzzy just needed a little bit of help.
Orders up. Huke serves him 1. Nero staying alive for as long as he possibly could. Big 2-piece out of him. Now Huke can get any more. He does. 1 more. Teammates are there as the bait and switch is done. OpTic Texas. Next 20 is theirs.
I mean, barely holding on literally by the skin of their teeth. But now on rotation, you got Nero that has been very early on the roto over towards Spa. So he's put himself in a spot. Meanwhile, Shotzzy trying to break this one down in between a couple different players of Boston. Looking to maybe light up another 3-piece in the feed for him, but for him, the Daddy just about runs out, and he'll have to wait for it to reconnect, but he at least finds 1.
Ghosty doesn't see Beans. Beans certainly sees him. Ghosty, though, an unfortunate team kill. Another point, he now flies. 6 and 10. It does look like the sun has been tamed. But what have you got, son? You get your boys on at that point. Try to take care of this attack, because Boston now swinging. They're coming for the hit. Awakening, big wins. Beans, Nero, everyone gets involved. Shotzzy, last man up. It's a 2v1 on the zone for now. Waiting for the squad to get there and reinforce.
And well, the help is now here. Going to be very quick on the chow, and Awakening at least tagged up, but the trades not quite through for the moment. And this is 20 seconds, absolutely worth fighting for. Ghost's going to get gunned down. The other players in the back, Awakening, that's number 4. And that is Dashy, just fodder. Absolutely nothing you could do in that moment. And Awakening now flies on the rotation. Or wants to ego chow his way back, but no cruise. The scrap time for Boston in that rotation. It is Kremp. He's going to be dealing with just one more player nearby, but Shotzzy, he wins every gunfight on rotation. That is simply what he does.
It's so unbelievable, man. It's so hard to deal with that. Another big win from Shotzzy now, as you check every single possible avenue, but you don't check the least obvious one. That's where Huke was. Into the time. Lead change now, OpTic Texas. Here we go. Awakening. We add a few more big kills. He can. Huke gets stuck. Bye-bye. We'll see you in a moment. Meanwhile, his teammate's still holding this one down. The last hit now from Boston. They managed to get the break. They're on the inside. That's going to be the break. Rotation will be done, but you don't want to give up this next 20 seconds.
And can't give up that kitchen control at all. And you see OpTic, they just stack this side of the map. They might send one player over towards New to actually get on that point first. That's going to end up being Dashy's job, but everybody else, it's just keep these players at bay. So Ghosty, big role in this moment. Going to be fending off what looks to be potentially the entire Boston team. He's got Huke for the help on the trades. A couple players have pushed through. Here's in Huke for the kill, though. Can't quite get it, but OpTic still in time. Still holding back kitchen. Things are still good.
Here comes the cruise. Awakening. What are you going to find here, mate? It's a wide open hardpoint. And Dashy saved by that trophy. Missile defeated. No problem. Huke's got the bottom side of the hardpoint, but no one in the time for now. Here comes Shotzzy. And everyone's inside the kitchen. Curves it. No good. Impact. No kills.
Still a much better cruise miss out of Shotzzy, though, because that buys his teammates time. You can't cross the open area. So you got a cruise from Boston that basically gets you nothing, and a cruise from Shotzzy that gets you almost everything. So you might not have gotten the kill, but now you get everybody in prime position, and the largest lead we have really seen this game. OpTic now have it, admittedly, not by a great amount, but you'll simply take what you can get. And honestly, even there for that kill on Awakening, or from Awakening rather, good ones to get, strips away an extra few seconds, and with a game like this, every point is gonna matter.
What a battle this is here on Greenberg. Kremp, slowest we've seen him on a map so far in the series. If he can get things going, we'll see how it affects that Boston breach scoring, but now Shotzzy dancing around the point. Ghosty's here to back him up. There's a late hit from Nero, tags her in. Stun check, big wins from Nero, what a two.
Yeah, Nero's been a machine. He hasn't slowed down at all, but speaking of machines, Dashy with all the extra damage. Nice little headshots in the feed from him and Huke, and Kremp, last man standing for the squad, gets a kill, but has to run away. Is OpTic now back in time? A 30-point game. Again, the narrowest of margins, and here is the finest of flanks coming through. Huke, got to be a 3 spree for him. He wants to get to the back spawn if he can make it there in time. But Dead Silence pops. This is a gunfight for everything. Huke's going to win it. The thorn in your side.
Oh, more than a thorn. Beans. Strong, patient play, holds it. Dashy should push him out here. Oof, big win. Trade nearly complete there. Nero unable to close it. Hard point's going to be in the hands of OpTic. That was a big moment, and they might be able to send this scoreline up.
Yeah, Nero just got a very close spawn, though, so he's actually going to be incredibly quick at hitting the back. Dashy, though, reads it. The comms on point from OpTic. He only read the first. Number 2 is going to come back around it. Yeah, number 5, Kremp there to shoot you in the back, trying to break it down. He delivers for 2, but the trade fest ensues. OpTic come out on top, though, just for a moment.
Huke dropped as well. My God, the trades on this point. The first go around, it was a throwdown in the lobby. It was an absolute massacre, both sides. This time, no different. These two teams are going at it. Nero unable to close out on Ghosty. There is once again the Vaz. It's a wonderful gun, but not in every situation. Huke, though, right through Chandelier, no problem. Shotzzy has been heard.
Kremp has been here for such a long time. You have to win this gunfight, and look at the help coming through. It is all for a bait, and again on rotation, Shotzzy literally does it all. I know we technically had help for that one, but nearly sets yourself up. And I know Boston are in the hill first, but it's still scattered. He's got Dashy blocking the back spawns. OpTic, so much pressure on the actual point, and all of that set up, all the play to get OpTic inside the hill. Beans trying to go crazy. He buys you 2, but Boston needs so much more to get back in this game, and it doesn't look like they're going to get it.
Oh, not yet. You got to try to make the break. Huke stays alive. Dashy once again with the coverage. Kremp has been destroyed. Final 30 seconds here. You will not see OpTic win it on this hard point, but it could well be the next. The wall bangs are there. Dashy safe and sound. Here comes a late break from Boston, and it's a clean one. They're done. They're in the point. 20 to go.
20 to go, but that's still such a long way. Yeah, Shotzzy will continuously put on the pressure. Him and Huke flying and frying at times, but Awakening chops him down. To the next rotation we go. Number 3 and number 5 just spawn next to each other, and if you're Kremp, you're breaking your controller after that one, because now you got to respawn again. Hike across the map. Huke effectively in prime position to slow Boston down.
Might broken his controller after that 38 kill performance on control, because this time around not been as clean. Huke, bad timing. Great work out of Kremp. He's back in it, flying forward now. Dashy, pressure's on. Beams there, but the trade's complete. Now Shotzzy trying to get involved. Kremp out of bloody nowhere. It's his Krampus thing again. As into the point, you go for Boston.
I'm trying to keep these players at bay. He got Dashy sort of in spot back behind them, doing a great job of staying alive and just buying time. So Boston a lot of directions to look right now, but attempting to handle the pressure. But that's the biggest problem right now. It is the ARs trapping you in off spawn. Dashy sounding cute, well, is there. Kremp for the trades, but OpTic for the time. 20 seconds in the series is theirs.
20 seconds. However, it looks a lot like Mikado. Boston Breach fighting back. The second wind here in the last half point. The last chance they've got here in the series, trying to push towards the search. Dashy holding down Jules. Rotation's done. Boston are in position, but it's only one man. It's only Beans. Can he be more than a man? Oh, baby. He finds one. Was one enough? Shotzzy's in the point. This could be game.
Yeah, Shotzzy gets leveled up on rotation. These rotational gunfights, he is always key. The nades are even there, and now the supporting cast is in the mix. Snakes on point. The challenge is through. Awakening one shot, nowhere to go. OpTic Texas should be able to walk away with this one as Dashy lights up the feed, gets a quad just to put the stamp on the game.
History has been made. A perfect stage from OpTic Texas. They are feeling fantastic, even with the sun in their eyes. Or was it divine intervention, baby? There we go. GG's as Boston Breach close, but not close enough. 3-1. OpTic walk away with a win.
And I think Ghosty almost certainly, that's exactly what he's saying. He's like, I got the sun out of my eyes. I can play again. And they got the dub. I gotta say though, man, Shotzzy genuinely does get leveled up on rotational gunfights. Even when him and Kremp had the standoff back kitchen, Kremp had him dead to rights, and just the extra little bit of help that Shotzzy was able to get turns it into a rotation that instead of Boston getting complete lockdown, it becomes mixy. OpTic get the edge, and even on kitchen before that, Shotzzy literally kills the entire team just to make it happen. So Shotzzy right now, simply one of the best players in the game.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. OpTic Texas looking like one of the best teams in the game as well. Unreal stuff from them.
The best team, 5-0. They got
5-0, baby. It was an Ubo series here, as the only big shining light we could see from Boston Breach was that LSClo. But ladies and gentlemen, that was one hell of a series. Hope you enjoyed that one. We're not quite done though. We still have another series to play out today. This Super Saturday ain't done just yet, ladies and gents. The desk though, you're ready to rock and roll, I hope, friends. What a series! What a day!
What's good, fam?
Beautiful.
What a great day!
That was a banger.
I liked it. It's good cast, friends. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Chance, we'll see you later. Let's talk about this win here for the Green Wall, because OpTic, a now perfect 5-0 on the major qualifier. They did not drop a single hard point, 8-0. Is this undeniably the best team in Call of Duty right now?
Right now, yeah, absolutely. I said it earlier on the day when we were kind of doing our pre-show that OpTic Texas is easily looking like the best team in the game currently.
As we take a look back at the highlights here, Boston was a little bit slow to start things in game number 1, but throughout the series, they picked it up. Some tight games, including a control victory, but OpTic powers through the respawns. Hardpoint dominance through and through.
Yeah.
Who shined, though, from the team?
Well, first I'll start. Boston, Kremp had himself a hell of a series. It's the reason they brought him in. Hopefully they can continue to improve. For OpTic, it's been easy to say the sub duo has been insane, because they have. Statistically, monsters. Ghosty in the search and destroy, a beast, did exactly what he needed to do. I want to show some love here to Dashy, because what I'm seeing from him on rotation is next level, man. So many situations, especially on that hotel. You go back and rewatch it. Back at P2 to man's popping kills. Back spy, he's getting kills when he needs to. He is playing that main AR role on the rotations flawlessly. It's leading to so much hardpoint success and allowing players like Shotzzy and Huke to do what they need to do. Ghosty's sitting in the hill, he's soaking time. Dashy's in the back, retaining spawns. Like, this is a well-oiled machine, and it just seems like they're just flowing so well.
Are they having fun?
Yeah, they're having fun.
It looks like this team's having a good time, Allie.
They are having a good time.
I just want to say one last thing about that search and destroy. It was just beautiful. Like, they seem so free. The round where they double hit through plat to L-Desk to couch, Ghosty pulls out an SMG to make that push. OpTic look like they're going to win this event, to be honest.
Event is still a week away as everyone has a few more days to prep, but if Dashy keeps putting up those numbers, I'm with you, Ant. I think everyone else is in trouble. Shout out to Kremp. Strong performance, especially in that control for Boston, but it's not enough for the dub. And now Boston will be looking for their third win in their final match tomorrow. For now, we got to take a look at our scuff play of the game. Alley Cat, let's take a look at this one. Walk us through it in your casting voice.
In my casting voice? I don't know if that was, well, first of all, it's the Dan Ghosty 1v3. Obviously, he gets that first kill earlier on with the trade, and then it's just the easy read on both these players in kitchen with the defuse. I mean, had a second left, and this is where the momentum change starts for OpTic Texas. They start trading a little bit off, but then the retakes out of the side of OpTic Texas were just beautiful. They kept letting Boston get the bomb down over on the A site, and then 3 of them would push through mid, and can I just say, that 1 kill Ghosty got on the guy on Godheady was insane to close out that map number 2.
Let's take a look at our standings now. After that series, Boston sits atop with 50 points, a 5-0 record. Legion are done at 4-1. And we're going to see Toronto and the Royal Ravens finished with 1-4 records. Everyone else still with a series to play outside the Mutineers. And we're going to see a big one coming up. 5 versus 6. The 3-1 record of Atlanta FaZe taking on the 2-1 Seattle Surge after this.
Yeah, and the bottom 4 are locked in, so now it's just about seeding where you're going to be, who you're going to play. If you look at Boston Breach, that's a tough spot to be in that 8th spot. You don't want to be there, so hopefully they can win their next game.
Yeah, because you'd be looking at that rematch there against the OpTic Texas.
Taking a look at the overall, Seattle Surge in 7th place, looking to catch up to the Breach. They could do it today with a win tonight. The leaderboards are starting to shake up as we're closing out the series, and we still have 1 game to go. Hope you all have been enjoying the broadcast. Chat, let us know, how do you see the final battle going down? It's Seattle versus Atlanta. After this. For now, though, we got to talk with Dashy from OpTic Texas. Dashy, it's awesome to have you in the winning circle. We don't get a chance to talk to you enough, but tell me about your role as the AR. Since bringing Dan Ghosty onto the lineup, Nameless has called it out in the green room. You are evolving as a player. What's your job on the team right now?
I mean, we're all doing our 25. I mean, we just really enjoy getting on the game, so makes it easy to grind. I mean, my job, I pretty much just gas up the subs, gas up Dan, and get some hill time, man.
Shout out to that. Well, Dashy, I mean, again, we have to talk about the fact that you guys are 8-0 in hardpoint right now. Since Major number 3, you've been literally the best team in the game. What do you think sets your team apart from the rest of the league right now?
I think our playstyles just mesh well with each other, and I mean, I don't think other teams are really enjoying the game as much as we are, so that definitely helps for sure.
Fair. I want to ask you about S&D because, you know, watch that. It seems like you guys have like your base level strats that you want to execute and stuff, but also players are just making plays. I saw Ghosty pulling out an SMG. You guys hit right down middle. How's the flow in the midst of these games? Who's making these calls and these adjustments?
We're all pitching in, but it's usually Ant. He's really good at kind of reading the gaps and understanding the mid round. So, but I think we all kind of do a pretty good job of it, to be honest.
Columbus is just a week away. Our 4th major will be kicking off. Will we see OpTic playing on Expo?
I can't really answer that. I'm not going to leak the videos. Come on, what is this like? Is my first interview?
Come on, Dashy, give us the goods. The fans have been asking for it in the chat. It's my job to request it. Thank you for joining us tonight. We got to let you go now.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.
That is Dashy from OpTic Texas. They close out with a 5-0, something that hasn't been done since Stage 3 of Vanguard, as OpTic gets it done here in MW2. Let's take a look, though, at some goods that you all can have at home. It's the trading cards from Upper Deck. Collect the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards. The E-Pack now available. All you got to do, scan that QR code. And, of course, reminder, it's not just ranked you should be grinding. Warzone is back, bigger, badder, madder than ever. The World Series of Warzone is kicking off here shortly. Scan that QR code for all the information if you want to play from the NA or EU. That's going to do it for our 3rd match of the day. When we come back, it's the battle. Who is going to climb into the top 3? Who's going to sink down in the middle of the pack? It's Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge when we come back.
my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Take the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan and page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Take the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
It's time to rock the final battle here on our Super Saturday. 2 nights left of qualifiers before we get into our Columbus Major, and this one is a big one for seeding. The final matchup for Atlanta FaZe will be against the Seattle Surge, a team that is definitely coming back to the top of their skill ceiling. Let's talk about Atlanta FaZe first, though, because I said aBeZy is the biggest monster in the game. Other people chose some other heroes, but there's no denying what the SMG brings to the table. Where is he going to look for help, though, today? Because it can't just be a one-man show against the Surge.
He's going to be looking for it from Slasher, to be honest. This is a player who, on the flip side of things, has been getting a little bit worse during this stage, where Seattle Surge, their mid-AR accuracy has done nothing but been on the up, on the incline. Slasher went from having a .99 pre-stage 4 to now 0.89 overall, where he was supposed to help in that search and destroy. He went from a 1.06 in S&D to a 0.85. So we're going to be expecting a lot of things out of Slasher in this series.
Yeah, up above that 1.0, that's going to be the name of the game for Slasher and FaZe. We'll see what they can do going up against the Surge squad, who I think has a good chance of making a top 4 run come our Columbus Major. They match up well against all of our top teams, and they've got the firepower to match up in the 1v1s. As we talk about the Seattle Surge team, though, Allie, is it Pred? Is it Sib? Mack, or accuracy, if you can only highlight one player?
It's accuracy. I mean, we have to highlight him. He's had an incredible stage 4, leading in damage right now for his team. And I mean, the 1.1 versus Toronto overall, he was leading his team there as well. He had a 2.0 in search and destroy maps 2 and 5, where they went to game 5 and 1. So Seattle Surge, with their main AR frying like this, there is no reason for superstars like Sip, like Pred on this lineup to not win this series.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, he has been their best respawn player. Who would have thought that we would say this with Sib and Pred on the squad? Nobody. And they look great. And last time they played against Atlanta FaZe, it went to a game 5. We've talked about it over and over again. They should have won it. So they're looking to get their revenge here going into this series. And it's going to be like some unknown territory. We got some brand new maps in here. When we get those up, we'll speak about it. But I like Seattle Surge chances in this series, to be honest.
Chat's getting rowdy. Spiral Kill says FaZe in 3. Not having fun says 3-2 FaZe. And then a few like Extreme Gemini saying, let's go Surge. Get your channel points on the line. We just opened up the prediction polls, and, well, I have to say it. Chat has been nailing the predictions today. Do they get another one right? Let's take a look at our maps and modes. Nameless, tell me about the vetoes here. Some interesting stuff coming out of FaZe.
Yeah, so FaZe, we all know their bread and butters are Embassy Search and Destroy and Asilo Search and Destroy. They banned Asilo Search and Destroy going into this series, and they're going to be playing Fortress S&D. This is a map that they have vetoed 26 times on the year, allowing it into this one. We know notoriously Seattle has struggled at that map, and also we have HyDra. So HyDra Hardpoint, aBeZy went crazy yesterday, looking like they're adding it to their map pool.
Just looked over. We are now up over 12 million channel points on the line. It looks like 70% of the community is leaning towards FaZe. Are they right? Yes or no?
I mean, if you want to go with the higher seed, yes, but I'm going with Seattle Surge, so sorry, Chad.
So no today, yes or no?
Salt in the wound, another game 5 win for Atlanta FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe makes the chat happy, says Nameless. Allie and I disagree. Casters, where do you lean on this side of the battle?
Oh, that's a good question, Puckett. This is going to be a tough one. I chose Seattle. Jay, where'd you go?
I think I'm still going Atlanta, man, because Atlanta, they've already beaten them. They beat them in the game 5 with Simp getting that hip fire all the way in around 11. So they got the edge over this team. They know that they can beat them. And with these new maps and like the Death touched on it, I'm excited to see what Atlanta FaZe are able to do on some HyDra. We saw aBeZy yesterday dropping 38. But the biggest one for me, like Nameless just said, is that Fortress Search and Destroy, where they have vetoed it 26 times throughout the year. Last time they played it was January. So if you are Seattle, these are maps that you have to be able to take that Atlanta FaZe on, because if they come out and they beat you on HyDra, they take a Fortress Search and Destroy, they're just expanding their map pool, and that's what makes them so scary going into the later half of this year.
That's what's terrifying is like as Ant's bringing that up. It's like, yeah, they vetoed so many opportunities. I can just imagine the tiny terrorists are just sitting there like, yeah, you guys can play us on Fortress Search Destroy. Watch and wait what happens. But into game 1 we go. HyDra hardpoint, and just really not that long ago, buddy, it was aBeZy dominating here on HyDra HP. We'll see if he can do it pretty much in the same way. Had a number of different crazy kills, broke all kinds of records. We'll be looking to put up that same performance today. But into P1 we go, with Seattle starting things off quite nicely.
Yeah, Seattle starting off on the better side, so they're able to get a good chunk of time off of this P1, but their biggest focus is to maintain these spawns over towards the next hill. As Atlanta FaZe is just trying to hit a couple routes. That's 3 dead in the feed. Last player on the point is going to be Mack. Make it all 4, but the spawns do not flip. So the Seattle do just enough at that P1 hard point to give themselves a nice little lead going into this P2.
And a few spawn outs for Surge, specifically player number 7 and Mack. So quite a bit of pressure here from Atlanta. We'll watch multiple of those white arrows across the side. So here for FaZe, this is your opportunity, a current 2 versus 2, as they will be locking down the second. It's aBeZy in the hill, and Simp, well, he's doing all the work toward the outside. Some great cutoff kills here from Atlanta. This hill looks to belong to them, but Seattle, 1 close spawn is granted. Mack pops up out of nowhere, and now this is got a whole lot more interesting.
Yeah, it's a 2v2 gunfight now with Pred finding that kill at the right time. That's what allows his teammate to eventually spawn on him. As he stays alive so long that he's able to single-handedly break this hill. Put these spawns now for Atlanta FaZe, and now they are in the blender. It's all the kills going in favor of Seattle Surge. Pred already starting off 6-1. We have 2 of the best SMG players in the game, make it 3. But we know that battle between aBeZy and Pred is always going to be full of highlights, and Pred is starting it off with his.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because it feels like, Jay, we haven't really been talking a lot about Pred so far throughout the Major IV Qualifiers. I mean, unbelievably dominant, without a doubt, one of the best players in the game. But lately, he's kind of been number 2 alongside of accuracy. Yeah. We all know, right? He always turns up versus FaZe, but he hasn't had to be that number 1 guy lately.
And that's good things for Seattle, because at that point, it gets a little bit tiring. When you're just a guy that's consistently putting up the big numbers, you're expecting your teammates to eventually help you in a couple situations, and that's what accuracy has been able to do all throughout this entire stage. Number 1 hardpoint KD for this squad. Number 1 control KD for this squad. Number 1 in damage in both of those modes as well. So accuracy has stepped up his game to a different level in this stage, and that's what's been leading to a lot of success for Seattle early on as they find the break in towards P3. And if you're Atlanta with only 20 seconds left, you have to get it right on back, because Seattle, they're already setting up for next hill.
Yeah, they absolutely are. This has been a phenomenal situation here for Surge. A late break alongside of a rotation that is on lock for new accuracy. Yep, he's over toward the top rock. He is ready for any and every single pixel that's ready to pop up toward the riverside. So a great start here for Surge. But kind of getting back to that conversation, man, you and I were going over the stats. We're talking about it. It's the 13th matchup between both of these franchises going back to the start of Vanguard. And every time that FaZe has won it, it's usually been dominant. When Seattle has taken these dubs, it's been in a close fashion. It feels like they have really been waiting for, I guess, a secondary or even a third star. As odd as it sounds, accuracy could be that guy for them in this series.
Oh, without question, man. If accuracy is able to play at the same level he's been playing so far throughout this stage, it should be easy work for Seattle, because you know what you're going to get out of Simp and out of Pred. We're already almost up to double-digit kills on this opening hard point. Atlanta FaZe, though, they put a lot of pressure on from the front. They're able to find the break for a little bit of success, but only 20 seconds being on this P4 hard point. Seattle still getting those close spawns. Cellium cuts them down, and that should be Atlanta FaZe finally winning a rotation.
Cellium able to put in the headshot there onto the Aussie. That's now going to be 13-5 here for MacArthur, who's already got that cruise missile just through our first few hard points, and he's also going to be watching that cut. You can see for Seattle checking both ways before crossing, and how about that double that comes in from Mack, opening things up toward the bottom side, as here comes Seattle.
Here comes Seattle. They find all the kills through the front. There's no one even close for Atlanta FaZe. But at least they get those back spawns. So they have the close spawns, so at least try to break in. aBeZy starts it off. He at least finds one. Mack is instantly there for the trade. Now it's Cellium, one of the more difficult kills to find in the CDL. So he works his way into the hill. Atlanta FaZe are able to find the break. Oh, but for how long, though? Because there's still pressure here from Seattle. Simp cuts down, too.
Yeah, but Simp also here, constant 1v1s going down here inside of P5. Final 15, so the 5-4 slasher over the top. A bit of a slower start to the hard point, but quickly beginning to pick things up. 5 and 11. This as we fly back in toward P1, it will be Seattle with preferred spawns for P2. But we know here on HyDra, Jay, that is anything but guaranteed. A slim advantage for Seattle. We'll see if they can build upon it, while aBeZy looks to hit a route.
And aBeZy's hit that route, walks right into Pred, and he has the right gun for the engagement. Whips out the pistol, is able to take him down. But the cruise missile is actually getting invested. So now if you are Seattle Surge, you gotta back down. You gotta give up this time to Atlanta FaZe. And with 40 seconds still remaining on this P1, Atlanta slowly climbing back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely climbing back into the score. A few water rounds being hit in a rotation that's about to pop up here in 25 seconds. In the meantime, let's step aside and go to the comms of Atlanta FaZe.
One time, Boston. Yeah. One time. From B2. I'm trying to come up here. They're from B2 this time. Don't Still broken, LWall, Pred. Pushing out. He's going P1. He's in P1. Yeah, P1. I mean, try to play this guy broken, guys. He's mid-dump. Come up here. I'm taking the water. Dump still. He's mid-dump, guys. Dump, guys. Dump on P1. Dump heady. Trying to come up here right off. Dump heady, weak. Dante. He's behind me, P1, guys. Don't make still P1. I know. I was looking for him. Dump heady, Dante. Ready still? That's fine. That's hard challenge dump. Try to get this guy dump. Need it. In our P3, guys, Pred just sitting there. I think we might as well. Yeah, mid-dump. Still mid-dump. Yeah. Dump one shot, bro. Chilling. I'm trying to shot. Dump heady, one shot. Don't see him. I'll kill him in the top. He's definitely here still. Dead. Another dump now, Dante. I should have. Yeah, dump. Dump one shot. One's top dome on me. Top dome. I'm gonna stay out. Top dome on me. Cammy. One shot. Top dome, I'm dead. Let's just get runes. He's still right somewhere on me. One's nice time on me, I think. Probably don't. Nero. Auto Shovish. Let's just get runes. I don't need to. Maybe swimming right. Still runes. One shot, Dante. 3 on time. I'm picking it. Dante's hitting on the right. One's going dome fast. Where'd you? I spawned old. He's gonna be in the back. I spawned on old, bro. Don't. Don't 75. Gotta kill this guy.
I mean, that was a nice check-in with Atlanta FaZe. The problem being is that they were just in a stranglehold pretty much throughout the entirety of that last hard point. A wonderful P2 now for Seattle as they find themselves in the driver's seat. Let's go to them now and see how the communication sounds.
Stay on the left. Nothing top plat on you. He's inside plat. Plat went to window, I think. Okay, and one's head glitch on the toolbox in time. MC on time. P1. One top window. I need to tap window. Let's get time. I'm challenging for pond. Go down there. Challenge me. Okay. He's pipes right now. Okay, I'll kill pipes. I don't see him pipes. One more pipes. They're going in. Yeah, I'm coming away. One was pipes. I'm playing D beach. One on old. Okay, I'm playing D beach. Alright, Cellium's on old. Cellium's P1. Cellium's P1 and one's old. Okay, I'm playing deep bench. We spawned out. They're gonna be flooding P1, guys. They're flooding deep benches. One's P1. One's alright. aBeZy's on old. I'm trying to get time. One's deep benches on me. I'm with you. I'm on shot. They're going to mid cut weak. Open it. In the back. Hit him with the nade. I'm holding outer. He's outer. Nice, I'm running up. I'm outer. Okay, 1 P1 and 1 again. One P1, go. Open. Outer. Dead. We blocked. Yeah, I'm blocking the back.
And the communication right there from Seattle Surge, everything is clicking. They know exactly what they need to do, where the pressure's coming from, what players they are looking for as they invest that cruise missile to find the break in towards this P4 hard point, while the rest of the teammates are already rotating. Atlanta FaZe are now going to spawn at the back of P4. They have to sprint all the way across the map to try to contest this P5 hill. And there's so many players from Seattle in so many different angles cutting them down. Only 41 points to Seattle take map 1.
And we talk about accuracy, maybe not having the greatest of maps, but the timing on that 5 spree could not have come at a better time, forcing FaZe on the right side of the map. But just as we say that, they end up falling, and now they've got the spawns on the left side. We'll see how quickly Seattle can begin to figure that out. Sib, yet to be aware of it, now absolutely is, but Cellium and aBeZy there to make Surge pay Still a solid advantage for Surge, 25 points away from calling this one theirs. But Atlanta absolutely can get back in this game if they can lock down this for the final 30. Seattle preparing, beginning to formulate a push as they rush right on forward and do a great job at breaking. One last player inside is Simp. He takes away 2. FaZe still alive, but that nade has just given Surge the exact time that they need. They can't win it here, Jay, but they can get darn close.
Yeah, and with only being 10 seconds left, this is much needed time for Seattle Surge because they do not have the preferred side even for that P2. So if you're Atlanta FaZe, it has to be perfect hard point from here on out. Watch all the water routes, watch all the angles, pick up all the kills as Simp is able to start it off. But Mack already hits a route and is able to get behind this player in towards broken. Accuracy through mid-cut is able to cut down 2. And with Simp starting off with the first kill, he's the only one to find one. You have to invest this cruise missile, but it might be too late.
Oh, and Cellium isn't even gonna matter. No, it does not. The cruise missile gets a nice view of Seattle just hanging out inside of P1 as Surge take a commanding advantage here on HyDra HP, walking away with the game 1 dub. But Jay, what a hard point it was from the man that sits in the bottom left side of the screen. Sib was a man on a mission. I mean, he was just putting players down left and right. We were talking about accuracy. We were talking about players to step it on up. Hate to say it, man, but we forgot about Simp. 31-17, my word.
Oh, man, he was like the human turret. No pun intended for my guy, Octane.
Whoa, careful with that.
I'm sorry, but what he was able to do on that P2 hardpoint was just insane stuff. They had a full 60 hold, and the reason why is because Pred, he was pushed up all the way through P1 side. So with him being in that position, you're forcing Atlanta FaZe to overextend, to try to go through broken, try to push through that P5 generator side, but they had to run into Sid, and he could not get cut down. He was picking up so many kills that he was earning so many trophies. Every time a couple players from Atlanta FaZe came on spawn, they're like, he still has a trophy. It's because Sid did not die over towards double arches. With the flawless 60 hold at that P2, they were able to keep the rest of the game scrappy. Scrappy at the P3, great at the P4, and then even at the P5, Atlanta FaZe, they spawned all the way across the map. Seattle gifted them the spawns in the back. They were not worried about it because they were just keeping the mix going as they were able to come out on top in this map number 1. And if you're Atlanta FaZe, aBeZy didn't go 38-12. You might want to get rid of this map once again.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that it's a matter of like, you know what, you look great on it, but you did have somebody who was dropping unbelievable numbers, historic numbers at that. Seattle, as we've talked about, a great matchup for FaZe. Is aBeZy going to be able to pull off that same type of performance? At least not in this game 1 here versus Surge, as they will answer early and deliver Atlanta FaZe, man, another hard point loss. You can see the total kills, a massive outslaying performance here from the boys on Surge. Sib, he gets the nod at 31-17. It was a team effort. You saw Mack dropping numbers. Obviously, Pred finishes positive, but accuracy, as we said, there was a point where, Jay, you and I were, it was actually, I think, in one of the listen-ins, we were talking about how it was kind of like Sib versus Cellium in terms of the stats. And I think at the same time, it was accuracy and Slasher, who both had like very, very low. It was like 7-25, 7-20, whatever it was. It was like a very similar score at that point. Accuracy turns up. Slasher never really had that moment. Very well could have been the difference there.
Yeah, and that's the matchup that I really wanted to focus on when you talk about these two teams. We all know what the other guys are capable of. We know what Simp does. We know what Pred does. We know what aBeZy, Simp, and Cell are able to do for Atlanta FaZe. But the matchup between accuracy and Slasher is going to be the difference in this series. Accuracy, I'm pretty sure they almost had the same stat line, like you just said. They were both like 7-17, but accuracy turns it around, ends the game 18-18 compared to Slasher, who almost goes triple negative on that map number 1. It's very frustrating if you are a Slasher, a guy that doesn't really like himself a lot of HyDra with all the routes that he has to pay attention to, but you got to be able to perform a little bit better for your team, especially versus a team who was coming out to try to get the revenge.
Yeah, and this is his opportunity. I think it was Ali who was touching on it about Slasher's performance. At least when it comes down to the search destroys, he's taken a decent hit, right? A 1.06, now down to a 0.85. So this is the opportunity, right? He's the guy who makes the calls oftentimes in the search destroy. His KD oftentimes is important. Can typically be one of the last players alive in the lobby. So want to see him perform. Doesn't always have to be in the respawns, but you expect for him to be on top of his game in the search and destroy. And That really has been the name of the game so far throughout this year, Jay, for Atlanta FaZe. It has been all about the search and destroys. Went on a heroic search and destroy winning streak. Slasher's obviously been at the helm of doing that multiple times in his career. But can they do it on Fortress, a map that, they have vetoed 100 times so far throughout this year, buddy?
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, man. It's just like, we know Atlanta FaZe are stellar when it comes to this S&D mode, but there's one map specifically that has been vetoed a majority of this series. 26 times this map has been vetoed. They haven't played it since the beginning of January. So with Slasher dropping from a 1.06 to a 0.8 in search and destroy, this is where he can definitely turn it around on a map that they don't usually play. So I don't know if Seattle are going to be ready for the aggressive plays coming out of Atlanta FaZe as we start off with Seattle on the attack.
Yeah, we definitely expect to see something pretty special here from FaZe. Lots of strategies, a lot of opportunities where I'm sure they have been in the lab trying to perfect as many maps as they can. It's fair to say, man, I mean, we've seen so many teams try to counter them on maps like Mercado, on maps like Embassy. It's time to change things up a bit. My word, aBeZy. Nice and early, getting involved in a few of those gunfights. Gets the timely first blood there versus Brett.
Yeah, that's the king of first bloods right there. He walks away in that gunfight with 2 HP. His accuracy is able to find one, but Slasher instantly there for the trade, so the bomb does not get planted for Seattle Surge, but accuracy just takes over. Like the last time he did on this map. Finds a second kill on the round, makes it a 2v2.
Notice a lot for FaZe to come to him. I mean, Simp hanging out in a corner. Now's the time for aBeZy and Slasher to make a move. Dead silence pop, but it doesn't matter. Simp with the Vaz. Accuracy drops, and now we enter into the 1v1. Slasher also pops dead silence. Is he going to check his left? Oh, it's the one corner. It's a 50-50 essentially at that point. Doesn't choose the right one, and from there, Simp clutches out the round. First one goes to Surge.
That's good work right there from Seattle. More specifically, out of accuracy, to be the guy that was covering over Mack. Even though he does get taken down, he finds the trade and then is able to find the second with the nade. You get that bomb down, you force Atlanta to retake into 2v2. Simp does it right there with the Vaznev in hand through side art, able to find the final 2 kills on the round to secure the first one for Seattle.
So FaZe do a great job getting that first blood. You really want to see them try and actually equal them out to some rounds. A quick P1 check. aBeZy again with the first, but everybody has basically dropped in a matter of seconds. We're 10 seconds into the round, and there are 3 players alive, one of which for Seattle is Mack. What can he do? Plenty of time on the clock. I guess that is the positive right now for him, Jay.
Yeah, that's the good thing, that he knows that there's a lot of time on the clock. He's just waiting for that death silence to be useful. As he's going to invest it. Gonna hit the nice little jump up to take top rails control. But that bomb is still down in towards bottom R. He gets all the info that he needs, though. Might be a perfect time and play, but that dead silence is now gonna run out.
That's so annoying, right? He's able to jump out of that window, maybe go for a chow if that dead silence lasts a little bit longer. And now stopping. Top cannons, FaZe are going to hear it, and it's the quick rotation. Understandably so. Cellium going to plant that one down as quick as possible. As now it is time for Mackenzie to make the play. What does he have special for us? Hopefully he can pick up a decent weapon maybe for the job. No, we're just going full Vaznev, and from there he will drop. As we said, maybe a few more seconds on that dead silence, buddy, and it could have been a different round, but FaZe equal things up.
Yeah, FaZe are able to clutch up on the round. Like you said, if Mack had more time on that dead silence, he potentially had the play in his hands, but Cellium puts himself in a great spot once that dead silence runs out to get one sound cue, gives the info to Slasher, instantly rotation over towards B. You get the bomb down, got both your ARs still alive so they can hold down the angles as they clutch up on the round, tied up at 1.
To round 3 we go. Seattle back on the attack, and really that bottom side door is quickly open. Make it 3 for 3 in first bloods from aBeZy, and 2 of them have been on to Pred. And that is a difficult spot if you are Surge. I mean, you're losing Pred off the start of the round. He's oftentimes your scout. He's been your playmaker, and you really haven't had a chance to utilize him all of that much. A free plant could potentially be inbound as Simp is getting all the information. Catching a few ankles, catching a few body parts. As here come Atlanta on the outside. Accuracy prepared. Can't clean up 2, but at least gets the assistance. Simp over the top. Oh, it'll drop. Wonderful work from aBeZy. As now it is Mack all by himself again.
Mack up in the 1v2. The double chow is gonna be there, and Atlanta FaZe able to start off with the first bloods due to the first blood king and aBeZy. Definitely did his homework. You popped that double doors in towards bottom art open. Pred likes to be the aggressor on that side. You take care of the playmaker. You eventually commit 4 players on the flank and win the trade battle. In those final moments for Atlanta FaZe to now go up 2-1. aBeZy is just simply unbelievable.
It's so wild, dude, because like he's got the #1 search destroy KD this year, yet he's the most aggressive player in search. Like, how is he able to do this? It's absurd. Can he make it 4 for 4? Thank God that nade maybe just caught one of his lovely hairs on his head, but thankfully it does not stick. So he'll stay alive, and that is an annoying situation if you're Surge. Just maybe inches away from catching aBeZy off the rip. However, bomb down, nades exchanged as Surge begin their attack.
Now it's a 4v4 retake. Time is starting to tick. They're trying to find their way into art. But aBeZy with the shoulders that he's throwing is making it very difficult for them to try to jump on in. He gets the timing. Another first blood goes to aBeZy. It's just too easy for this young man as he finds another one. All left up to Pred in the 1v4. He takes down one, but with 15 seconds left, this round is locked up. Atlanta FaZe 3-1 now.
It's like, Pred's like, oh, I killed aBeZy. This is wonderful. I've been waiting to do this the entire game. Oh, wait. There's 15 seconds left, and my entire team is dead. Well, you can take any positive that you can. Maybe the mental battle, potentially. But it's just aBeZy, man. It's just aBeZy. Unbelievable. 4 for 4 in first bloods. Atlanta now firmly in the driver's seat at 3 rounds to 1. And it feels like that's the game plan if you're Seattle. Just either try to handle aBeZy or just, I don't know, just set your spawn. Make aBeZy come to you. I don't know, Jay. How do you strategize for this guy?
Listen, man, let's just hit him with a couple tacks. Like, we know what this guy is trying to do. Put yourself in an advantage when you're going up against this guy in these one-on-one engagements. He's just picking them apart round after round. He has the potential to earn himself another first blood on the map. Super aggressive up towards the stage. He gets the info onto Mack, but at least he knows the pressure is definitely coming towards him.
He's just so annoying, dude. He just constantly goes back and forth. Brought down low in HP, and he's setting up his teammate. Slasher able to poke away at Mack. In the meantime, thankfully, Simp has managed to drop Simp. That is a word. Very difficult phrase to get out, however. Pred still alive. Pops dead silence. Great snap onto Cellium. And now it is up to the first blood master. Can he clean up the final 3? Bit of information on Simp. And finally, Surge able to wipe him off the board as they will bring up their second round.
Yeah, Seattle Surge, even after getting first blooded, they're able to find a trade, and actually works his way up through that street side. Takes control of that P1 area and gets at least a 1 kill of the players of Atlanta FaZe who were sitting out on the backside of open. And it's eventually Sib who's able to close out the round for Seattle. So they're able to stop the bleeding now, which was Atlanta FaZe 3 rounds in a row. Seattle Surge now down 3-2.
This is really the opportunity for Surge to show off some of those mid-round adjustments, things that we've been questioning, wondering if they have the ability to do. At times this mode has been great, at times it has been horrible. And Simp puts in pretty much every single bullet from that clip of the Vaznev. The final bullet connects. Pred ends up striking. Takes down both the tiny tears, and he wants Cellium too. A lovely hat trick to kick off this round, and maybe an ace. As Slasher, last one alive, has to deal with the sophomores. What has Thanos got prepared for us?
He has no dead silence, that's for sure, but he is going to see the shadow of Pred. It does not matter as Pred strikes for the ace on the round. He just changed it up completely. We were talking about the mid-rounds adjustments. Seattle said, screw art. We are pushing right up through the stage. And even after getting the first 2 kills in favor of Atlanta FaZe, the 2v4 clutch out of the sophomores, more specifically out of Pred, who was able to find all 4 kills to tie the map up at 3 now. Complete turnaround for this young man. If he doesn't get first blooded by aBeZy, he's the guy that's going to make the play. And he's on a 5 spree, can potentially earn himself that cruise missile, but it can be drastic in the later half of this game.
Yeah, he just continues to wow us, man. Not just a respawn player,
Incredible mine for Search Destroy. He's actually number 2 in Search Destroy KD so far in Major IV Qualifiers. Would be number 1 if it wasn't for Huke's 5 KD that he's got right now here in Major 4. But excellent player and absolutely has his signature written all over round number 6. Into the round 7 we go. Seattle with the quick plant. Pred first line of attack. But where do FaZe begin to initiate this fight from? Simp once more taken down. Pred extends the spree. That's now going to be a cruise missile earned, and one more on top of it. God's sake, nobody can take this man down 7 in a row as he'll continue that spree, and Seattle will do the same. That's 3 in a row for them as a team.
Man, that's a bad man right there. You avoid the gunfight with aBeZy, and so far he's been taking the map and in control of himself. Earns himself that cruise missile. Seattle Surge do a great job of getting that bomb down, forcing Atlanta FaZe to retake. They don't send any players through Art. They try to go through the front, and it's a perfect setup for Seattle Surge to now put them up 4-3 with a cruise missile to work with. Who's peeking through the back of that curtain?
Might be maybe the SD coach. Who knows? It could be Phoenix. No idea. Everybody wants to see Pred's POV. And for good reason, but what a fun battle we've got ourselves, Jay. It was aBeZy kicking things off, but it's Pred who now enters into 8-kill territory. Some of the best SMGs in the game beginning to fry, and aBeZy not able to answer with the first blood. He drops, and now here comes Pred's streak. A quick 2. Here for Surge is Cellium. Able to find 1. Simp, meanwhile, who's on the flank, is going to be gifted surely 2. Yes! Wonderful work there for Simp, but now we've got ourselves a 1v1. Pred, who's got to go hunting. He also has a bomb to defuse. Can he catch Simp? The gun engagement is surely about to happen. Simp goes for the snap. Pred nearly locked on. And my word, what a crazy, crazy 1v1 that was.
And that's a 2v4 clutch right there out of Atlanta. Simp was 0-6 before this round started, but you saw the world champion plays that he was able to make. Pops that dead silence, flanks through open. Beautiful trigger discipline to line up both kills before he attacks the first. But once he makes it into a 1v1, he already had the reset on the dead silence. He jumps up into top art, chooses a different angle, completely catches Pred off guard, and is able to tie the game up at 4. Such a crucial round to still winning, even with the cruise missile being invested.
FaZe need him the most. He's there to deliver. Incredible work here from Chris Lair. Has he'll pop dead silence. He will happily take this spot away. Now for Seattle, a bit more composed. Just trying to make sure that that bomb can go down over at A. And it should be able to, but take a look at the stack that Atlanta has. They've got one player who's trying to make a bit of noise toward the back. That is Simp. Opens up that door and distracts Pred. However, right through the front they go. Mack, he'll get caught up. Pred, still distracted. He's got to make a play happen, but at the same time, his teammates are doing all the work possible. Pred eventually is able to connect onto Simp, and now with a slasher, Thanos left at a 1v2 once more.
No dead silence. So all he has to do is throw a couple shoulders, make sure he's not defusing. As Pred gains that info just now, throws another one, and time is starting to tick. Slasher finds that kill, but Sib gets everything he needs to know. We don't have to check this bomb. He will not hop it, and he's able to find a final kill to close out the round. Seattle Surge, those mid-rounds adjustments are coming into play. You usually don't see Pred play corners. When he sat that corner the way that he did, gets all the info for Sib. Even though Sib does eventually get taken down by Simp, he's instantly there for the trade. Even after aBeZy finds the first blood, Seattle Surge now at game point.
And so many players in a spot like that where Pred is, Jay, would just go for the chow. It's like, oh, the door's open. Let me go for the quick chow. He stays alive, and that basically forces the rest of Atlanta FaZe to have to make a play because Simp can. Pred's not giving him anything. Wonderful work coming in from the Aussie once more as he's just going to add on to that total. Snaps everywhere. A quick little 360 for style as Slasher instantly into the 1v2. He actually did take down Mack, so we'll see what he's got prepared for us. 2 players left, and he will drop. Surge off to a wonderful start in this series as they will hand Atlanta FaZe another shocking search and destroy loss. And Seattle now up 2-0. My God.
In the beginning of that search and destroy, it was all aBeZy. We found 5 first bloods on the map, but once Pred made that decision to stop challenging that engagement, he just took his gameplay to a whole different level. He ends on a 9 streak. He goes up from what was 1-4 to 13-6, 12 non-traded kills, 2v4 clutch does not matter. The Predator was going to get it done. As Seattle Surge are able to walk away with the search and destroy, a map where they used to struggle on. But ever since they have put more work in the back end, their setups, their retakes, everything has been picture perfect for them to now put themselves up 2-0 in this series.
It's just wild, man. It really is. I mean, just the plays that we're seeing nowadays in the CDL is just wild. Like, aBeZy's able to go on a run like that. Pred, after a little bit of a slower performance, he lights things up, as you said, finishes off with 13 kills. It feels like every search and destroy for Pred, he's guaranteed to put up double digits. But what a massive swing that is in the search destroy. We felt like we were kind of riding it up for FaZe. They've been so solid in search destroy so far throughout this season. Seattle sometimes hit or miss, but boy, did they wake up here on Fortress. But do they have the ability to close things out in a 3-0 here in our next map? We'll have to see. Or can the reverse sweep journey begin here for Atlanta? It is Elisilo when we come back after this.
Howdy friends and welcome back. How you doing? Lovely to see you guys. It's the final matchup of the day. It's a classic one as well. Atlanta FaZe taking on the Seattle Surge, but so far it has been all about the Surge. Jay, this is a fun series for a number of different reasons. Many remember, I think it was the winners final or winners, whatever it was. The matchup at Major 3 where both these teams faced off against each other, went to a game 5 round 11. It was Atlanta FaZe who started off 2-0 in that series. Surge managed to make their way back. Now we find ourselves in the inverse. Seattle finds themselves up 2-0. Now Atlanta has to make a wild reverse sweep attempt.
Yeah, that's insane. Because if you think about when the reverse sweep last happened, that was all the way back in January. And that was Atlanta FaZe, the team that actually got reverse swept. So now they have to do the reverse sweeping to break that record here versus Seattle, and it all starts on this LSELO control where they have been stellar as of recent on this map. 4-0 the last couple of times they have played it, and the reason why they're so damn good at it is because the aggression that they're able to put on the defensive side. You have to be able to shut down the pressure from Simp and aBeZy to try to take at least one attacking round versus this team.
That's just wild. I mean, that graphic that pops up since, what was it, January 29th, I think it said?
Yeah.
We've not seen a reverse sweep. I know you and I had that cast, OpTic FaZe versus Atlanta FaZe, or rather OpTic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe. But it's just crazy. Like, this is really going to be the longest stretch that we've seen, maybe in COD history, where we haven't seen a reverse sweep. We'll see if FaZe can manage to do it. Every time these rosters play each other, it feels like it is absolute madness every single time. Atlanta in desperate need of an answer, though, especially coming into Major 4. A 3-0 loss versus Seattle would surely not do great when it comes down to their confidence, but aBeZy starting things off hot, a 4-0 run. It's been Seattle doing great work at A, but since then, it's been all aBeZy.
Yeah, once they found those first 2 segments, Atlanta FaZe were able to find all 4 kills and haven't let off the gas ever since. So now Seattle Surge is just taking their time, trying to make their way out of their spawn. But there's so many different crevices that you have to be aware of where they're coming from. Mack with the snap onto Simp could potentially be the opening that Seattle are looking for to put the pressure on towards A. They back down aBeZy as well, so this should be an A capture for Seattle Surge to extend time by a minute.
Yep, looks good for them to do so. Nobody from FaZe is going to be able to get there in time, so we'll see what the journey looks like here from Seattle. They've always been known since this roster was formed to be very witty when it comes out of control. Currently the number 3 record in the CDL in this very game mode, and it's come through clutch attacking victories like this one. 1:20 on the clock, and now here comes Surge's first push at it. All 4 members strong. They jump right in that point, and now aBeZy's gonna have to make a play here, buddy.
Yeah, this is a scary situation if you are Atlanta FaZe, but at least you have Simp and Cell able to find 2. Simp finds 2, aBeZy finds the final. And now that's a clean 4 dead. Hit the reset button if you are Seattle Surge. You have to make it out of your base, but that's a good start. You get the 2 farthest players pushed up from Atlanta FaZe, so the last 2 players had to stay alive on this side of the map to at least influence a couple close spawns. But that's going to be accuracy taking down Simp. We do have Slasher, though, working on that deep flank. At least takes down 1 before he does get cut down. It allows the rest of his teammates to get back towards his push.
It's just so funny, man. Oh my God, Fred, quickly for 3. Surge once more have all the numbers over at that B zone. This LSELO is about to be crazy. That B zone is done and dusted, and there you go. Round 1 goes the way of Seattle here on attack. And that is just the way it feels like this one's going to go, man. Both of these teams with unbelievable slaying ability. And I think it honestly caught FaZe off guard right there, man. For a moment, they try to play aggressive, make their way up into field. Seattle, they take them down, a quick 2, and from there, they're able to build upon a lot of that progress that they already had going. Solid stuff from Surge as that momentum keeps going.
It keeps on going, my friend, as they're able to take an attacking round versus Atlanta FaZe, who are usually stellar on the defensive end. One of the best teams that we have on this map, and it's always due to their slaying. But Seattle Surge, whenever they needed to find a couple clutch kills, they got it done. And now they have to respond on defense. They have to slow down the pressure. Already from Atlanta FaZe over towards this A point. You at least have 1 player towards top radio. This is where accuracy loves to play, but he gets taken care of. So now you have the ability to stack this point to extend that time.
Yeah, once you get accuracy out of that fight, it just makes things so much easier. No matter who you are, but obviously for FaZe, that just instantly grants them 1 segment, looking for their second. Fred tried his best. aBeZy brought low, but he'll end up coming out on top in that gun engagement. Cellium, this is the one guy that you don't want to see in a spot like that. Typically can be pixel perfect when it comes down to head glitches such as this one, but that is going to be the A objective. Nice and early taken. As it will be Simp putting in the final bits of progress. Does lose a few teammates off the rip, so we'll see what he can do now behind enemy lines.
Yeah, so now you have 2 minutes to work with if you are Atlanta FaZe. A lot of time on the clock to set up 1 clean 4 dead, which eventually leads to the stack. They eliminate that player in Pred, the guy that was roaming over toward that white side. That's going to be 3 dead. You also have 1 player Slasher going on that deep flank, potentially playing for a couple spawn kills. But accuracy and his teammate in Pred are staying alive on the left side of the map, exactly what they need to do. Pred finds another one onto Simp, and so far Atlanta FaZe with a lot of map control just haven't found the kill, so at least hop that point.
As we said, when it comes to both these teams, it just feels like it's all about timing. Can they find that 3-4 down? FaZe desperately in search for it. Mack doing everything in his power to try and prevent it. Has to go for the reach out. It was dead silence that was popped for him to even get in a position like this, so he gets dealt with, and that just feels like another notch on the belt for FaZe and their progress in getting toward B. But how about the beams coming through from Pred, and specifically there from accuracy, making that AC his home and having a wonderful time as he will cause more issues here for Atlanta. Back to the spawn they go.
Now a minute left on the clock, and nothing to show for it over towards this B point. As Seattle Surge are holding down in power positions, they're cutting off the right angles. With Simp finding that kill and now roaming towards top party, this can cause them a couple problems as he's able to take down Simp as well. Close spawns at least coming in for Seattle towards back cliff. Does Simp read it?
Oh, he absolutely does. Wonderful work from Simp. Oh my God. Had a chance to take down 3, but my word. Simp may have to plug back in that controller. I'll tell you what, the hard point was fantastic. Now 4 and 13 here in the control. Things have got to be a little bit different. Positive for him is that really the teammates have been doing an excellent job. 11 to 8 in lives, but the biggest factor is the time. Here comes FaZe, potentially and possibly their last play of this round. They desperately need an attack, and an attack is what seems to be the name of the game for aBeZy. Sent forward, he will fall, and with 10 seconds remaining, it just feels like the map position that Seattle have is far too strong, Jay.
Yeah, Mack just made the play happen. The only player for Seattle Surge on the left side of the map. He's able to find 3, find the 4th, and find the 5th. Earns himself the cruise missile. Mackenzie Melts, have yourself a moment. As he's able to find all 6 kills over towards that B point. He was the only guy here. You see Atlanta FaZe in the replay. They're stacking the point, but Mack goes big. He takes down the first gun slasher out of his headset, and then eventually stays alive long enough to find another set of kills. What a play out of Seattle Surge, more specifically out of Mack, to secure the defensive round, earn that cruise missile, and now sit comfortably nice in a 2-0 lead for a 3-0 series.
My word, Jay. 2-0 in the series, 2-0 in the control, and Mack just perfect shots there on to Simp. Now extends his spree to 7 in a row. I mean, this is just a wild scoreline to see. I mean, we've just never really seen this, Jay. We've never really seen Atlanta.
We have not.
Seattle go this one-sided in favor of Surge. It has always had to be in crazy clutches. Right now, they are dominating them. Simp not even having a wonderful map, but the rest of his teammates are having a lovely time here on El Asilo. B zone done, and it's 3 more segments before this 3-0 is done.
Oh, and the hip fire's even connected for Mr. McKenzie as he's just going to fly around through BS&D, but eventually does get cut down by Slasher. The beatdown comes in from Cellium, and aBeZy finds the 3rd. So now if you are Atlanta FaZe, you can take a deep breath. You can start to be aggressive on the map. You just need to win these gunfights, but he gets peeled off a top party. That's now 3 dead in the feed. Mack has a cruise missile. This might be the time to invest it.
Oh, this could be the game right here. I mean, if they play their cards right, they win a few 1v1s. If Mack can find one off the spree, this would be huge. Slasher just pops that trophy down, stays alive. And now FaZe a much better opportunity, but 2 of them end up getting picked. Look at Pred. Look at Pred making the plays. That's going to be everybody down. FaZe now off a spawn. They've got to run here. They've got to make something crazy happen out in the open. Watch that zone.
It's going.
Fly. Is this it? Is this where the game comes to a close? It could be. Oh, a sliver away. It's all on to Pred. It's all on to Pred. Puts 2 to bed, but FaZe just narrowly. It's a 1v1
that keeps them alive. But how close was Surge to locking this one up in a 3-0, 3-0?
Now they have 1:20 to complete one segment over towards A. Just gotta time these kills. And that's not the way to start as 3 go down for Seattle. This now allows Atlanta FaZe to get aggressive on the map, but every time they have gotten aggressive, Seattle have capitalized on it perfectly. This time they play in their corners. They're making the kills a lot more difficult. Great angle from Simp. He's not able to pick up the kill onto accuracy. The re-snap, able to take down the first.
And you can tell from FaZe, I mean, they're just trying to be careful. They cannot afford to go down, I guess, 2 players, if you will, because of just the unbelievable slaying ability that Seattle has.
Oh, no.
That's another few down, and that should be it. That is game. Surge. A hot 3-0 delivered here versus Atlanta FaZe. A historic matchup between these franchises, and it has never been a dominant dub by Seattle until now. Impressive stuff, but it was Surge in the driver's seat all series long, Jay.
Oh, man. In this series, we knew it was 2 Titans going up against each other. Seattle Surge had a bigger chip on their shoulder. They're probably still thinking about that Major 3 Winners Finals matchup. And they are able to redeem themselves with a dominant 3-0 victory versus Atlanta FaZe. I'm actually really curious, when the hell was Atlanta FaZe 3-0 the last time? Because I usually never see that happen with the way that they have been performing in Search and Destroy. The control has been a lot better, but the hardpoint struggles continue as Seattle Surge come out and dominate in this series, make the statement, and now move on into stage 3-1.
Incredible stuff. I mean, incredible stuff. Pred 24-12. I mean, Mack, as you said, man, I think it was that round 2. His name written all over it. Everybody, it felt like, had their moment. Simp taking off in the hardpoint. Accuracy having some amazing moments in the game 1 and in the game 2. I feel like everybody did their part, and that's what you want to see from the Seattle Surge team, where it feels like we never really know where to place this roster, Jay. I mean, a 3-0 versus FaZe has surely got to make people feel much better about them moving into their series tomorrow and moving into Major 4.
Yeah, and if you are Atlanta FaZe, man, you're just thinking about that HyDra hardpoint, a map that you don't play a lot. And unfortunately, you fall short to a perfect setup on that P2. Then that map number 2, Fortress S&D, you haven't played it since January 15th. You fall short, you get 2v4 clutched on, you allow Pred to go on a 9 streak to just take over that Search and Destroy. And then at that point, you're basically defeated, man. You feel like those are 2 maps that you potentially should have been able to walk away with. You're going into a strong control for you guys, where you guys have been dominant so far throughout this stage. And unfortunately, Seattle Surge, just a way better team today. Didn't really have to do it in the sling. It just came down to those clutch moments. They walk away with the clean 3-0.
Yeah, a big W here for Seattle. I know the big conversation coming into this series was about the standings, how things look moving into Major 4, how things look when it comes down to champs. Seattle, right, they're trying to fend off both Røkkr and Vegas right now, and that W could not come at a better time. Seattle get the job done here versus Atlanta FaZe in the 3-0. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. Desk, Puckett, take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I called the 3-0 Surge sweep. These 2 haters didn't agree.
Wait, yes, I did.
You agree with the sweep, though?
I didn't agree with the sweep.
Yeah, the sweep was good, though, didn't it? That was a nice, hot 3-0 from Seattle Surge to close out a very long Saturday and a meaningful win for the Seattle team. Because, first of all, it's the best qualifier performance you've had, right? You're now 3-1, probably in a strong position to go 4-1 against LAG in your next match. And on the other side, Atlanta FaZe now finishing at 3-2 means that none of those top 4 seeds are safe, because New York can finish 4-1. We got Vegas at 4-1. OpTic's done at 5-0. And now Surge could be that 4-1 team to join them in 3rd or 4th place.
I mean, it really all started with that hard point, right? The fact that Seattle Surge came out the way that they did on that HyDra, a map that should favor Atlanta. I mean, we just saw them play it. We saw aBeZy drop 33 on it as the SMG. He had his way. It was the other side of things for this one. It was Sib having his way, 31 and 17, close out that map number 1. But what was really impressive to me had to be that map number 2. We go into that Fortress Search and Destroy, a map that Seattle time and time again, it was the game 5, and we were like, this cannot go to a game 5 because Seattle cannot buy a win on this map and mode. And Atlanta FaZe usually, like Ann said in pre-show, prefer to veto this map. They do not like playing Fortress S&D. They test their luck today, and it bites them in the butt. They lose that 6-4. Pred goes crazy, 13-6. Seattle only had 3 first bloods. So they were 3v4ing the Atlanta Waves their way through into that game number 3.
And Punk X TV is saying all the fanboys, all the FaZe fanboys, quiet right now. First of all, do you think FaZe gave it their all in this series?
Oh, yeah. I really do. And I look at Seattle, I'm like, this is the first time I've seen a team roll FaZe. I mean, strategically on point, but also gunning the crap out of them when they needed to. I mean, you look at this series, and there's a lot of things that you can derive from this. Like, even the approach to the vetoes and the way that they're playing, it tells me that they're not confident in their game plan. You're coming in, you're trying to add HyDra, you're playing that, a map that Seattle has looked better than them on in the past. Seattle comes in and they win that. Everybody underperforms besides Cellium on that map number 1. And then that game 2 search and destroy. Fortress is a map that, like, Atlanta FaZe should be good at. However, they vetoed it 26 times leading up to this match. So trying to test it out, see if you're good at these maps in the wrong time to test it. They get rolled 3-0 and on a control and a CeeLo where they had no chance throughout that entire map. Pred was wreaking havoc in their base. You think back to that SD, Pred got an ace. They also 2v4'd them. They are frying them.
Because I have our Scuff play of the game, and it just happens to come from that Search and Destroy featuring Pred's ace. 9 kills in Search and Destroy is our Scuff play of the game. Nameless, walk us through what this SMG superstar was doing.
Well, I mean, so he finds the first 2 kills, and then you see him, and it's like, all right, what do I want to do here? I'm going to go into art, and I'm going to gun you up top rails. Finds that kill, plays his life to a T, and as soon as they get the information on where Slasher could possibly be, of course he's going to go Chalice. Slasher's been having trouble. Then he proceeds to go on a 9 streak. The kid is a beast.
9 in a row, Ali. Pred taking over Search and Destroy. Didn't slow down much in control. He's the guy in your base, either in your face or in your base, right? He's one of those 2 places.
And it was scary there for a moment because when he invested that streak and around the Seattle Surge should have won, it was actually Simp that pulls off some crazy kills with his dead silence and clutches up. So the fact that the momentum wasn't even in their camp when the game goes tied 4-4 is a testament to the iciness of the Seattle Surge team.
Seattle Surge needed this win more than FaZe, but both teams will be competing next week, and I have a feeling we're going to see this rematch in under 7 days. All of this still to come as Major IV will be kicking off next week. We still have tomorrow to go, and of course, we got to recap everything from today. Your standings at the end of the day have OpTic Texas finished at 5-0, Vegas right behind them at 4-1, and then you'll see our 6 3-1 teams cut down to 3 as everyone is jockeying for a top 4 position. Big notes for me, you got Ultra in the losers bracket. You got Breach, who are looking at a potential 8th place. They have another showdown against the Røkkr, and that should be a fun one to watch tomorrow.
And I think we're finally seeing some serious separation between some of these top teams and bottom teams, specifically calling out, the London Royal Ravens, the LAG Guerrillas, the Florida Mutineers, these teams that we were like, on any given day, a team can beat another team. I think we're getting to that point in the season where that is no longer the case.
I agree with that. As we take a look at our points race, you got to be in the top 8 come end of Major 5. And right now, the Surge jumping up to 160 after their win. Tie Boston Breach. Breach does have a match win rate record tiebreaker over them. So just side note there. But everyone's feeling pretty good if you're in that top 6.
100%. If you're that top 6, you're feeling pretty good. Honestly, it just feels like the Legion versus Røkkr battle at this point. Seeing as Seattle has improved and they're beating some of these top teams, they look like they're going to lock in their top 8 finish. The bottom 3 teams, barring a major win, it's looking like they're not going to be at chance.
Alrighty, no interview tonight. Actually, I'm told Seattle might be getting rowdy here with us here shortly. I'm excited to hear from the Seattle crew because they've been on a run recently, Allie. We talked about OpTic being one of the best teams, if not the best team in the game right now. How far behind is Seattle in your eyes?
Ooh, Seattle's tough because of their inconsistencies. You'd want to put them in that conversation of being a top team. I feel like they're always a contender for a championship or a chip, but I feel like they still have a little bit of some consistency issues.
Nameless, what do you need to see against LAG from Seattle tomorrow to have confidence in a top 3 from this squad come Columbus?
I mean, honestly, just another win. I feel like they're already kind of there. When I look at the teams right now, honestly, it feels like Seattle, Thieves, and OpTic are front runners at the moment. FaZe has fallen out of that. I did not think I would be saying that, but they do not not look like a top 3 team. So Seattle looking very strong. Just a win against LAG, 3-0-3-1.
We got our players ready to join us live. Let's go to the Great White Shark, all the way from Australia, now ripping people up here in the CDL. We got Pred joining us once again. Pred, congratulations. I predicted the win over Atlanta. I called the 3-0, but I wasn't confident in it. Talk to me about this matchup. How did you guys play so well today?
I mean, I don't know. We just turned up today. You know, we really picked up the intensity. You know, for us, we always have insane matches against FaZe. I mean, I'm surprised it wasn't a round 11, map 5. Like, we always have an insane match against them. So, you know, we just match up well against them, and they're a great team. And you know, today we just turned up the intensity.
Pred, were you surprised? You know, usually when it comes to Seattle versus Atlanta or Atlanta versus anybody, it's kind of just like who's going to get what veto when it comes to Atlanta FaZe because their search and destroys are so strong. Were you surprised that they kind of let Fortress through this time?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think they're a good S&D team. You know, they wouldn't do something without really thinking about it. So, you know, I'm not too sure why. But yeah, I don't know. I was really kind of caught off guard by that.
Pred, talk to me about the squad, man. You guys have been frying, and accuracy in particular has been disgusting. I mean, you're usually the stat leader on the squad. It's a good sign if accuracy is. What have you guys been talking about or working on to get him in position to have so much success?
For us, it's just to, you know, build his confidence, you know, make him knowing that he's like a really talented player. You know, like just for us, it's just building his confidence and putting him in spots and situations where he can, you know, do his thing. So that's been the most important thing for us, man. Just trying to build everyone's confidence on our team because we know when we're all at full peak that we can be a dangerous team.
Speaking of full peak, how do you get there by the end of Columbus to raise that trophy of Major IV?
Man, we should keep working hard, man. Keep putting the extra hours in and, you know, really talking about the game and how we can get better.
All right, man. Well, I'm excited to share a meal with you next week. We'll see you live here in Columbus.
Sounds good, guys. Have a good day.
That's Pred. He and Seattle Surge have one match still to go. That's coming up tomorrow. And, of course, we will have a 3-match Sunday. But today, we got to take a look back at all 4 of our matches, starting with the London battle. London came in here with a 1 win. We were wondering, can they get a second? Well, they ran into HyDra and the Subliners. They started off 77-0, though, in hardpoint, right?
Yeah, 77-6. We thought, okay, London, what are we going to do here? But as soon as it got to that 8C hill, it was nothing but the New York Subliners in the feed. HyDra had an insane series going 30-17 in that opening hardpoint. London does fight back, though, in the Fortress Search and Destroy, where they needed to, with Scrapz going 11-6 in.
Yeah, I mean, we saw New York win 2 hard points. That's the moral of the story in this series. New York needed to bounce back, find success there. That's how they win championships. It's going to be through hard point, and HyDra had himself a series. It was a close game for him, the HyDra. Still got it done.
Yeah, I have to say, HyDra putting up numbers like the top SMG stars from yesterday. We got to talk about the Mutineers, though, because this was a matchup that was fun to watch against Vegas Legion. Vegas trying to catch Røkkr in the points race today. They accomplished that goal, now tied at 130 points.
We were worried there for just a second after seeing that opening hard point from Florida. They win that 250-229, and then we head into that Hotel S&D. It ends up going to a round 11. Vegas, though, it is Clay that clutches up in the 1v1, and then Vegas win another control. We head over to Expo, and now I don't think we will ever see Vegas Legion play it again because they have 2 wins on it.
0-5 for Florida. Not a fun time here in our Major IV qualifiers. We keep it moving on to OpTic versus Breach, the 3rd battle. Featured your #1 seed coming into the Columbus Major, the only undefeated squad, now boasting a 5-0 record after thrashing Boston.
Yeah, I mean, a relatively easy series for them as well. I mean, you can look back to that first hard point and see the score and be like, it was close, but you can see in the highlights right now, OpTic had firm control of this map from the very get-go. The control, Kremp had himself a performance, I mean, really throughout the series, so there's some hope there if you are a Boston fan. If you are an OpTic fan, you should be very confident in them making a deep run at this major. They're poised to win the championship.
Yeah, they can't lose a hard point, and that's 2 of your first 4 games in a best of 5. You're feeling good about your odds moving forward. Allie, as we take a look back at everything on the day, what stood out to you? What are you excited about?
I'm going to become a Vaz player from here on out after this weekend. The sub is gross.
And give me the Vazes to watch tomorrow. Who do you got eyes on?
Tomorrow, we gotta watch Pred, obviously.
Pred from Surge, okay, who else?
Surge, LADs, we gotta watch Envoy. He's been discussing this stage, and obviously HyDra after what we saw today.
All right, I'm watching Joe Thieves and LAG. They're gonna pull off the upset tomorrow. I feel it, Joey. All right, Nameless, let's wrap things up. It's Super Saturday night. What are you taking away into the final day of our Major IV qualifier?
Man, can Atlanta FaZe bounce back? Looking like they're middle of the pack right now, man.
Middle of the pack until they get to land. I'm not worried about you, FaZe. What about you, Allie?
I mean, I'm echoing it, man. I'm just hoping one day we'll rotate Atlanta. One day.
Next week's going to get nutty, but we got one more day in the way before we get there. Thank you all for tuning in tonight, and make sure to set your alarms because this show kicks off at 2:45 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you then.
Closer than it appears, trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here, yeah. I ride the nation for my title, do what I must for survival. By any means, yeah, I know, I can't stop, I won't fold. Might bend the rules just to break the mold. Hella high water, calm and compose. Life will get messy, but I reach the goal. When I told them pole, be the protocol. Guess I had it in me after all. After penny falls and a lot of false things I can't control. My intentions come from years of rejections. Learn many a lesson, I'm progressing. Turning burdens to blessings, turning burdens to blessings. I'm in it for the long run. I'm a problem to my problems. Fighting through the tears, fighting in my fears. See my past in the mirror, closer than it appears. Trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here. Yeah, get a spotlight and it feels right. Never been scared to take it to new heights. I always there to dream and there to see the chance to be a better me and everything. The possibilities are endless. Odds against this tremendous. Check this, I just checked fear off my checklist. You must have forgot, boy, I'm relentless.
Backdoor. It's Sky.
No, he's mid desk, laying down mid desk. The long desk, snaking the long desk.
Nice play. Good
Let's go, Clay. Let's fucking go, Clay.
Ran at him, bro.
Yeah, you should have with the Vaz for sure.
All good.